Sumuyu was eager to enter the ward, hoping to see her father for the last time, but unexpectedly, she was used by her uncle Su Changhai, which led to her father's death. After her uncle's conspiracy was exposed, he tried to take control of the family business by taking advantage of her father's death. Her voice was trembling, but she was suppressing a strong emotion. If anything happens to him, leave everything to me. Xiaochen remained unmoved. To ensure the safety of President Su, I have no choice but to do this. His tone was calm, and his eyes were determined. So, none of these people can go in today. Sumuyu's heartbeat accelerated, and anger spread throughout her body. She gritted her teeth and said, Xiaochen, you can stop me once today, but I must go in. The person lying inside is my father. She didn't dare to look at the cold look in Xiaochen's eyes, but just grabbed her bag and walked towards the ward. You have the right because he is your father. Xiaochen remained calm, looking at her deeply in the eyes. Sumuyu stopped and turned to look him in the face. Then, get out of the way. Her voice was firm, almost in order. Xiaochen slowly raised his eyes and said in a low voice, Sumuyu, at this point, you shouldn't have made such a decision. You don't know what this means. But she didn't pause. I know, I never regret what I did. She pushed him away mercilessly. Now, get out of my way. Xiaochen looked at her deeply. His eyes were complicated. Finally, he took 2 steps back and left the passage. Sumuyu walked into the ward step by step. Her heart was surging like a raging sea. She looked at her father on the bed. A trace of pain flashed across her eyes. Dad, you asked too much of me, she whispered, taking the bottle of medicine from her bag with trembling fingers. I know you always hope that I can follow the path you set, but this is not what I want. She stared at her unconscious father, the pain in her heart mixed with responsibility. I don't want to disappoint you, but I'm sorry. She carefully injected the drug into the syringe, with tears of confusion in her eyes. I don't know if this is right, but I have no choice. She clenched her teeth and pushed the drug into the infusion tube. When the last drop of medicine entered the tube, the syringe fell to the ground, and the crisp sound pierced her eardrums. She took a few steps back and slumped to the ground, as if all the strength in her body had been drained away. 5 minutes later, Sumuyu finally got up from the ground, trying her best to control her inner trembling. Dad, are you awake? Can you hear me? She called softly. After several times without a response, her heart tightened. Could it be that the medicine was ineffective? Suddenly, Su Jinye's hand moved slightly, and then his eyes slowly opened. Dad, are you awake? Sumuyu was so excited that she almost lost her voice and quickly moved closer to him. What do you feel? I'll go call a doctor. However, Su Jinye did not answer and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Then he suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body twitched violently. Dad! Dad! Sumuyu screamed and collapsed instantly, desperately reaching out to catch the blood spurting out of his mouth. The people outside the door rushed in quickly, and Xiaochen's face changed instantly. Doctor, hurry! Rescue! The doctors rushed forward to check, but Su Jinye's condition became worse. Xiaochen could hardly believe what he saw. He grabbed the doctor's shoulders and shook him hard. Quick! Save him! However, as time passed, Su Jinye's body began to weaken, and the heartbeat on the instrument began to stabilize and become straight. The doctor reluctantly put down the equipment in his hand and announced in a low voice, the patient is dead. How could this happen? Sumuyu grabbed the doctor with one hand and shouted at the top of his lungs, how could you not save him? Sumuyu. Xiaochen walked forward coldly and pointed at the syringe on the ground. What did you use on him? She stared at the syringe blankly, her mind going blank. This is a drug that dissolves blood clots. Second Grandpa said it can save my dad. Dissolve blood clots. Xiaochen's tone was full of doubt. How could you give a medicine without permission? Su Changhai followed in, his eyes full of shock. Muyu, you don't understand the seriousness of the matter at all. You have no idea how complicated your father's condition is. Sumuyu's face was pale, and her eyes were full of fear. No, impossible. Her voice became trembling. I was used. Su Changhai, her second uncle and so-called relative, gave her poison and asked her to give it to her father. Su Changhai. Sumuyu's voice trembled, her eyes full of fear and anger. What did you ask me to do? She looked at the syringe in her hand, as if she saw the evidence that she had taken her father's life with her own hands. You kid. Su Changhai was heartbroken. He slapped his thigh and shouted heartbreakingly. You hurt your father. Jinye, why didn't you wait for your second uncle to save you? He cried and wailed. as if he had pushed all the responsibility onto her. Sumuyu staggered back a few steps. Her heart seemed to be tightly grasped by a cold hand, and she could hardly breathe. She looked down at the syringe, and suddenly everything became blurry. She killed her own father with her own hands? Doctor, her voice was choked with sobs. I beg you, save my dad. She grabbed Xiao Chen's hand fiercely, her eyes frantic. Xiao Chen, I was wrong. I was really wrong. Please save my dad. Xiao Chen fixed his painful gaze on her. Do you know what you have done? He squatted down with a complicated look in his eyes. We have told you the truth since the first day you came here. Why don't you believe it? I was wrong, Xiao Chen. Sumuyu's voice was like a low sob. I beg you, save my dad. I was really wrong. Xiao Chen pointed coldly at the syringe on the ground. Who gave you this medicine? Sumuyu's tears rolled down her cheeks. She pointed at Su Changhai in despair. It's him. It's Su Changhai. He said that this medicine can save my father's life. He lied to me, really lied to me. You can't say that. Su Changhai frowned and pretended to be dissatisfied. I just advise you to take better care of your father. What did I ask you to poison him? He showed an innocent expression. Oh, is it because you were dissatisfied with your father's arrangement that you poisoned him? You. Sumuyu's heart sank suddenly. An unspeakable fear surged in his eyes. Xiao Chun sneered. Uncle Su, stop quibbling. The drug will be sent to the laboratory for testing, and we will have the answer. He looked at Su Changhai with mockery in his eyes. You must be tired of pretending, right? Get up. Suddenly, everyone looked at the bed in amazement. Su Jinya, who had just been declared dead, actually sat up slowly, breathing rapidly, as if he had just escaped from the arms of death. Dad, are you okay? Sumuyu could hardly believe his eyes and shouted in surprise. The instrument was tampered with by my people from the beginning. Su Jinya exhaled lightly. This thing can temporarily interrupt the pulse by applying pressure and can make the heartbeat temporarily disappear. He took out 2 iron balls from under his armpits and threw them aside. These were placed there by my people. Even Shao Chen helped. You were pretending to be dead? Su Changhai looked at Su Jinya in shock. He had never expected such a reversal. Yes, I pretended to be dead. Su Jinya nodded. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Second uncle, you actually drugged me and let my daughter poison me. You are really cruel. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I poison you? Su Changhai denied it in panic and began to plan his retreat. In fact, I started investigating during your hospitalization. Xiao Chun sneered and said, I found Uncle Su's nanny after she resigned. She has confessed that you gave her money to poison Uncle Su's food. We also caught Uncle Su's driver. Xiao Chen's eyes were cold. He admitted that he had been adding chronic poison to Uncle Su's water for a long time, aiming to make him have a stroke or cerebral infarction. He paused and took out the recorder. This recorder clearly records the whole process of you tricking Sumuyu into giving your father the medicine. Su Changhai's face turned pale, and he remained silent. Then, he suddenly laughed hysterically. Xiao Chun, who are you? Who are you? I'm Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun replied with a smile. I'm sorry to make you remember me in this way, but you don't have to pretend anymore. Xiao Chun said calmly. Your son was arrested by the border police. He is one of the leaders of the fraud gang and is now being escorted back to China. You and your son will be reunited soon. Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun. Su Changhai suddenly rushed towards Xiao Chun like a mad dog, his eyes full of anger and madness, as if he wanted to tear Xiao Chun apart. However, Su Xian was quick-witted and threw Su Changhai to the ground. Then, several people worked together to hold him down, not giving him any chance to resist. Xiao Chun, I will never let you go even if I die. Su Changhai roared, his eyes full of despair and hatred. He had planned for many years, bribed many people, and almost controlled the company. As long as Su Jinya died, he could cover the sky with one hand. But he didn't expect that Xiao Chun and Su Jinya would work together to perform such a shocking drama. Su Changhai's careful layout completely collapsed. His heart was filled with unspeakable hatred. He was unwilling to accept that he had failed at the last moment. Why did this happen? Was it because I didn't work hard enough? The police arrived quickly, handcuffed Su Changhai, and carried him out of the ward. The air in the room was stagnant. Xiao Chun and Sumuyu looked at each other in silence. After a while, Xiao Chun said softly, Uncle Su, you talk to her, I'll go out first. Okay, I'll thank you later. Su Jinya smiled slightly, with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. Xiao Chun nodded, glanced at Sumuyu, and turned away. In the ward, the father and daughter looked at each other quietly, and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Sumuyu's eyes flashed with complex emotions, guilt, worry, and even a hint of unspeakable fear. After all, the drug had really been injected. Don't worry. Su Jinye saw her anxiety and said slowly, Shao Chun had someone change the medicine last night. The person who bumped into me. Sumuyu suddenly remembered what happened last night, and his mind was a mess. Was it arranged by Shao Chun? That's right. Su Jinye nodded. What you injected was actually just saline solution. It's fine. Don't worry. Hearing this, Sumuyu was relieved, but her eyes were still wet. She stared at her father blankly, with unspeakable complex emotions in her eyes, and the doubts in her heart became more and more intense. The fight between your second uncle and I started long before your grandfather passed away. Su Jinye's voice was low and he seemed a little tired. I've been busy dealing with him these years, and even a little overwhelmed. He paused, his eyes dimmed. I once placed too much hope on you, but later I found that you are not suitable for this. Your sister is more capable than you, so I decided to let her take over. Sumuyu opened her mouth, but couldn't say anything. She lowered her head and took a deep breath. I have no reason to hate you. Really, no? No. Su Jinye sneered. How could there be no? Can you not hate me? You think it was Lydia Su who took away my love and everything in the Su family, but what you didn't see was how disappointed I was, so I made this decision. He paused and said in a gentle tone, You only saw your father's glory in the company, but you have never seen the intrigues between us, the scheming and tactics of the wealthy families. I have been protecting you and letting you live so peacefully. You have no idea of the sinister nature of human hearts. Dad, I'm sorry, I'm useless. Sumuyu couldn't hold back her tears and whispered, I let you down. Her voice was filled with endless apology and self-blame, as if the emotions that had been suppressed for too long had finally found an outlet. Today's situation was discussed by Shao Chun and I. Su Jinye continued, He is the backer of the Su family, and also yours. Remember, this is not just his help, but his support for you in the past. I know. Sumuyu's voice was low. He used to support me silently. 3 years ago, I was in a car accident, and he risked his life to give me a blood transfusion. There was a complex light in her eyes, and she felt a little relieved in her heart. I understand, Shao Chun. He gave me a second life and also removed these tumors for me. That's right. Su Jinye nodded, his eyes becoming more determined. Remember, I have something to tell you. You could distrust other people, but you must trust Shao Chun unconditionally, as long as you are not his enemy, but his friend. Sumuyu was stunned for a moment, his eyes full of emotion and determination. I will remember. I will never be his enemy. Okay. Su Jinye smiled, with relief in his eyes. I've died once. I hope this lesson will make you truly grow. He paused and said in a steady tone, Even if Lydia Su takes over the company, Su's will still have a share for you. You are not an abandoned child. You are my daughter. Dad. Sumuyu was silent for a moment and said in a low voice, I don't have the face to take these shares. Her eyes became firm, as if she had experienced some kind of enlightenment. I understand what is really important. Su Jinye nodded, a gratified smile on his face. I am tired after resolving all the crises of the Su family. Have good rest from now on. Tell me when you return to Beijing, and I will send you off. Sumuyu nodded slightly, then slowly left the ward. Outside, Shao Chun and Chun Tao had finished explaining the matter. Shao Chun seemed not to have seen Sumuyu and left directly after explaining it. Sumuyu followed him silently and walked into the elevator. In the elevator, Shao Chun put his hands in his pockets. His eyes were cold, as if Sumuyu didn't exist at all. Sumuyu's eyes stayed on him, and her heart was filled with complicated emotions. The boy who once treated her like nothing had now become so strange, cold, and distant. She knew that all these changes must be related to the pain and suffering he had experienced. She wasn't sure if she could ever get it back, but if she had the chance, she would pay any price. Shao Chun. Sumuyu finally couldn't help but speak and quickly stepped forward to stop him. What's the matter? Shao Chen's voice was calm and unfamiliar, seemingly very different from the warmth he once had. I'm stupid. Sumuyu's voice was low. This is what I've known most about myself in the past 20 years. Shao Chun raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming a little surprised. Is this the first time you know yourself like this? It's really not easy. Facing his sarcasm, Sumuyu was not angry, but smiled gently. Thank you. You made me see myself clearly. What on earth do you want to do? Shao Chun was stunned for a moment. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. Have you been so stupid for the past 20 years? Sumuyu smiled and said calmly, I want to thank you, and also to be your friend. Thank you, but don't mention this as a friend. Xiao Chun refused coldly. It's better for us to pretend that we don't know each other. He looked at her. His face was cold and his eyes were indifferent. You know you are good in every way, but I don't want to have anything to do with you anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chun turned around and left resolutely. The moment he turned around, Sumuyu suddenly flashed back to that evening when the setting sun was as red as blood. She fell from a tall building, her limbs shattered, and he, the man who had gone crazy, desperately tried to piece her back together, crying heartbreakingly. She stopped suddenly, her eyes widened, and murmured, It's you. Xiao Chun, that person is you? It's you. Xiao Chun, that person is you? Sumuyu suddenly realized. The fragment that she had been unable to understand seemed to have an answer at this moment. The man who cried so heartbreakingly for her was Xiao Chun. Her head was splitting, and the almost unbearable pain made her kneel on the ground, covering her head, and her body was shaking. The fragments that flashed through her consciousness were still blurry. But one fact has been deeply engraved in her heart. The person who cried bitterly for her death was Xiao Chun, who turned and left before her. She had no idea what the scene of falling from a tall building meant. Was it a dream? An illusion? Or was it from another parallel world? Or her future? But none of this mattered anymore. What mattered was that she finally understood who the person who was truly sincere to her and who had been silently protecting her was. The moment Xiao Chen's back gradually disappeared, tears flowed uncontrollably. She took out the knot from her pocket tremblingly and held it tightly in her hand. Her heartbeat accelerated rapidly, as if all the pain was concentrated in this moment. Xiao Chun, I'm sorry. Her voice was choked with sobs, and she could hardly say more. Once in your world, I was everything to you, but I lost you. At this time, all obstacles of the Su Group have been cleared, and Xiao Chun, as the second largest shareholder of the Su Group, officially joined the board of directors. In the future, Su Xiao will take over the Su Group, and everything will start a new journey. However, the rumors about Xiao Chun and Su Xiao never stopped. After the Su family changed, the relationship between Xiao Chun and Su Xiao was still the focus of attention. One day, Xiao Chun went to Song Zian's house. Facing Song Zian's questioning eyes, he had to explain their relationship over and over again. So, you and teacher Su are not like the rumors outside? Song Zian's eyes were filled with doubt, but his mood was obviously much more relaxed. Of course not. Xiao Chun smiled and waved his hands. She is my teacher. At most, she is like a sister. He raised his hands. I swear to God. Men's words cannot be trusted. Song Zian snorted, but his tone became much softer. You may not trust others, but you can trust me unconditionally. Xiao Chun said confidently with a firm look in his eyes. I don't believe you. Song Zian seemed a little dissatisfied, but seeing Xiao Chen's sincere expression, her tone softened. But I do feel that you owe me something. Owe you something? Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he began to recall if he had done anything to make Song Zian unhappy. Damn, I can't remember. Yes, you owe me something very important. Song Zian stared at him with determination in his eyes. You didn't really forget it, did you? How is that possible? Of course I remember. I owe you. Xiao Chen's brain began to work hard, trying to find the answer. This is really a trap. If you're not careful, you will be doomed. You owe me a formal confession. Song Zian said with a red face. Confession. Xiao Chen's mind went blank for a few seconds, and then he regained consciousness. Ah, yes, our relationship is like that of a couple, but I haven't officially confessed yet. This time, Song Zian lowered her head shyly, turned around, and ran away, leaving Xiao Chun standing in the living room with a bewildered look on his face. What are you staring at? At this moment, Song's father walked in and saw Xiao Chen's stunned look. He couldn't help but glared at him. This kid kidnapped his daughter and is still playing dumb here. Uncle Song. Xiao Chen quickly stood up and smiled. I came to talk to Zi Yin about something. Is it clear now? Song's father's eyes were sharp. It seems it's made clear. Xiao Chen nodded, feeling a little annoyed. Just explain yourself and leave. I won't keep you for dinner. Father Song snorted. Xiao Chun smiled awkwardly, said goodbye hurriedly, and left. As he walked out the door, he was still thinking that he really owed Song Zian a formal confession. When is the right time to confess? Keep it low-key? Or hold a ceremony that will make a sensation in the whole city? While he was thinking about it, Lin Fong called, Xiao Chun, accompany me to the sanatorium. Sanatorium? Xiao Chun was a little confused. What are you going to do in a sanatorium? I'm here to see old Master Jeang. I prepared the medicinal food you prepared for me. Now I just need to find a chef to make it. Lin Feng's tone sounded excited. Everything is almost ready. Okay, then I'll come find you. Xiao Chen felt that this was not too much trouble, so he agreed. He drove to Lin Feng's location, and the two of them went to the sanatorium together. When they arrived at the sanatorium, old Master Jeang was fishing by the small lake in the backyard. Although he was nearly 100 years old, he was very energetic. Compared with many young people, he looked like a young man. Standing next to old Master Jeang was a middle-aged man in his 40s, with a tall and straight figure, a dignified bearing, and an extraordinary temperament. The two were obviously not ordinary people, and old Master Jeang and this man were chatting and laughing, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Haha, Xiao Cheng, I didn't expect you to take the time out to come fishing with me today. Old Master Jeang said with a smile. You are a very busy man now. You have a bright future. Work hard. Mr. Jeang, you are too kind. The man smiled and replied, I'm still young and have a lot to learn from my predecessors, especially you. What do you want to learn? I can teach you how to fight, but I can't handle politics. Old Master Jeang shook his head and smiled, but I am looking forward to the future of Jiangchen. The man showed a smug smile. Mr. Jeang, you will witness the rise of Jiangcheng with your own eyes. His voice was full of confidence. Haha, can you wait that long? Old Master Jeang smiled and shook his head. Don't worry, at least 20 years. The man answered confidently. Just then, Lin Feng and Xiao Chun were brought over by the guards. You've come just in time. Old Master Jeang pointed at the big fish in the bucket. Look, this is just caught. Let's have a taste together. Xiao Chen nodded to express his gratitude. Soon after, the chef began to prepare the fish, sautéing the scallions and ginger and stewing it. As the casserole stewed, the fragrance filled the air, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. However, when he observed the middle-aged man, he felt a little uneasy. This man has an extraordinary temperament and looks extraordinary. The fact that old Master Jeang can go fishing with him shows that his identity is definitely extraordinary. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, and some fragments flashed through his mind. It seemed that he had seen this middle-aged man somewhere before. He had a broad forehead, bright eyes, and raised eyebrows. He was obviously a natural leader. He couldn't help but feel that this person was probably more than he seemed. After Lin Feng felt the pulse of old Master Jeang, he loosened his wrist and said with a relaxed look, Old Master Jeang, your pulse is stable and you are fine. If you drink the soup Xiao Chan made for you every now and then, I guarantee you will live a healthy life for another 20 years. He smiled and looked at old Master Jeang. Haha, good, I'll borrow your good words. Mr. Jeang was in a good mood, smiling from ear to ear. He pointed at Lin Feng and said, Xiao Cheng, this kid is not simple. Could it be the descendant of Medicine King Lin? The man next to him exclaimed, Incredible, really incredible. Haha, the title of Little Medicine King is not just a boast. Old Zhang laughed heartily, then pointed at Xiao Chun and said, This is Xiao Chun, a very good young man. His last name is also Shao. Maybe you two were from the same family 500 years ago. Xiao Chun, is it Xiao Chun from Xingchen capital? The man suddenly looked at Xiao Chun with a thoughtful look in his eyes. I've heard of him. That's right. Xiao Chun nodded politely, his eyes slightly calm. Xiao Chun, does this man look familiar to you? Mr. Zhang pointed at the man next to him and looked at Xiao Chun with a smile. You look familiar. I should have seen you in the media. Are you? Xiao? Xiao Chun asked tentatively. That's right, Xiao Yuechen. The man smiled. He is currently the youngest member of the State Council and has the same surname as you. Haven't you heard of him? Xiao Chen's eyes flashed with shock. It turned out to be Commissioner Shao. I'm sorry for being disrespectful just now. Ah, it's okay. Xiao Yuechen waved his hand. Mr. Zhang just mentioned you and said you were a good young man. Work hard. The future of the country depends on young people like you. These words shocked Xiao Chen's heart. He suddenly realized that after his rebirth, he met more key figures. Xiao Yuechen, this young and courageous politician, will definitely have extraordinary achievements in the future. Xiao Chun, you shorted SEO Auto before, right? Xiao Yuechen suddenly mentioned something, which made Xiao Chun stunned, and a feeling of uneasiness surged on his face. Ah, that was just a minor incident, not worth mentioning. Xiao Chun smiled awkwardly, but his heart was in turmoil. Haha, a minor incident? But don't underestimate you. You caused SEO Auto to suffer heavy losses. I even heard that SEO's president in the United States was furious. Xiao Yuechen laughed and patted Xiao Chun on the shoulder. Work hard. The country has a Li plan. Give me some information later, and I will help you get promoted. Li plan? Xiao Chen's eyes flashed, and he recalled that he had heard of this plan. It was an important measure in the National Economic Development Plan, specifically supporting potential enterprises and talents. Thank you, Commissioner Shao. I will not let you down. Xiao Chen nodded solemnly, and his goal gradually became firm in his heart. Haha, you are too modest. Mr. Jeang laughed. This child has been admitted to Peking University as an exception, and will go to Peking University to study when the school starts. Really? Xiao Yueqing couldn't help but look at Xiao Chen a few more times, with a hint of surprise on his face. That's amazing. The admission to Beijing University is an exception. The future is promising. Just luck. Xiao Chen responded with a wry smile. He felt that he was still insignificant in front of these top figures, even though he had a considerable advantage after his rebirth. Good luck. This is not an opportunity that everyone has. Xiao Yueqing smiled and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. Young man, don't be too modest. Well, the fish is ready. Come and have a taste. Mr. Zhang waved his hand and pointed to the fish soup on the table. The guard brought a bowl and a spoon and gave each person a portion. The fish soup only had scallions, ginger, and salt, and the taste was light but extremely delicious. The fish was tender and the soup was sweet. It was a simple but inimitable delicacy. After drinking the soup, they sat for a while, then Xiao Chen and Lin Fong said goodbye. Xiao Yueqing was busy with official duties, so he also said goodbye. Before leaving, Mr. Zhang suddenly asked, Xiao Cheng, how is your brother doing recently? Xiao Yueqing's expression darkened, and he sighed. He is still the same. He works hard when there is a mission, and stays in the barracks to train when there is no mission. He doesn't go to see my sister-in-law, and locks himself in the barracks all day, just focusing on training. This kid can't get over the difficulty he faced back then. Old Zhang sighed, his eyes full of helplessness. I will try to persuade him after I return. Then thank you for your help, old man. Xiao Yueqing showed a grateful smile. He won't listen to others, but he will listen to you to some extent. Mr. Zhang nodded and said, I'll go see him when I'm free. After Xiao Yueqing left, the guard came in hurriedly. Old master, things are looking promising. Oh, tell me, where did Xiao Yuan come from? Asked Mr. Zhang. He is related to your old comrade, old master Shao, the guard said in a deep voice. His ancestors are from the same lineage as old master Shao, and they are from the same 5 generations of the same clan, but the two sides have no contact. So that's how it is. No wonder there is such a complicated relationship. Old master Zhang was slightly startled, as if he had noticed something. Then what about Xiao Yuan's first wife? Xiao Yuan's first wife, Qin Yuan, had parents who were university professors and came from a scholarly family. The guard continued. But 25 years ago, an inexplicable fire broke out in the Qin family. Qin Yuan and her sister Qin Yoshin survived, but after the fire, Qin Yoshin's whereabouts were unknown. Old Master Zhang's eyes suddenly shone. Qin Yoshin, is she related to the Tongshang Society? The guard paused and took a deep breath. Yes, Qin Yoshin is related to the Tongshenghui from 20 years ago. The Tongshenghui is an illegal organization that is in collusion with the remnant of the Japanese army, the Kamikaze Battalion, and specializes in hypnosis, brainwashing, and bewitching people. Old Master Zhang's eyes flashed with a sharp light, and he quickly stood up. Has the Tongshang Society revived again? Not yet, but it was destroyed. The former president died from a stray bullet, and the whereabouts of Vice President Qin Yoshin is unknown. The guard replied, This matter cannot be taken lightly. Old Master Zhang's face turned serious. I'll give you the authority to investigate immediately. We must not allow this kind of organization to revive. Yes, old man. I'll check it out right away. The guard saluted and left in a hurry. After the guards left, Old Master Zhang immediately called his personal guard Shao Li and said, Get ready. We will return to Beijing tomorrow. Okay, old man, I'll get ready right away. Shao Li agreed, and then asked in confusion, Old man, you are living happily here. Why do you want to go back so soon? Some things must be clarified, said Old Master Zhang in a heavy tone. Also, notify Captain Hong Jian to let Xiao Guqing stay in the barracks. He is not allowed to go on any missions without my permission. Even if he wants to die, he has to wait until I return. Shao Li, remember, Xiao Guqing must listen to me. The old man's eyes were sharp and resolute. Understood. Shao Li responded and turned to leave, but after a moment, he turned back and said, Old master, there's a Taoist priest outside, who said he is your old friend. Taoist priest. Old Master Zhang was stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed. Is he here? Good fellow. He's been gone for 20 years, and the Tianchi mansion is going crazy looking for him. His eyes suddenly became stern, and a barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Hurry up and let him in now. I'll go find him myself. A moment later, in the pavilion by the lake, old Master Jeang met his old friend, Shao Qin's master, Zhang Huaigu. His Taoist name in Qingyo Temple is Su Ruo, but his real Taoist name is Xian Ruo. Seeing old Master Zhang, Xian Ruo smiled and said softly, Xiao Zhang, it's been a long time since we last met. You are not as energetic as before. Although old Master Zhang is nearly 100 years old and has white hair, the Taoist priest in front of him has not changed. He is still the man with an upright posture and extraordinary demeanor. Senior, Zhang Huaigu smiled bitterly. Most of my body is buried in the ground, but I can still eat and sleep, which is already better than 99% of my peers. He shook his head, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. But you look like this when I saw you 60 years ago. 60 years have passed, and you still look like this. Old Master Zhang was filled with emotion. 60 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Time had passed, and he had long since changed from a young man to this old man. But the old Taoist priest remained the same. It's a pity I am old too. The old Taoist's eyes were far-sighted, as if he could see through old Master Zhang's thoughts. If it weren't for that sword in the ear, Jechen, I would have died long ago. Old Master Zhang was shocked and remembered the scene 60 years ago. The old Taoist priest held the Tai Ching sword and swept through the mountain's stronghold by himself, staining the land with blood. At that time, famine was everywhere, evil spirits appeared, and the world was in chaos and conflict. The old Taoist defeated many enemies with one sword and became famous. Why didn't you show up when you helped us destroy the Tongsheng society 20 years ago? Asked old Master Zhang. The earthly ties are over, and the past is all gone like clouds and smoke. It doesn't matter whether we see each other or not. Xian Ruo smiled lightly, his tone calm. Then why did you come to see me again today? Old Master Zhang frowned slightly, feeling vaguely uneasy. I came to see you today because there is something very important that I must tell you in person. Xian Ruo's face suddenly became serious, and there was an unspeakable heaviness in his words. Old Master Zhang's heart sank suddenly. He thought to himself that something was wrong. He already had a premonition. What about the Tongsheng society? Old Master Zhang asked tentatively, with alertness flashing in his eyes. Xian Ruo nodded. The revival of Tongshenghui is not just a resurgence. Their appearance will bring about a catastrophe that concerns the fate of Daxia and the lives of millions of people. What's going on? Old Master Zhang's face suddenly became serious, and his inner tension continued to rise. Xian Ruo whispered, the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. You only need to know that the catastrophe is irreversible, and Shao Chun is a variable in the catastrophe. Can you explain it more clearly? There was a hint of urgency in old Master Zhang's voice. Xian Ruo shook his head, turned around, and prepared to leave. That's all I can say. After saying that, he left with light steps. Hey, don't go. Wait. Old Master Zhang waved hurriedly, trying to catch up. However, even though Xian Ruo was not walking fast, old Master Zhang could not catch up with him. Although his steps were slow, his figure always disappeared in the distance in an instant. A tree without roots, with beautiful flowers. How long will it take for you to indulge in glory and splendor? Xian Ruo's voice floated in the distance, as if he was reciting some ancient poem. The affairs of life are like a boat in a sea of suffering, drifting here and there without freedom. Xian Ruo did not walk fast, but with every step he took, it seemed as if he had walked to a distant place, and the shouting gradually faded away. Old Master Zhang could only stop helplessly. A tree without roots, with beautiful flowers. What does this mean? Old Master Zhang muttered to himself, frowning. He felt uneasy. Tongshenghui, how come this organization has revived? What is the catastrophe? Is it impossible to stop it? He stood there for a long time, his mind in confusion, but a certain premonition in his heart told him that Shao Chun must be the key to this variable. At the same time, Shao Chun received a call from Song Zian. On the other end of the phone, Song Zian's excitement was beyond words. Shao Chun, I exceeded the score line by a lot, and Tsinghua University also called. It's really great. We can study together again. Really? That's great, congratulations. Shao Chun was in a good mood and shared his joy with her. I'm so happy. Let's get together in the evening. I'll treat you. Song Zian's voice almost came through the phone, full of endless excitement. Okay, let's get together in the evening. Xiao Chun was also happy for her, thinking to himself that he could spend the rest of his time with her, and his heart was full of anticipation. Please help me make an appointment with Teacher Su. She must come tonight. Song Zian said softly, suddenly asking Xiao Chun to take on a task. Xiao Chun, your girlfriend? Lin Fong suddenly came over and asked. Not really. I haven't confessed yet. Xiao Chun shook his head and smiled. Then why not confess your feelings tonight? Lin Fong suddenly made a suggestion, his words full of joking. Of course I can, but I really don't know how to express it. Xiao Chun fell into deep thought. Girls want surprises, but they don't need to be too ostentatious. Lin Fong teased. As long as you're someone she likes, she will be happy even if you pick a wildflower for her. You are quite experienced. Xiao Chun was a little stunned. He suddenly remembered his attitude towards Sumuyu in his previous life and felt a chill in his heart. In short, you must confess your feelings tonight. Remember, you must confess your feelings. Lin Fong insisted. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xiao Chun forced a smile, but he was thinking about how to start. The dinner party was held in a luxurious club, and Xiao Chun and Song Zian arrived as scheduled. The two had just entered the club, but they didn't notice that a pair of cold eyes were silently watching them in the parking lot. Sumuyu stood in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and finally walked towards the club. Chapter 236, Shao Chen's Confession. In a private room, Song Zian called several of her good friends. Song Zian has a humble personality. Even though she is a rich lady, she does not put on airs at all. Although the friends who can play with her are either rich or noble, they are also very kind like her. In addition to her friends, there are Su Dachui and Zhong Jiejia. Su Xiao was also dragged to the scene by Xiao Chun, and Xiao Yin and Lin Fong also came to join the fun. Xiao Chun, are you going to confess your feelings today? Xiao Yin took advantage of everyone talking and laughing. She pulled Xiao Chun aside and asked, Well, this is the plan at the moment. Xiao Chun scratched his head and asked, So what surprise have you prepared? Xiao Yin asked again. Surprise? No, I just prepared a bouquet of flowers. Xiao Chun was a little confused. Although he had been a bootlicker for many years in his previous life, he never dared to confess his feelings to Sumuyu. He just kept helping Sumuyu silently in secret. As for how to express his feelings, he really hadn't studied it. How can you not prepare? Girls all need surprises. Xiao Yin was dumbfounded. She thought Xiao Chun would make careful preparations and give Song Zian a little surprise that would move her deeply. But I didn't expect this guy to be straight. Lin Fong told me that if a girl likes you, her heart is filled with you, so you don't need to make any special preparations. Xiao Chun pointed at Lin Fong, who was standing on the side, and he felt a little scared. Do we need to prepare any surprises? Who told you that? Xiao Yan's face darkened, and she looked at Lin Fong on the side. Feeling the vague murderous intent in Xiao Yan's eyes, Lin Fong felt his scalp tingling. He quickly passed the buck. Xiao Chun, I didn't mean that. Not all girls don't need surprises. Your sister is pragmatic, unlike other girls. Look at what kind of shitty idea you came up with. Xiao Yan glared at Lin Fong. Do I give you the impression that I'm too easy to talk to? No, you are too kind. Others may be different from you. Lin Fong was startled and quickly apologized with a smile. I'm not prepared today. Let's find an opportunity another day. Only then did Xiao Yan let Lin Fong go. It's too late. She seems to have already known it. Xiao Chun spread his hands helplessly. You really? Xiao Yan stared at Xiao Chun, really not knowing what to say. The party was very enjoyable, and the duet between Su Dachui and Zhong Jiejia amazed the audience. Oh my god, this is even better than the original. The boy's smoky voice and the girl's clear voice are both good. I think they should be able to pursue a career in art. Song Zian's friends were all stunned by the singing of these two people. They sang so beautifully. After the chorus was finished, Su Dachui cleared his throat and said, Today is a good day for classmate Song. I wish her academic success and prosperity. Also, my best buddy, Xiao Chun, has something very important to do. Now, please welcome my friend, Xiao Chun. Wow, the scene suddenly became lively, and everyone looked at Xiao Chun and Song Zian. Song Zian also knew what the next step was. She nervously twisted the hem of her skirt, not knowing what to do. Lydia, Su tidied her hair, eyes full of smiles. Nervous. Song Zian nodded and covered her face. Teacher Su, what should I do next? Teach me. I can't teach you this. Su Xiao smiled and said, I haven't experienced it either. Su Xiao and Song Zian hadn't seen each other for a long time and had a great chat. The rumors about Xiao Chun and her were also refuted. Song Zian had received news before that Xiao Chan seemed to be going to cause some trouble at her party today. She was nervous and expectant, but when Xiao Chun took the microphone, she was extremely nervous. Xiao Chun. Su Dachui handed the microphone to Xiao Chun and pushed him onto the stage. Please start your performance next. Xiao Chun was a little confused. He looked at Su Dachui with resentment. He was not ready yet. Okay? Moreover, things were so rushed that he didn't even have his lines ready. What should I do? But things had come to this point, and backing down was impossible. So he gritted his teeth and went on stage. He cleared his throat. Today is a good day for classmate Song Zian, her graduation party. At the same time, I have something important that I want to announce publicly. What's the matter, Xiao Chun? A girl deliberately shouted. Did you tell my Zian about these things in private? Or did you shout those 3 words in front of everyone? I think it is necessary to announce it in public. Xiao Chun calmed himself down. He looked at Song Zian in the audience and said, Song Zian and I are desk mates. We knew each other a long time ago, when we were about 7 or 8 years old. Oh, childhood sweethearts. The students in the audience cheered in unison. No, it's not what you think. Song Zian blushed. It's just what we thought. Come on up. A close friend pushed her onto the stage. We didn't know each other a long time ago, but for some reasons, I forgot about her. Xiao Chen looked at Song Zian with a complicated expression. Our intersection began when I was sick. Because of her, I know there is warmth in this world. It was also she who showed me tenderness when I was sick and desperate. So what? Say it out loud. Su dachui sautet. 3 words, say it. Hurry up, don't dawdle. The atmosphere in the box was pushed to the extreme. Xiao Chun stared at Song Zian, holding the microphone, and mustered up his courage. Song Zian lowered her head shyly, having been waiting for this moment for a long time. Song Zian. Xiao Chun spoke. I'm here. Song Zian raised her head, her face flushed, looking charming and beautiful. Xiao Chun was about to shout out those 3 words. Xiao Chun, wait a moment. However, at this moment, the door of the box opened and a woman walked in. At the same time, the lights in the box came on, and the courageous confession was interrupted by this person who broke in inexplicably. Xiao Chun and Song Zian turned around in astonishment and stared at the person who came in. The person who came in looked at Xiao Chun with affectionate eyes. Sumuyu. She looked at Xiao Chun, and her eyes refused to move away for a long time. Who is this? Sumuyu, formerly known as the Princess of Jiangqing. Besides good grades and good looks, there's nothing else you can do about it. Princess. Several of Song Zian's friends discussed the matter privately, but most of them were puzzled. What was she doing here? Was it fun to interrupt someone's confession? What are you doing here? Xiao Chun frowned. Didn't Sumuyu return to Yanjing? Xiao Chun, I have something to tell you. Sumuyu let out a breath, as if he had made up his mind. But I have nothing to say to you. I have something very important to tell you right now. If you are a spectator and witness this moment, I welcome you. Xiao Chun said. If you have something to say, please talk to me later. If you have other thoughts, please leave. Chapter 237, I have nothing to say to you. I have something very important to talk to you alone. Sumuyu stared at Xiao Chun. Ms. Su, can we talk about it later? Xiao Yin frowned. She didn't know what Sumuyu was trying to do. She is Xiao Chen's sister, although she didn't pay attention to Xiao Chen before. But she could see that Xiao Chen used to like Sumuyu very much. But Sumuyu's attitude towards Xiao Chen was cold. Now was a critical moment for Xiao Chen. Why was she here? No, it's very important and must be said now. Sumuyu shook her head, her eyes never leaving Xiao Chen. Then you talk, and then leave quickly. Xiao Chen frowned. I want to talk to you alone. Sumuyu said. Sorry, I don't have time. If you have something to say, please say it in front of everyone. Xiao Chen's tone was a little unfriendly. He felt that this woman came just to ruin the atmosphere. Muyu, come with me first. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Su Xiao quickly stood up. You are my sister. Sumuyu did not move. She looked at Su Xiao. You should understand me. If I leave today, I'm afraid I'll leave behind a lot of regrets. Lydia Su was stunned, and everyone at the scene was stunned. Sumuyu, is this a robbery? She used to be such a proud person. How could she do such a thing? Ms. Su, today is my graduation party. It's a very important day for me. Song Zian spoke. I'm sorry that Xiao Chan can't talk to you alone today. If you have something to do, you can find him another day. Miss Song, I'm sorry to bother you today. Sumuyu sighed. It's just, there are a lot of things between Xiao Chun and me. Don't talk nonsense. You and Xiao Ming had a long history, but you and I didn't. Xiao Chun quickly denied it. Is Sumuyu crazy? Is she out of her mind? Xiao-chun, I'll just say one thing, okay? Sumuyu was silent for a moment. God once gave me a boy who only cared about me, but I didn't cherish him. Now I realize that he is my whole world. From today on, I will give everything I have to find that boy. After looking at Xiao-chun deeply, Sumuyu turned and left, quietly wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. A good college entrance examination party ended in a bad mood. The plan that had been prepared was completely disrupted. One can imagine how Song Zian felt. Xiao-chun chased after him. Zian, listen to my explanation. Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to argue. Song Zian stopped angrily. I'm really not familiar with her. Xiao Ming is her white moonlight. Xiao-chun smiled bitterly. So, what happened tonight? Song Zian asked angrily. I don't know what's wrong with her. Xiao-chun looked at her worriedly. Don't be angry, okay? I'm not angry. Song Zian smiled brightly. That's good. Xiao-chun breathed a sigh of relief. I'm going to Yanjing tomorrow. My aunt asked me to go there first to familiarize myself with the environment in Yanjing. See you when school starts. Song Zian left this sentence. Wait, there's still more than a month before school starts. You're not coming back before school starts. Xiao-chun was shocked. I won't go back. I'll give you enough space. Song Zian snorted. Then you're still angry. Xiao-chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He rolled his eyes at Xiao-chun, told him to experience it himself, then got into the driver's car and went back. After Song Zian left, Su Dachui and Zhong Jiejia came out holding hands. Xiao-chun, is Zian angry? Zhong Jiejia asked with some sympathy. No, she's going to her aunt's house in Yanjing tomorrow. Xiao-chun smiled bitterly. That means she is angry. Try to comfort her. Su Dachui also said sympathetically, go to Yanjing. You're going to study there anyway. Xiao-chun thought so too, but he had to arrange all the affairs in Jiangcheng first. What are you two going to do? Xiao-chun asked, continue studying? We discussed it. Go to an art school to develop your singing talent. At the very least, get a diploma. If that doesn't work out, go home and inherit the family business. Su Dachui joked. She makes cakes, and I set up a stall in front of her door to sell sausages. Good idea. Xiao-chun gave a thumbs up. Okay, go finish your studies first, and come find me later. Okay. Su Dachui nodded. Brother, let's say goodbye now. See you in 3 years. Maybe it won't take 3 years. Xiao-chun gave him a meaningful smile. The next day, I cooked a large table of dishes for my grandmother. This kid, why has he worked so hard to cook so many dishes? He can't finish them. Grandma Wu felt sorry for Xiao-chun and was afraid that he would be tired. But his face was full of joy. Grandma, you have worked hard to take care of me for so many years. It is only right that I cook a meal for you. Xiao-chun pulled her to sit down. Are you going to Yanjing? Grandma Wu guessed that Xiao-chun was going on a long journey. Yes, I need to familiarize myself with the environment there in advance. Do you want to go with me? Xiao-chun asked with a smile. As for me, I won't go. Grandma Wu shook her head. I'm old and nostalgic. Besides, I was raised in this land of Jiangcheng, so I will definitely not be used to it if I go there. Don't worry about me. Your sister is here. Grandma Wu comforted Xiao-chun. Going over there should be closer to your biological parents. Maybe one day you can meet them. Xiao-chun was stunned for a moment, and he nodded gently. Grandma, Jiangcheng is less than 2 hours' drive from Yanjing. I'll be back by bus this weekend. I'll come back to see you often. Okay, don't worry about me, an old woman. Now I can eat and move, and I dance square dance with a group of people my age every day. I can't tell you how happy I am. Grandma Wu said this in a nonchalant tone, but she was secretly wiping away tears. From childhood to adulthood, Xiao-chun has never been so far away from her. Although he's grown up, he is still very capable. She should be happy for Xiao-chun, but she couldn't help but shed tears. Xiao-chun also felt his nose getting a little sour. While he was eating, tears fell into the bowl. I really miss my grandma. Okay. Grandma Wu smiled. Studying at Peking University is something many people dare not even think about. Be happy. Yeah. Xiao-chun nodded heavily, trying hard to calm himself down, and ate with his grandma, chatting and laughing. Don't you want to go see her before you leave? Asked Grandma Wu. Xiao-chun knew that the she his grandmother was referring to was Zhao's mother. There's nothing good to see. There's no grace of birth and no grace of raising. Xiao-chun shook his head. That's not what I meant. Grandma Wu shook her head. After all, she knows your background. Go see her again. Maybe she'll feel guilty and tell you your life story. Xiao-chun was stunned. He originally thought that it was impossible for someone like Zhao's mother to have a change of heart. But Grandma Wu continued. No matter how hard-hearted a person is, they can be emotionless, right? Have a good talk with her. Maybe things will turn around. After all, this involves your life experience. Xiao Chen nodded gently. How great would it be if everyone in this world was as kind as Grandma? Chapter 238, You Will Never Leave the Mental Hospital. In the mental hospital, Xiao Chun met Zhao's mother. She's also doing some rehabilitation training. Although she has aged a lot, at least the look in her eyes is not as crazy as before. The doctor assessed her condition and nodded with satisfaction. You have recovered well recently, and your mood is relatively stable. Our chief physician will conduct a mental evaluation on you later. If you can pass the test, then you will have a chance to be discharged from the hospital. Thank you. Zhao's mother thanked the doctor, and her emotions were very stable. When she saw Xiao Chun, there was a hint of something strange in her eyes. Is it hatred? Is it regret? Or resentment? In short, it is an emotion that is very difficult to understand. But she hid her emotions very well. The doctor pointed at Xiao Chun and asked, Do you know him? I know him, he is Xiao Chun. Zhao's mother nodded slightly. What is his relationship with you? The doctor asked again. He is my son. Zhao's mother uttered the words with difficulty. When she mentioned the word son, her expression was obviously hesitant and struggling. The doctor nodded to Xiao Chun. She is recovering well. We will conduct a psychological test on her later. If there is no problem, stay in the hospital for half a month for observation. If there is no problem with the test again, you could be discharged for observation. Let me talk to her, Xiao Chun said to the doctor. Okay. The doctor nodded and stepped out. Xiao Chun sat in front of Zhao's mother and said, I'm leaving to study in Yanjing. Kyoto University made an exception and admitted me. Mother Zhao's body trembled a little. She was very hateful when Xiao Chun said such words. But she had finally achieved good results in the doctor's test, and she had to restrain herself, otherwise all her efforts would be wasted. After all, if a mentally ill patient wants to be discharged from the hospital, he or she must undergo strict examination and psychological assessment. The doctor's various evaluations are very strict, especially for patients like her who have a history of hurting others and have suicidal tendencies. Well, congratulations, Zhao's mother said against her will. Xiao Chen stared at Zhao's mother and nodded gently. Thank you. Why? Are you suddenly so polite to me? Zhao's mother asked with difficulty. Xiao Chen should hate her, and she hated Xiao Chun very much. After all, the reason why she was locked up in a mental hospital was because of Xiao Chun. She also found it hard to imagine that she and Xiao Chun could sit down and talk so calmly. Of course, she knew in her heart that the harmony between the two was only on the surface. She wanted to be discharged from the hospital as soon as possible, and Xiao Chun wanted to get some information out of her. I think you know why I'm here. Xiao Chun spoke frankly. I want to know who my biological parents are. Zhao's mother sneered. As expected, this was Xiao Chen's intention. She raised her head and looked directly at Xiao Chun. I know why you are here, and I also know who your biological parents are. But I won't tell you. After saying that, Zhao's mother laughed a little neurotically. She laughed very happily, but also a little morbidly. She just wanted to make things difficult for Xiao Chun. The uglier Xiao Chen's expression became, the happier she became. You know, Xiao Chun, it's hard for me to calm down the hatred I have for you. So, you want to know your own life experience? Dream on. It seems that you have become normal recently. Xiao Chun stared at Zhao's mother and couldn't help but smile. I'm trying to leave this cage. When I get out, I will try every means to take revenge on you. Zhao's mother said coldly. Is there really no possibility for us to reconcile? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. No, maybe. Zhao's mother uttered the 4 words one by one. Okay then. Xiao Chun nodded gently. I didn't expect you to tell me the truth. In that case, why don't we just stop pretending and be honest? Isn't that better? Wait until I go out. Wait until I go out. Zhao's mother's eyes widened. If she hadn't been concerned about the current evaluation phase, she would have wanted to tear Xiao Chun in front of her into pieces. Is it possible that you will never get out in this lifetime? Xiao Chun stared at her. I have plenty of ways to keep you here forever. Of course, I have plenty of ways to kill you, but I won't do that. Because Xiao Ming is still alive, I want you to see with your own eyes how Xiao Ming fell into hell. Xiao Chun, don't touch my son. Don't touch him. If you have any problem, come to me. Zhao's mother slammed her fist on the table and stared at Xiao Chun viciously. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Xiao Chun said with a smile. If you get excited, then everything you have done before will be in vain. You have to know that you have worked so hard to get to this stage. If you give up all your efforts, you will have to start all over again. Mother Shao clenched her fists so tightly that her nails even dug into the flesh of her palms. But she still had to put on a forced smile, because what Xiaoqin said was right. She had finally reached this stage. If all her previous efforts were wasted, she would have to continue living in this dark life. So now, no matter how much she hates it, she has to endure it. Seeing that she hated him so much but had to put on a smile, Xiao Chun felt a little sorry for her. He smiled and said, "That's right. This is the way to deal with the current situation." Xiao Chun. Zhao's mother said the cruelest words with the brightest smile. "When I get out, you must be careful. Is it possible that you can't get out at all?" Xiao Chun laughed. "Ms. Xiao, this is Director Huang from our assessment center. He is here to conduct a psychological assessment on you." Several doctors came in, led by a man in his 50s. He was holding a document with densely packed test questions on it. "Hello, Director Huang. It's an honor." Zhao's mother behaved very politely. She stood up, bowed, and stretched out her hands to shake hands with Director Huang. "I've learned about your situation. You're recovering well." Director Huang nodded and sat down. "We will now conduct a psychological assessment on you. I will ask some questions. If you can get an A, then you have almost recovered." "Director Huang, I will try my best." Zhao's mother nodded. "Okay, let's get started." Director Huang pulled out a piece of paper and said, "I will randomly ask the questions on it." "Okay." Zhao's mother nodded. "Director Huang, the reason why she is mentally ill is because of me." Xiao Chun on the side spoke. "So I should ask the questions on your behalf for this test. If she can pass them all, it means she is really well." "Who are you?" Director Huang looked at Xiao Chun in confusion. "Director Huang, this is her son. He is right. Ms. Zhao's illness is partly caused by Xiao Chun. If she can remain calm and composed when facing Xiao Chun, it means she is really well." Wang Jiang at the side pulled Director Huang aside to explain. Director Huang suddenly realized what was going on. He nodded and said, "Ms. Xiao, is that okay?" "No problem." Although Zhao's mother gnashed her teeth in hatred, she still forced a smile. Even though she knew Xiao Chan was going to cause trouble, she had to agree. "Okay, let's start." Director Huang waved his hand. "Okay, Miss Shao, please fill the bathtub with water. There is a cup and a basin next to you. If I want to drain the water from the bathtub, is it faster to use a cup or a basin?" "Of course, use a basin." Zhao's mother answered without hesitation. "Wrong answer." Xiaoqin glanced at her and said, "A normal person would open the bathtub plug and the water would flow out automatically." Chapter 239. Xiao Chun. "Are you playing tricks on me?" "Xiao Chun, you." Zhao's mother's face changed drastically. "What is this?" Xiao Chun stretched out a finger. "This is a finger." Zhao's mother thought for a moment and answered seriously. "Wrong, this is one." Mother Zhao's pupils shrank slightly, and she forced herself to suppress her anger. "What is this?" Xiao Chun pointed his finger upwards. "Fingers." This time, Zhao's mother thought for a long time before answering. "Wrong, this is the ceiling." Xiao Chun pointed upwards. "Xiao Chun." Zhao's mother's eyes instantly turned red. "Are you kidding me?" Director Huang. "He did it on purpose. This is a normal problem in our mental hospital. It doesn't matter whether it's intentional or not," Director Huang said seriously. "So next, please be quiet." Zhao's mother sat down angrily and stared at Xiao Chun. "I'm going to tell you 3 things. I'm going to ask you questions later, so remember them clearly." Xiao Chun put down the information in his hand and began to play around. National flag, ball, big tree. "Have you remember it clearly?" "Remember it clearly." Zhao's mother said coldly. "Okay, then let's do a simple math problem. What is 100 minus 3? Xiao Chun asked. 97, Zhao's mother replied. Minus 13. 94. Minus 3. 91. Xiao Chun asked and answered until the number was reduced to 79. He suddenly asked again. "What are the 3 things I just told you?" "Answer quickly in 3 seconds." "Yes." Zhao's mother didn't understand for a moment. 3, 2, 1. The countdown is over. Xiao Chun slapped the table and said, "The answer has exceeded the time limit." "Xiao Chun, you're playing tricks on me. You are playing tricks on me." Zhao's mother roared, but she was pressed on the chair. "I'm fine. I'm not excited. Let's continue. Mother Shao was breathing heavily, but her tone was unusually calm. There was even a smile on her face, and it was obvious that she was trying hard to suppress her inner anger. "Very good." Xiao Chun closed the information in his hand and smiled slightly. "Then let's ask some other questions." "You ask." Zhao's mother stared at Xiao Chun. A dog you have raised for many years fell into the water with your son Xiaoming. Who would you save? Mother Zhao's eyes turned red instantly. If your son and your husband were both in the hospital after a car accident and lost too much blood, and your blood type could only save one person, who would you save? Xiaochen approached Zhao's mother with a smile on his face. If your son killed someone, would you perjure him or even help him deal with the crime scene? Mother Zhao's body was shaking violently. Each of the questions Xiao Chun asked was extremely tricky. Comparing her precious son to a dog? Her husband and son were in a car accident? Her son killed someone? Every sentence contained an extremely strong psychological hint, telling her that her son would not have a good ending. This was something she couldn't accept, so she was suppressing her inner rage. But her emotions were on the verge of going crazy. Also, what would you do if your son became a gigolo to make a living? Xiao Chun. Zhao's mother roared. She screamed and pounced on Xiao Chun. She didn't want any assumptions. She didn't want this kind of assumption that was almost like a curse. Her son, Xiao Ming, is perfect and flawless. She would not allow anyone to slander her son like this. The security guards on both sides rushed over in time and held her down. Mother Zhao's eyes were red. She struggled and let out a wild beast-like roar from her throat. The patient failed the stress response test, proving that the patient has no ability to withstand stress. Director Huang looked at Zhao's mother with some pity. It is recommended that the patient continue to be hospitalized for observation and treatment. In view of the sudden increase in the patient's mental stress, it is recommended to increase the injection of neuroleptic drugs. Xiao Chun, I will not let you go, even if I die. Mother Xiao roared and struggled desperately. Xiao Chun did not hide the sneer on his face at all. He made a gesture of wiping his neck towards Zhao's mother. Then he turned and left. He said he would keep her in a mental hospital for the rest of her life. He also said that he wanted her to see with her own eyes how her own son, Xiao Ming, went to hell step by step. Since Xiao Chun said it, he will definitely do it. And Xiao Chun completely gave up the idea of looking for his biological parents through her. Next, she will spend the rest of her life here. Mr. Xiao. Outside the mental hospital, Wang Jiang bowed slightly to Xiao Chun. Have the families of your comrades received compensation? Xiao Chun asked. I have received them all. Several of our comrades died in accidents. Due to some reasons, they were not recognized as martyrs, and their families received limited compensation. Now their families have received the 1 million yuan in pensions funded by you, and you will support their children until they graduate from college. They will rest in peace knowing this. Your deceased comrades were all great people, and I should also support them. Xiao Chun said, that woman is in a mental hospital, and it depends on you to take care of her more. Mr. Xiao, please rest assured. I don't need to use any drugs. I can keep her hospitalized forever with some simple psychological suggestions. Wang Jiang said, thank you again on behalf of my comrades. In the future, work for me. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Wang Jiang is a rare talent. As long as he is here, Zhao's mother will never be able to leave the hospital in her life. Since she won't say it, don't blame Xiao Chun for using other means. If you have any questions in the future, Mr. Xiao, just let me know. I will be there whenever you call. Wang Jiang said. Wang Jiang is a man who values friendship and loyalty. When his comrade-in-arms died in an accident, he transferred here and used almost all of his salary to support his comrade-in-arms family. If it weren't for Xiao Chun, his salary would really be difficult to sustain, so he was willing to work for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded. At this time, Su Xian drove over to pick him up. He got in the car, and the two left the mental hospital together. Su Xian, how many people has the security company recruited now? Xiao Chun asked. Nearly 100. Su Xian replied, and most of them are veterans, and there are also some good fighters in the underworld. The training is all right, but the actual combat is lacking. Let's pick a code name. Xiao Chun thought for a moment and said, select 20 elites and deploy them as special forces. After I arrive in Beijing, I will find a way to get gun licenses for these people. No problem. Su xin zponde witao hestitino. It is extremely difficult to get a gun license in China. If someone else said this, he would sneer. But when Xiao Chun said it, he felt it was natural. Boss, what's the code name? Su xin asket. Let's call it Suanio. Xiao Chun said after thinking for a while. The Book of Songs says, the blackbird was sent by heaven to give birth to the Shang dynasty, which means rebirth and eternal life. Okay, then let's call it Suanio. Su Xi nodded gently. There was a light in Xiao Chen's eyes. His era was about to come. Yanjing, here I come. Chapter 240, There Are Too Many Liars. 3 days later, Xiao Chun took the high-speed train to Yanjing. Also accompanying them was Lin Fong, who was very interested in the medicinal diet project, so he followed Xiao Chun to meet Li Yongyuan. Although Li Yongyuan took over the family business, he was most interested in catering. Especially after Xiao Chun proposed the concept of medicinal diet, he has been thinking about it ever since. The tickets for this train were in short supply, and I couldn't buy a business class ticket, so I sat in first class. Xiao Chun had no requirements for the seat. It would only take 2 hours anyway, so he could just take a short nap in the car and arrive there. Xiao Chun, what do you think of this dish? Lin Fong handed a recipe he had just written to Xiao Chun. Carrots, beef tendons, cistanche desserticula, epimedium brevicornum, etc. are added. The purpose is to nourish the kidney and strengthen the body. This dish is called beef tendon and 3 vegetables porridge. Okay, have you ever considered making a porridge series? Specifically for breakfast? Xiao Chun asked. Good idea. Lin Fong slapped his thigh and immediately took out the medical book and started reading again. As he looked at it, he said, duck meat and mushrooms can be paired together. Duck meat is mild in nature, salty in taste, and enters the lung, stomach, and kidney meridians and is intended to nourish the liver and kidneys. Mutton and cistanche porridge nourishes the kidney and boosts yang, warms the kidney and replenishes deficiency, strengthens yang and warms the spleen. Xiao Chun looked at him with some frustration. How about replacing the mutton with lamb kidneys? The effect will be better. Good idea. Lin Fong slapped his thigh. Sheep waste belongs to the kidney meridian. The effect will be better. Are you done yet? I saw you spent a long time studying porridge early in the morning, and all they were kidney tonifying and yang benefiting porridge. Is your kidney in trouble? Xiao Chun said speechlessly. Well, I just happened to see the chapter on kidney water in the medical classics. I'll change it right away. Lin Fong was stunned, then said this somewhat awkwardly. Okay, you have enough dishes. Let's discuss it first. Don't you understand the principle of good quality over quantity? Xiao Chun said, it's a long-term strategy. Launch a new dish every once in a while. This is the only way to attract a steady stream of customers. It has to be you who knows how to do business. Lin Fong thought so and put down the book in his hand. Fortunately, you don't know how to do business. Otherwise, your clinic would have become the richest in Jiangxing. Xiao Chun glanced at him. No, our medicine and medical expenses are affordable for the general public. Our ancestors stipulated that they cannot exceed the local living standard. Lin Fong shook his head. Our family is different from other families. We only practice medicine and don't make money. Xiao Chun nodded slightly. Lin's Chinese medicine was indeed different from others. The reason why traditional Chinese medicine cannot be promoted nowadays is that there are too many people selling dog meat under the guise of selling mutton. If there were more clinics like Lin's Chinese medicine, why would we worry about the decline of Chinese medicine? Just then, a woman with a child sitting next to her woke up the sleepy child next to her. Shiawi, get up. It's time to take your medicine. The skinny little boy woke up, rubbed his puffy eyes, and sat up. Lin Fong looked at the little boy in surprise. The little boy was sleeping just now, and he didn't notice him. It was not until the little boy sat up that he realized that he was thin and pale. His skin was dark, and he looked listless. Sister, does your child have an epilepsy-related disease? Lin Fong asked out of professional habit. Yeah, how did you know? The woman took out a bottle of water and a pill the size of a pigeon egg in her hand. She looked at Lin Fong with some confusion. I'm a Chinese medicine doctor, and I can tell something from a face-to-face diagnosis. Lin Fong hurried over and stretched out his hand to feel the boy's pulse. His expression changed slightly, and then he looked at the child's tongue. This child has been ill for 3 or 4 years, right? Yes, it's been 3 or 4 years. The woman seemed to have found someone to confide in and began to pour out her grievances. I had a high fever before, which caused encephalitis. After I recovered, I was left with epilepsy. I've taken him to see doctors all over the years, but there hasn't been any good results. I heard there's a Chinese medicine doctor in Pai City who treats epilepsy. I'll take him there to see him. The woman wiped away her tears as she spoke. Every time she took her child to see a doctor, she went there with great hope. But the results were always disappointing, and there were also some scammers who claimed to be Chinese medicine practitioners and swore that the problems were minor. As a result, the money was spent and the treatment was delayed, and the same thing happened this time. That Chinese doctor is very famous, but when I went to see him, I felt that he was no different from the previous person. That's because he didn't find the right person. There are too few good Chinese medicine practitioners. Xiao Chun pointed at Lin Fong and said, Lin Fong, the successor of Jiangshang Lin's Chinese medicine, is known as the Little Medicine King. If you find him, you may have a chance. The woman was stunned and looked at Lin Fong a few more times. Lin Fong was able to accurately describe her son's condition, which showed that he was indeed quite capable. But the other party was too young. In most people's perception, the older the doctor, the more experienced he is. The child's condition has been delayed. It is a bit troublesome, but give me a month and he can be cured. Lin Fong took out paper and pen and prepared to prescribe a prescription for the child. No, thanks. I've already prescribed some medicine for the child. He just needs to take it for a while. Thank you. The woman quickly refused. Sister, I can tell what the ingredients are in the pill in your hand just by smelling it. Lin Fong shook his head. And did he tell you that it is made from precious Chinese medicines such as angelica, ginseng, deer antlers, and Ganoderma lucidum? This, how do you know? The woman was dumbfounded. I can tell you responsibly that, firstly, these medicines are not suitable for the symptoms, and secondly, he definitely would not use these expensive medicines to make pills. Lin Fong said, the pills contain some common drugs such as licorice tablets, mixed with some painkillers and nerve suppressants, which are extremely harmful to the body. Is this true? The woman was trembling as she held the pills in her hand. Sister, please trust him this time. This kind of medicine really can't be taken casually. Xiao Chen also advised. The woman hesitated and still wanted to feed the boy the medicine, but at this moment, the boy suddenly screamed and fell to the ground. His body began to convulse, his mouth and eyes became crooked, and he foamed at the mouth. Shiawi, hurry up and take the medicine. Shiawi, don't scare your mother. The woman screamed in fright. She held the boy and tried to feed the medicine into his mouth. But now the boy's illness has relapsed, and he has no way of taking the medicine. What's wrong with this child? Is this epilepsy? Is there a doctor? The passengers stood up and gathered around. But most people are helpless in this situation. Quick, lay it flat on the ground. Lin Zhang shouted and took out the silver needle. The woman was so frightened that she didn't know what to do. Xiao Chun took the boy and laid him flat in the aisle. Lin Fong took out a silver needle, grabbed the little boy's hand, pricked the middle finger, and squeezed out a little blood. He moved quickly, bleeding from each of the 10 fingers on both hands one by one. This action has the effect of dispelling wind, relieving exterior symptoms, clearing away heat, and purging fire. After bleeding, they took out silver needles and gave him acupuncture. It took a full 5 minutes before the boy recovered. Chapter 241, It's a Small World. We meet again. It's okay. I'm back on track. This young man is amazing. He is so young, and his medical skills are so strong. Master. The passengers on the bus were full of praise for the boy, and the boy's mother cried while holding her child. Okay, it's fine for now. I'll give you a prescription. If you trust me, just follow this prescription. Lin Fong wrote down the prescription and handed it to her. My phone number is on it. I can cure your child. If you figure it out, come find me. In addition, just throw away this fraudulent pill. The child condition has been delayed for a long time. If it is delayed any longer, even gods can't save him. The woman cried and thanked him, holding the child tightly and refusing to let go. At this time, the car arrived at the station, and Lin Fong and Xiao Chun got off together. Okay, I was envious of you for showing off your skills just now. Xiao Chun said with a smile. I feel very heavy. Lin Fong shook his head. Why? Xiao Chun asked. Because of the woman's experience? Yes. Lin Fong sighed. In fact, there are quite a few people who have experienced the same thing as her. In the final analysis, there are too many scammers. Xiao Chun patted his shoulder. It doesn't matter. You are still young. I believe that with your ability, you can change the current situation. Let's go. Someone is here to pick us up. As soon as I walked out of the hall, Li Yongyuan ran over. He rushed over and gave Xiao Chun a bear hug. Xiao Chun, I miss you so much. Don't be like this. I'm a little scared. Xiao Chun subconsciously took a step back. This guy was a little too enthusiastic. He doesn't like men. Haha. I miss you so much that I couldn't control myself for a moment. It can be seen that Li Yongyuan is really happy. Let me introduce you, Lin Fong. I came to Beijing this time to discuss the medicinal diet with you. Xiao Chun pointed at Lin Fong. Hello, Dr. Lin. I've long heard of your name. Li Yongyuan extended his hands enthusiastically. Hello, Mr. Li. I've also heard a lot about you. I really like the dishes in your Han Dynasty. Lin Fong greeted. I never thought that we would be able to work together one day, huh? Okay, let's go. I'll welcome you first. Xiao Chun, I've arranged a place for you to stay. It's near Beijing University, a 20-minute walk away. There are parks and commercial centers nearby. You stay here first. If you're not used to it, I'll move you to another place. Okay. Xiao nodded. How could he not be used to it? Li Yongyuan's family status in Yanjing did not allow him to find a dirty and messy place to live. Li Yongyuan pulled the two of them into the car. The Han Dynasty also has several stores in Yanjing, and Li Yongyuan took the two of them straight to the flagship store. The Han Dynasty in Yanjing had just opened for business. Before Li Yongyuan returned to Beijing, he asked someone to set up his store in Yanjing. The decoration of this store is restored according to the style of Jiangsheng, and the decoration style is very grand. They also invited a famous feng shui master for guidance and placed two huge stone lions at the door. Most people wouldn't dare to play like this. After all, not everyone can control this thing. However, there was nothing wrong with Li Yongyuan's behavior. After all, the status of the Li family in Yanjing was not something that could be said casually. Xiao, how about my place? Walking into the box, Li Yongyuan asked several people to sit down. I'm not well educated, so I can only say one thing. Awesome. Xiao gave a thumbs up. Aha, you're a recommended student of Beijing University, and you still say that you are not well educated? According to you, we are illiterate. Li Yongyuan laughed and asked someone to serve the food. He said mysteriously, the dishes here are different from those in Jiangsheng. Firstly, they cater to local tastes. Secondly, after all, this is the only place where we can hire the royal chef. Now that you say that, I'm going to try it. In the past, only the emperor could eat it. Xiao also became excited. Of course. Brother Lin Fong, I have read all your recipes in pharmacology. Li Yongyuan changed the subject and took out a document. I will compile some of it into a book as a new series of recipes. Take a look at it. Okay, let's study it. Lin Fong also became excited and took the recipe. The two of them began to study it carefully. After studying for most of the day, we finally decided on more than 50 dishes, ranging from cold dishes to stir-fried dishes, and from main dishes to soups. The two of them looked at the menu over and over again, studied it for a long time, and finally were satisfied. Okay, brother, since you are investing with your technology, I will give you 15% of the shares. When a new store opens, you will be a shareholder. Li Yongyuan said with a smile. Of course, Lin Fong had no problem with that. He was happy to invest in the technology without having to worry about anything. Xiao, would you like to give it a try? Li Yongyuan asked. Of course, I'll pay 5 million, and you can decide on the shares. Xiao said with a smile. 30% of the shares will be given to you. The remaining 55% will be mine, and 5% will be reserved for employees. Li Yongyuan finalized it immediately. He called Xiao and Lin Fong. The food is here, eat. Hey, if my old man knew about this, he's going to scold me for not doing my job properly. It's difficult. If you had inherited the family property honestly, no one would have said a word to you, but you insisted on making trouble. Xiao laughed. A rich young man like you can't understand the hardships of children from ordinary families. Really, if others had your wealth, they would have been laid down long ago. Lin Fong also laughed. Come on, let's have a drink. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Li Yongyuan was in a very good mood, and he raised his glass. By the way, how is Angkor? Xiao asked after putting down his wine glass. The operation has been done. It was very successful, and he is recovering well, said Li Yongyuan. I didn't tell you because you were busy with the competition. Don't worry. Okay, I'll go see him later. Xiao said. After dinner, Lin Fong went to the hotel, and Xiao and Li Yongyuan went to the hospital together. Although this hospital is not a professional cancer hospital, the cancer team at Leeds is well known internationally. Li Yongyuan went to park the car, and Xiao was waiting for him in front of the outpatient building. But at this moment, Xiao walked over from not far away. Xiao, when she saw Xiao, she couldn't help but be surprised, and then the expression on her face immediately turned into anger. Why are you here? She stared at Xiao with a wary look. Is this hospital owned by your family? Xiao stared at Xiao as if she was an idiot. He couldn't help but look at the test report in Xiao hand. This test report was an early pregnancy test. Xiao quickly put the test report in her hand behind her back and said coldly, What are you doing in Yanjing? Studying. I was admitted to Beijing University. Shouldn't I be here? Xiao retracted his gaze. Are you pregnant? It's none of your business. Xiao expression changed. It's really none of my business. Xiao nodded. If you think someone like Lihao is someone you can entrust your life to, then go ahead. Chapter 242, It's Better to Be Low-Key. Xiao, what do you want to do? At this moment, Lihao hurried over. He protected Xiao behind him and looked at Xiao with a wary look. What can I do? It was just a chance encounter. Shao Chun glanced at Lihao. Come to Yanjing? Haha, Shao Chun, just wait and see how I kill you. Lihao sneered. He said that Yanjing was his home base and his father ran a law firm. Moreover, he has a pretty good network of contacts. As long as Shao Chun dares to come here, he will never let Shao Chun go. So, how are you going to kill me? Shao Chun looked at him with pity in his eyes. Haha, Shao Chun, you probably don't know that this is not Jiangcheng, this is Yanjing. Lihao sneered. His eyes were full of pity when he looked at Shao Chun, as if he wanted to kill Shao Chun as easily as pinching an ant. That's right, this is Yanjing, not Jiangcheng. What's wrong? Shao Chun's eyes were also full of interest. My family has been in Yanjing for many years, and we know all kinds of people. Lihao tilted his head and stared at Shao Chun. How do you think I should kill you? I'm afraid you can't kill me. Shao Chun shook his head and said, Lihao, to be honest, I don't regard you as an opponent at all. You think we are mortal enemies, but that's just your wishful thinking. People like you are not even qualified to be my opponent. Really? I'll have someone deal with you right now. Let's see how crazy you can get. Lihao sneered. He picked up his cell phone and was about to call someone. Shao Qian on the side looked at Shao Chun with disgust, but she did not stop Lihao. On the contrary, she hoped that Shao Chun would disappear more than Lihao. However, the call was not made as Li Yongyuan, who had parked the car, walked over. Shao Chun, let's go and meet Angkor. Li Yongyuan waved to Shao Chun from distance. Okay, I'll finish dealing with things here later. Shao Chun said with a smile. What's the matter? Li Yongyuan was stunned. Looking at Li Hao's unfriendly expression, he realized that things were not simple. What's wrong, Shao Chun? Is someone causing trouble for you? Look, this guy named Li Hao is the local boss here. He can kill me in Yanjing in a matter of minutes. Shao Chun pointed at Li Hao. Hey, let me see who dares to speak to my brother in such a loud tone. Where are you from? Li Yongyuan was not happy. He looked at Li Hao unhappily. He knew all the third-generation Reds in the circle, but he had never seen this kind of person. I don't know where this person came from, but how dare he speak so arrogantly? Are you Mr. Li? Li Hao was stunned the moment Li Yongyuan appeared. Although everyone has the surname Li, the Li from the Hanyuan Li family in Yanjing is destined to be incomparable to ordinary people. Li Hao's family could only barely survive in Yanjing, but compared with Li Yongyuan's family background, it was really nothing. My last name is Li, but there are many people with the last name Li in Yanjing. I don't know if I am the young master Li you're talking about. Li Yongyuan said unhappily. Misteri Yim Li Hao. My family owns Jincheng Law Firm. We met 5 or 6 years ago when you were still in Beijing. Li Hao's face suddenly smiled like a blooming chrysanthemum. My father's lawyer team is also the legal advisor of your company, and we have reached a cooperation agreement with Mr. Li, and we're going to renew the contract for 5 years. Li Hao said this and extended his hand enthusiastically, trying to get closer to Li Yongyuan. But Li Yongyuan ignored the hand he extended and questioned, I'm asking you, why are you speaking so harshly? Do you know that Shao Chun is my brother? This. Li Hao looked a little embarrassed. His father's Jincheng law firm is quite famous and has represented many companies in legal issues. But most of the cases involving the Li Group involve intellectual property and patent issues, and the profits from such lawsuits are enormous. Moreover, the Li family is the largest client of their Jincheng law firm, and he cannot afford to offend Li Yongyuan. You'd better apologize to my brother. Li Yongyuan looked a little unhappy. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that our Li Group's partner will still be Jincheng in the next 5 years. No, Mr. Li, it was all a misunderstanding. Li Hao's face turned pale, and he quickly smiled and said, I apologize, Shao Chun. I was wrong just now. Please don't mind it. Since you're Mr. Li's friend, then we are all family. We will inevitably have dealings in the future. Shao Chun glanced at Li Hao. He felt that Li Hao was a man of character who could bend and stretch himself. Moreover, there is no difference between these hooligans who exploit legal loopholes and the trash who operate in the gray area. Shao Chun, Li Hao has already apologized to you. What else do you want? Seeing that Shao Chun didn't say anything, Shao Qian became a little angry. Now Li Hao is her heaven, and she can't bear to see Li Hao suffer any grievance. Shao Chun glanced at her and then smiled. He apologized to me. Should I accept it? Let me put it this way. I usually don't hold grudges. But if I do, there's no turning back. Then what do you want? Shao Qian looked at Shao Chun angrily. Pa! Shao Chun slapped Li Hao. The slap was so powerful that it directly knocked Li Hao's eyes out. Li Hao even spat out a bloody tooth. Shao Chun, are you crazy? Shao Qian pushed Shao Chun away and hurried to help Li Hao. Lihao, how are you? As she spoke, she took out her cell phone and was about to call the police, but was stopped by Lihao. He forced a smile and said, "It's okay. No need to call the police, I'll handle it myself." "But you're bleeding. Call the police. I want him to go to jail." Shao Qian shouted. "I said it's okay, I can handle it." Lihao comforted Shao Qian, then walked up to Shao Chun. "Shao Chun, come again if you're not satisfied. It's okay. I have a thick skin and can handle it. I remember when I slapped you before. You said you would let me know how expensive that slap was." Shao Chun grinned. "In the end, I didn't spend a dime on that slap, and you lost your lawyer's license because of it. This slap knocked out one of your teeth. That's already a minor injury, right? Otherwise, you can sue me and sentence me to a few years. This slap didn't hurt at all, not that serious." Lihao wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. "Okay, good. You're flexible." Shao Chun gave a thumbs up. "In this case, let's forget about this matter. I won't bother with you." "Thank you then," Lihao said, bowing slightly to Shao Chun, then pulled the angry Shao Qian away. "Lihao, why did you let him go? You could have sent him to jail." Shao Qian felt distressed when she saw the blood at the corner of Lihao's mouth. She took a tissue and wiped the blood from Lihao's lips. Chapter 243, You May Have Made the Wrong Choice. "It's okay. As a man, you should be able to bend and stretch." Lihao smiled indifferently. "I really underestimated Shao Chun. He can even make friends with a person like Li Yongyuan. Hey, he is really a tough nut to crack. So what? Just because he knows a lot of people, can he beat anyone up?" Shao Qian was still angry. "You don't understand." Lihao held her hand. "The law will always restrict ordinary people. The Han Yuanli family is destined to be something I can never rival, even if I flatter them for the rest of my life. Well, it's better to be born well. What should we do in the future?" Shao Qian held his face with heartache. "It's okay. If he can't come openly, we can deal with him secretly. Don't worry, we will always find a way to deal with him." Lihao held her hand. Then he took out the test report, his face filled with a father's smile. He put his ear to Shao Qian's belly. "I heard the sound of the baby in there. It's only been a month. How could you hear it?" Shao Qian said angrily, but she was also delighted by Lihao's cautious and gentle manner. "You don't understand. This is a conversation between us father and son across the air." Lihao shook his head. "How do you know it's a boy before we even check?" Shao Qian was stunned. "It has to be a boy. It has to be a boy. Qian, come home and live with me. My parents dream of having a grandson." But, Shao Qian was stunned. She was not ready for the moment. "Don't worry. Just be a future mother and leave the rest to me." Lihao kissed her forehead gently. "I want our child to be the happiest child in the world. I also want you to be the happiest mother in the world." "Really?" Shao Qian was deeply moved. She blurted out, "Lihao, let's get married?" "Get married?" Lihao was stunned. "Yes, I already have your child. I want to give birth to him. Shouldn't we get married?" Shao Qian was still immersed in the emotion. "We must get married, but not now. I have to find a way to deal with Shao Chen now." Lihao touched her head and said, "Don't worry. I will give you a name before the child is born, but it's not appropriate now. Come home with me now and meet my parents. We can talk about other things later." "Yeah." Shao Qian nodded heavily. Lihao's home is in the suburbs, a townhouse. Lihao's mother was in her 40s, dressed in jewels and precious stones, and had a wealthy face, the image of a wealthy lady. She looked Shao Qian up and down, not hiding the disgust in her eyes at all. How? Your vision is getting worse and worse. Do you really bring any kind of woman home?" "Mommy." Lihao stepped forward and put his arm around Shao Jie's waist. "Qian is different from other girls. I'm sure you'll like her." "Okay, it's indeed different. Her background is better than those nightclub girls." Shao Jie glanced at Shao Qian and said, "But once you enter our Li family, you must abide by our Li family's rules. Dressing well and respecting your parents-in-law are the most basic things. No matter how rich you were before, once you enter our Li family, you have to learn how to wash clothes and cook. You can't come to the table without our permission, and—" Shao Qian opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but stopping herself. She had never experienced a day like this before. "Do I have to follow so many rules before I even enter the door?" She hesitated for a moment. "Mom, let's talk about these rules later. Qian hasn't married yet and—" Lihao whispered in her ear, "She is pregnant with your eldest grandson." "Oh, really?" Shao Jie's eyes suddenly lit up. She immediately stood up, took Shao Qian's hand, and looked at her lower abdomen. "It's too early to tell, but it's definitely a son." "Oh, our Li family has a successor. Shao Qian, you are so lucky. It is your blessing to be pregnant with Hao Hao's child." You must learn to be grateful in the future. Qian, my mother is very easy to deal with. You will know it when you get to know her more. Lihao smiled and said, you can rest assured and take care of your pregnancy at our home. Leave the rest to me. Okay. Shao Qian nodded and called out timidly. Andy. Okay, I'll have someone clean up your room, but there's a rule in our family that a daughter-in-law who hasn't married into the family can't live upstairs. Li Jia said slowly. Besides, there are no vacant rooms on the first floor. There's a nanny's room in the basement. You can stay there first. Shao Qian was stunned. Did they want her to live in the basement? She couldn't help but look at Lihao, hoping that Lihao could say something for her. But Lihao said as if it was a matter of course. Clean up the room quickly. Just ask Aunt Wang to buy anything you need. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Well, when will you come back? Shao Qian couldn't hide her inner disappointment. It's hard to say. Have a good rest, and don't think too much. Lihao kissed her forehead lightly and left. Auntie Wang, take her to the basement. Li Jia turned and left without even looking at her. A nanny in her 50s came over and took her to the basement. The room is a bit messy. You can clean it up yourself. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at Shao Qian. This room has no windows. Are there any other rooms? Shao Qian looked around and frowned. This is a basement. This is the room where Shao Qian used to live. It was dim, dark, and damp. It's the only room. If you don't want to live here, you can sleep on a bed near the dog cage in the yard. Aunt Wang was not polite at all. Why do you talk like that? I'm Lihao's girlfriend. Shao Qian felt furious. Lihao's mother has an arrogant attitude, but she is her future mother-in-law. But Aunt Wang is just a nanny. Why does she treat me like this? That's funny. Do you really think you're Lihao's only girlfriend? Do you really think young Master Li will marry you? Aunt Wang sneered. Your belly is so big that you can't even get through the door. Do you really think of yourself as a young lady? If you want to live here, you should be content and humble yourself. Huh, you have a good family background? You got pregnant after knowing each other for a short time. You're no different from those nightclub girls, right? Wang Ma said this and left, not giving her any chance to react. Looking at the dim room in front of her, Shao Qian burst into tears. She didn't know if she had really made the right choice. But her current life seems to be different for what she imagined. It has been more than a week since Wu Zitsong's surgery, and he has recovered well. It's just that he used to be a fat man weighing 200 pounds, but now he has lost a lot of weight. Brother Wu, it's rare to see you lose weight. Shao Qian laughed. You know what? You look much more handsome after losing weight. You don't know this, Shao Qian. When I was young, I was also a famous handsome young man in the local area. Wu Zitsong recovered well. Chapter 244 New Discovery. He joked, the girl who chased me back then could spin around in a circle on the school playground. Unfortunately, he was later fascinated by your sister-in-law, so it was natural for them to be together. The woman who was peeling fruit couldn't help but glared at him. You don't feel any pain now, but who was in so much pain a few days ago? The woman was Wu Zitsong's wife Zhou Li, and it was the first time she and Shao Qian met. Sister-in-law, Brother Wu is well taken care of by you. Shao Qian said with a smile. Brother Wu, please don't make sister-in-law angry. Otherwise, we'll take care of you. Hee hee. This is the good thing about your sister-in-law. She's very gentle and caring. I'm so lucky. Wu Zitsong opened his mouth and ate fruit. Zhou Li peeled and cut the fruit and brought it to his mouth. Her care was truly meticulous. You're old, can you be serious? Zhou Li glared at him. Then she smiled and said to Shao Qian, Shao Qian, old Wu often mentions you. He admires you so much when he talks about you. He said that he has been doing business for so many years and he has never seen anyone as talented as you. Brother Wu really praises me. Actually, it's just luck, Shao Qian said with a smile. Luck? Don't be too modest. Not everyone is lucky enough to be admitted to Beijing University. My son is only in primary school this year. I'll be very lucky if he can achieve half of your success by then. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Your child will definitely surpass mine, Shao Qian said with a smile. After chatting with Wu Zitsong and his wife about family matters in the ward for an hour, Shao Qian said goodbye. Li Yongyuan had something to do and rushed back to the company. Shao Qian got the key to his residence and a Mercedes-Benz for transportation. As soon as I went downstairs from the ward, I saw a woman yelling at a man. Wang, yeah, are you still a man? I've been with you for 8 years, from college graduation to now. I'm already 30 this year. I can't wait any longer. The woman was very emotional. She yelled at Wang, yeah. Why don't you think about yourself and me? If I don't give birth to this child, I will be an older mother. What do I want from you? Can you please give up your unrealistic dream and find a job? A man, wearing thick glasses and ordinary clothes, was scolded by a woman and could not even raise his head. He looked frustrated, and he kept pulling the woman's clothes and saying nice things. Lily, I was wrong. I beg you not to abort the baby. Let's get married and have a baby, okay? How are you going to raise you after you're born? Just because you spend every day in that crappy place welding your scrap copper and iron? The woman's eyes were red. The man ignored the looks from passersby and just pleaded in a low voice. My research and development is already 70% complete. I'm connecting with someone. As long as the other party is willing to invest, we will have money. Lily, can you trust me again? Either you throw those bastards away, or I leave. I'll give you 3 days to think about it. The woman pushed the man away with red eyes. If I don't get your reply in 3 days, you will never see me again. The woman said this and left resolutely, while the man, named Wang Guangye, squatted on the ground and buried his head weakly in his arms. A penny can make a hero fall, but the name Wang Guangye is extremely loud in Xiao Chen's ears. In his previous life, Wang Guangye, who is known as the father of bionic robots, launched the Airy 1, which revolutionized the intelligent robot market. This is a real robot that has changed human life, and the robots it creates have changed human life. From small smart pet dogs and automated robotic arms to large bionic robots, they cover military industry, aerospace, and daily life. But now he is still in the stage of asking for help from others. Because his thinking and ideas were too advanced, no one was optimistic about his products. Wang Guangye. Xiao Chen walked up to him and called out tentatively. I am, who are you? Wang Guangye looked at Xiao Chen in front of him with some confusion. My name is Xiao Chen, and I'm a student at Beijing University. Are you developing a bionic robot? From bionic body shape to AI intelligence. Yes, what's wrong? Wang Guangye asked. I want to go and take a look. If you are sure it is what I want, I can invest in you. Xiao Chen said. You? Wang Guangye didn't quite believe Xiao Chen. After all, he is just a student, and the subsequent or de-investment in his project is astronomical. That's right. Xiao Chen nodded. As a student, how much can you invest? Wang Guangye smiled bitterly. I can afford a 9-digit investment. Xiao Chen smiled slightly. Can you invest 100 million? Wang Guangye was surprised. Not only that, the prerequisite is that your stuff is what I want. Xiao Chen said confidently. Seeing his hesitation, Xiao Chen asked again, the woman just now was your girlfriend, right? She has been with you for 8 years without any regrets. But what have you given her in these 8 years? If you don't make some progress, you will never see her again. Or you could take a gamble and bet that I, as a student, can let you freely perform in the field you are good at. Wang Guangye was stunned for a moment, thinking about his girlfriend who had been with him through 8 years of hardship. He gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll take you to my studio. He decided to try his luck. After all, Xiao Chen in front of him didn't look like a simple student. The studio was a factory building in the suburbs, where Xiao Chen saw 3 skeletons that had been polished into shape. Wang Guangye talked incessantly about his ideas about bionic intelligence. To outsiders, this is just nonsense because current technology cannot support Wang Guangye's vision. But Xiao Chen listened with great interest because Wang Guangye's technology successfully attracted national attention at the upcoming Intelligent AI exhibition. This technology has also received support from the country and has developed rapidly. 50 million, I'll buy all your technologies. Xiao Chen suddenly interrupted him. What did you say? Wang Guangye's mind went blank as he was speaking. I said 50 million to buy out your technology and set up an artificial intelligence company. I will invest 100 million in the early stage to support your research and development. In addition, if you are hired as the chief technology officer, you don't have to worry about anything else. You only need to gather a team to carry out research and development. And in addition to the $1 million annual salary, I will also give you 20% of the company's shares. Are you serious? Wang Guangye's mind went blank. Seriously, give me your bank account number and I'll transfer you a 5 million deposit on the spot. We'll then draft a contract and sign the formal contract. Xiao Chen asked for Wang Guangye's account and transferred 5 million yuan directly using his mobile phone. Looking at the balance shown on the text message, Wang Guangye bit his arm hard. It hurt, it really did. Chapter 245, The Joy of Success. He slowly squatted on the ground, biting his hand and letting out a suppressed cry. He began to have his own ideas and preliminary concepts while he was in school. It has been 10 years since then. God knows how much suffering he has endured and how much contempt he has suffered in these 10 years. No one was optimistic about his results, and some even thought he was a liar. But only he himself knows how much effort he has put into the bionic intelligent robot. I'm transferring 5 million because my bank card limit is 5 million. I'll come to you tomorrow with a formal contract. Xiao Chun patted his shoulder and said, what you need to do is to gather a team and complete the progress to more than 85%. Please rest assured, I won't let you down. Wang Guangye said solemnly. Then he remembered something important. The other party transferred the 5 million yuan as he pleased, and he had already decided to follow the other party for the rest of his life. But now he still doesn't know the other person's name? This is a bit unreasonable. My name is Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun saw what he was thinking and smiled. Go find your girlfriend. Give her a perfect wedding and tell her that her 8 years have not been wasted. Wang Guangye nodded, bowed deeply to Xiao Chun, then picked up his cell phone and made a call. At the same time, he ran out frantically. Lily, wait a minute. I will marry you right now. I will give you a complete family. And you give birth to the child, okay? Watching Wang Guangye running out for his life, Xiao Chun couldn't help but smile, and then left. Lin stayed in the hotel for a few days and settled the matter of the medicinal diet before going back. Xiao Chun went to the residence that Li Yongyuan found for him. A residential area with a pretty good environment, on the 9th floor with an elevator, with 3 bedrooms and a living room. In a place like Yanjing where every inch of land is valuable, the rent here is not cheap. However, Li Yongyuan said that the house was idle in his family, so Xiao Chun lived there with peace of mind. The house is everything you need. You can move in with just your luggage. Xiao Chun lay in bed and had a sound sleep. When he woke up, it was already late. I went out for a stroll, visited Peking University, and then went to the nearby business district. Seeing that it was getting late, Xiao Chun sent a voice message to Song Zian and attached his location. The other party sent the video almost immediately. Xiao Chun answered the video and said with a smile, did you miss me? Xiao Chun, where are you now? Are you in Yanjing? Song Zian's tone was anxious, as if he couldn't believe it. Yes, you see, this place is near Dayu City. Are you far from here? Xiao Chun switched on the camera of his mobile phone. He held the phone and looked around the surroundings, finally stopping at the sign of the shopping mall. Ah, where did you come to Yanjing? Song Zian was very happy. Originally, I left Jiangxing in a huff to teach Shao Chun a lesson. Humph, I'll make things unclear between you and Sumuyu. But after being away for a few days, this bastard Shao Chun didn't even call me. This made Song Zian even angrier. She wanted to contact Shao Chun, but she couldn't bring herself to do it. But I didn't expect that this guy would give me a surprise today. I just arrived today. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Why? You don't plan to come and see me? Send me the location and I'll be there right away. Song Zian didn't hesitate at all. Okay, I'll send you the location. Xiao Chun sent out a location. After Song Zian hung up the phone, he rushed over to Xiao Chun. After waiting for more than half an hour, Song Zian finally arrived. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you were coming to Yanjing? Song Zian grabbed Xiao Chun's hand, a look of joy on her face. A surprise for you. Xiao Chun lifted her hair and said, how is it? Are you happy here in Yanjing? It's good, but it gets a bit boring after a while. Song Zian said with a smile. Did you come to Yanjing early, just for me? What do you think? Xiao Chun gave her a look and let her figure it out for herself. Song Zian didn't say anything. She just held Xiao Chun's hand and laughed. She looked so happy that it was hard to describe. Zian, is this your classmate? At this moment, a gentle voice came from behind. Xiao Chun looked behind Song Zian in some surprise. There was a man and a woman standing behind her, and they looked like brother and sister. His eyes fell on the girl. She was in her early 20s, with a smile on her face and eyes like bright pearls. His eyes fell on Xiao Chun like a spring breeze. You are. A few moments flashed through Xiao Chun's mind. In his previous life, he knew the girl in front of him, but for some reason he couldn't remember anything about her. He just felt that the girl in front of him had a close connection with him. But for some reason he forgot about her. Damn it, she was obviously very important to him, but why did he forget about her? Seeing Xiao Chun thinking hard, the girl's eyes dimmed slightly. Then she arched her eyebrows and stretched out her hand to Xiao Chun, her eyes smiling. Hello, my name is Shanzi. Her eyes looked straight into Xiao Chun's, as if they penetrated through the thick clouds, and as if they had passed through thousands of years, striking his soul directly. Hello, I'm Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and gently held her hand. The moment their fingertips touched, some distorted and unclear images flashed through Xiao Chun's mind again. These things that should have been deeply imprinted in his mind are now unusually vague. He tried desperately to recall what happened between him and the girl, but all he felt in return was a piercing pain in his mind. Helpless, he had to give up. He just stared into the girl's eyes with a confused expression. Do we know each other? Maybe we know each other? The girl looked at Xiao Chun, a hint of unnaturalness flashing across her brows. This is my cousin. She's in the same department as you and is currently studying for her master's degree. Many of the physics projects in your department of physics at Beijing University were funded by her family. Song Zian introduced them to the others. This is my cousin, Shunjin. Shunjin. Xiao Chen's mind buzzed, and he couldn't help but look at the boy in front of him. The boy was about the same age as him, with a smile on his face and a pair of clear and innocent eyes. It can be seen that his eyes are not embellished by the world, as clear and simple as a child, and ignorant of worldly affairs. Shunjin, the silly young master of the Shun family in Yanjing, because he had a high fever when he was a child, his IQ remained at the level of an 8-year-old. In the previous life, Xiao Chun and Shunjin did not have much interaction, but he knew that he awakened overnight and led the Shun group through the crisis. Within 10 years, the Shun family's financial strength jumped to the top 3 in China. Yes, my name is Shunjin, and you're Xiao Chun? Shunjin's voice was filled with a hint of innocence. I heard from Sister Z, Yan, that you are very capable. Can we be good friends? Of course, I'm older than you. How about you call me Brother Chun? Xiao Chun established a relationship with Shunjin without hesitation. Chapter 246, Shun Family Brothers. He stepped forward and put his arm around Shunjin's shoulders in a friendly manner. I just came to Yanjing, and I'm really not familiar with this place. Can you take me out to play? Of course, no problem. Let's make a pinky promise, and we'll be friends. Shunjin stretched out his hand. Xiao Chun stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. Okay, we'll be friends from now on. I'll take you out to play. Yanjing is very big, and there are many fun places, including a wildlife park and an amusement park. Universal's Magic Castle is magical, and you can even meet Harry Potter riding a broomstick inside. There are also Transformers and Minions. Also, there's a shop in North City that sells really delicious vanilla cakes. Shunjin kept sharing delicious and fun things with Xiao Chun, and Xiao Chun kept nodding with a curious look. Song Zian, who was standing by, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Xiao Chun like this. Shunjin is her cousin. He has few friends because his IQ is only that of an 8-year-old. After all, for people of his age, the world now is completely different from his. Xiao Chun could actually chat with him so happily without any disgust. Xiao Chun turned out to be a guest. We can't let guests stand here. Shanzi said, let's find a restaurant and sit down and have a good chat, okay? Okay, Brother Xiao Chun. I'll take you to eat roast duck. Shunjin held Xiao Chun and said enthusiastically, people from other places only recognize brands, but the ones there are not delicious. I know a roast duck restaurant that's a century-old shop. They roast duck really well. Their stew is also delicious. I'll take you there. Okay, thank you then. Xiao Chun said with a smile. You're welcome, we are friends. Shunjin patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and led him in front. Sister, I'm hungry too, let's go quickly. Song Zian hurriedly chased after him. Shunzi stood there without moving. She looked at Xiao Chen's receding back, and her eyes gradually became complicated. I forgot everything except you, and you remembered everything except me. Is it true that, between us, as the Taoist priest said, we are destined to be apart? Staring blankly at the familiar figure, Shunzi's eyes were gentle. Suddenly, she felt a sharp pain in her chest, and her body trembled with severe pain. She felt a pain in her stomach and started coughing violently. She covered her mouth with her hands until the physical discomfort slowly eased. When he opened his hand, he saw a trace of blood on the palm. Sister, please hurry up. I am hungry. Shunjin shouted in front. Here it comes. Shunzi calmed himself down and concealed his physical discomfort. She took out a tissue and carefully wiped the blood off her palm, then took a few quick steps and caught up with Xiao Chun and the others. A century-old shop that serves traditional oven-roasted duck with extremely high requirements for the duck and the heat. The best Tian duck has the best meat quality after being raised for 60 days. After making the dough and baking it, the chef uses exquisite knife skills to slice it into slices before serving. Thin pancakes and secret sweet noodle sauce, delicious. Shunjin looked at the chef slicing the roast duck with envy. After it was served on the table, he couldn't wait to push the delicious food to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, try it quickly. Okay, thank you. Xiao Chun nodded, wrapped the roast duck, and then dipped it in a portion of sauce. It tasted sweet, and he kept nodding his head. It's delicious, really delicious. Xiao Jin likes the roast duck here the most. Come, eat more. Song Zian said with a smile. Their braised pork has the flavor of a century-old shop. You should try it too. Shanzi picked out the coriander and pushed a portion of braised pork next to Shao Chun. Thank you. Shao Chun nodded and thanked him. He picked up a piece of braised food and put it in his mouth. Hey, sister, how do you know Shao Chun doesn't eat coriander? Song Zian asked in surprise. I think Shao Chun and I are the same type of people, so I think he probably doesn't like coriander either. Shanzi said with a smile. Ms. Shun. Shao Chun looked directly at Shanzi, a trace of confusion in his eyes. Have we known each other before? I always feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Really? Shanzi's eyes lit up. I think so too. We know each other. You two must have met somewhere before. The expressions on your faces when you meet are both weird. Maybe it's fate from your previous life. Song Zian said unintentionally while picking up some food. Shao Chen's heart trembled slightly. Song Zian's unintentional words caused him to think deeply. Miss Shun, Shao Chen spoke. You could just call me by my name. We are all family. No need to be so polite. Shanzi interrupted him. Okay. Shao Chen nodded. He stared at Shanzi. Are you feeling unwell somewhere? You look pale, and your triple burner is not functioning properly. Do you usually have symptoms of palpitations and sweating? Hey, Shao Chun, do you also know medicine? Shinjin asked. I learned some from my master. Shao Chun said. Sister, are you feeling unwell? Shao Chen's friend is a very good doctor. Song Zian asked with concern when she heard it. No, I'm fine. Maybe it's because I spend too much time in the lab. Shanzi shook his head. You really don't feel uncomfortable anywhere? Shao Chun asked again. Really not. Thank you for your concern. Shanzi smiled casually. Shao Chun nodded. Since she didn't say anything, he didn't ask any more questions. It was a very pleasant meal. The restaurant that Shinjin liked was indeed good. The taste is very authentic. After all, it is a century-old shop. The taste is much better than those shops that are hyped up on the internet. After finishing their meal, the Shun siblings went back first. Song Zian and Shao Chun hadn't seen each other for several days, so Song Zian accompanied Shao Chun to the night market. She took Shao Chen's arm and they walked on the street together. The night was alluring, and the two chatted a lot about school, philosophy, and the future. Did your cousin Shinjin suffer from this condition because of a fever when he was a child? Shao Chen asked. Yes, when I was 8 years old, I had a high fever. I consulted many famous doctors in Beijing, but none of them could bring down my fever. Song Zian nodded. The high fever lasted for several days and finally subsided, but the IQ has remained at that of an 8-year-old. Over the years, my aunt and uncle have taken him to see many famous doctors, but they couldn't cure him. Maybe Lin Fong has a way. Let's look for Lin Fong some other day and see if he has any good idea. Shao Chun said thoughtfully. Okay, thank you, Shao Chun. Song Zian turned her head and looked into Shao Chen's eyes. What are you thanking me for? Shao Chun asked with a smile. Thank you for not looking down on Shunjin and being willing to make friends with him. Song Zian said. You don't know. He doesn't have many friends of his age. He is your cousin, and also my cousin. It is only natural for me to be friends with him and help him. Shao Chun said with a smile. Don't be polite to me. Besides, you have to believe that God is fair, even if he just closes someone's window for a while. But I believe that one day, this window will open. By the way, do you know my cousin? Song Zian asked again. Chapter 247, you are really lingering. I don't know her. This is the first time I see her. But I don't know why. But I always feel that she is very familiar. Shao Chun shook his head, his expression a little confused. I felt that the way she looked at you was strange. I really thought you two knew each other. Song Zian said. Familiar, but I don't recognize him. Shao Chun searched his memory, trying to search for information about Shanzi from the memories of the previous life. But still nothing was found. After he died in a previous life, his obsession never died, and he kept hanging around the Shao family all day long, refusing to leave. Until Shao Ming set fire to the entire Shao family, and everyone was reduced to ashes. So he really doesn't pay much attention to the people or things around him. Whenever he thought about these things, he felt a headache, so he could only put his energy aside and stop thinking about them for the time being. After shopping with Song Zian until midnight, Shao Chun was thinking about setting up a new company. He doesn't have the energy to do everything by himself, so it seems like it's time to find a capable assistant to help him handle these things. After parking the car and reaching the door of the unit, he saw a figure walking towards him. It was already very late at this time. Although this was in the imperial capital and the security was relatively guaranteed, Shao Chun was still surprised and looked at the other party vigilantly. However, a fragrant breeze blew towards me. It was a woman. And, under the dim light, after seeing the other person's appearance clearly, Xiao Chun was surprised. He blurted out, Sumuyu? Why are you here? I came here specially to see you. Sumuyu seemed a little happy when he saw Xiao Chun. No, why are you looking for me? And how did you know I was here? Xiao Chun calmed himself down. Although they were both in Peking University and in the same department, Peking University was so big that he felt that he might not be able to meet Sumuyu. But is this world really that small? No, it's not that the world is small. She came here on purpose to find me. How did you know I was here? I asked someone. Sumuyu felt a little embarrassed. Who are you looking for? Lin Fong. Xiao Chun guessed it instantly. He gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard betrayed him? He saw Sumuyu holding something in his hand again. Sumuyu quickly raised what he was holding. This is the midnight snack I prepared for you. You? You prepared a midnight snack for me? Xiao Chen stared at her face and asked word by word. Yes. Sumuyu was a little embarrassed and shy. This is my first time doing it. I'm not very good at it. Please don't despise me. No, I hate it. Xiao Chun ruthlessly refused. Sumuyu, tell me, what do you want to do? I had some misunderstandings about you before. Sumuyu said with difficulty. Is she being tactful? As a girl, it's not like she has feelings for a boy. Would she cook for him in the middle of the night? No, you didn't misunderstand me. You will still look at me the same way you did before. It doesn't matter. I want to repair our relationship. Sumuyu stared at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun shook his head. Our relationship is not as good as you think, so you don't have to please me so much. We can repair our relationship. Anyway, I've made it. Try it and see if it tastes good. If it doesn't taste good, I'll change it. Sumuyu was not discouraged and directly stuffed the thing in his hand into Xiao Chen's hand. Why don't you give this thing to Xiao Ming? He happens to be in Yanjing too. He will definitely be happy. Xiao Chun returned the thing in his hand as if he had been electrocuted. Are you kidding? This woman must be crazy. It's okay. I'll come again tomorrow. Sumuyu was not discouraged at all. Her temper was surprisingly good. Sumuyu, how about I introduce you to a friend? Xiao Chun said helplessly. He was really convinced. What friends? Sumuyu was stunned. A friend I just met, a very simple big boy, about the same age as me, with a good family background. Xiao Chun rolled his eyes. Besides, he is really pure as a blank sheet of paper. I believe you can get along with him. Ooh, Sumuyu was a little curious. She didn't believe that there was such a good boy in the world. Shunjin, the young master of the Shun family. Xiao Chen's words left Sumuyu stunned for a long time. Are you kidding me? She cried out. Don't you know that Shunjin is... You were the one who joked with me first. Xiao Chen glanced at Sumuyu. When did our relationship become so good? Xiao Chun, I just want to make up for my previous mistakes. Sumuyu, you didn't do anything wrong. Why do you want to make up for it? Xiao Chun asked back. Sumuyu was speechless. You have always been indifferent to others, and it's not just me. So what can you do to make up for it? Xiao Chun asked. Then I want to thank you for saving my life. Sumuyu said after standing still for a moment. Xiao Chun was really a little bit intolerable. The biggest mistake I've ever made in my life is saving you. You don't like these? Sumuyu looked at the things in his hand, a little embarrassed. It took me a long time to make this. But it's okay. If you don't like it, I'll make something else. I'll come and bring you breakfast tomorrow morning. Without waiting for Xiao Chun to answer, Sumuyu waved and left, quickly disappearing into the night. Xiao Chun was really speechless. He didn't care whether Lin Fong was asleep or not at this time and called Lin Fong directly. What are you doing? Lin Fong's dissatisfied grumble came from the other end of the phone. He follows the rules of health preservation and almost never stays up late. So he had already fallen asleep at this time, and he was really not used to having his sleep interrupted by Xiao Chun. Were you the one who gave Sumuyu my address? Xiao Chun asked bluntly. Well, she asked me for it, and I couldn't refuse, so I gave it to her. Lin Fong's sleepiness disappeared completely. Even through the phone, he could feel Xiao Chen's anger. Lin Fong, you are amazing. You value women over friendship. You have such a good relationship with Sumuyu. I should have been on guard against you a long time ago. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chun got angrier the more he thought about it. Sumuyu's brain must have been kicked by a donkey. What should I do if she really pesters me? If I let her know where I live, will I still be able to live a peaceful life in the future? The last time his confession was interrupted, Song Zian was so angry that he left Jiangcheng directly. What would happen if she found out that I was entangled with Sumuyu? Back in the room, Xiao Chun thought hard and really didn't know what to do. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. Okay, let's do it. He sent a message directly to Shanjin, saying that he had some interesting things here and asked him to come over early tomorrow morning. Shanjin replied to the message almost immediately because Xiao Chun was his new good friend. For a boy with an IQ of only 8 years old, nothing is more important than friends. After the call, Xiao Chun felt that he was a bit too shameless. He kept muttering, Sumuyu, you must not be ungrateful. Shanjin is not an ordinary person. He is very capable after awakening. I'm giving you a chance. Don't waste your time on it. Chapter 248 Shinjinrin is really good. After praying, Xiao Chun went to bed with peace of mind. The next morning, Xiao Chun had a rare good night's sleep. Until the doorbell rang, Xiao Chun's sweet dream was interrupted. It was easy to tell who was coming, so Xiao Chun simply covered his head and pretended not to be at home. But the doorbell kept ringing, and finally he had no choice but to put on his slippers and open the door. Sure enough, Sumuyu was standing at the door with a breakfast in her hand. Xiao Chun, I bought breakfast at Long Fuji, eat it while it's hot. Sumu. Xiao Chun stared at Sumuyu, and he suddenly smiled. Okay, thank you, come in. It's not impossible to move, but we'll have to go to school together every day. If you want to solve this problem once and for all, you have to think of other ways. Sumuyu couldn't help but be stunned by Xiao Chen's sudden change in attitude, and then she walked in happily. Breakfast was Long Fuji's steamed buns, a few side dishes, and porridge. You should eat something light in the morning, so I didn't buy you fried liver or white porridge to clear your internal heat. Sumuyu took out breakfast, placed it on the table, and then set the table for him. It's time to eat. Sumuyu looked at Xiao Chen expectantly. No hurry, I have a friend coming over. Xiao Chen said, let's wait and eat together. Your friend? Sumuyu was stunned. You have friends as soon as you arrive in Yanjing? Yes, we just met. Xiao Chen nodded. Brother Xiao Chen, are you there? Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. At the same time, Shunjin's voice came over. Coming. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and ran to open the door. Brother Xiao Chen, do you have any fun things here? Shunjin's innocent face appeared in front of Xiao Chen. Yes, come in quickly. Xiao Chen pulled Shinjin in. Hey, brother, do you have guests at home? Shinjin looked at Sumuyu in confusion. After just one glance, he couldn't look away until Sumuyu raised her head and met his gaze. Then he hurriedly looked away. Brother, he whispered to Xiao Chen. Who is this sister? She is so beautiful. This is your sister Su. Xiao Chen began to introduce him. Look, this is the breakfast your sister brought you. Eat it quickly. Really? Shinjin was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, sister. I just didn't have breakfast. He said unceremoniously, sat down on the table, and reached out to take a bun. Just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he remembered to share the bun. He held the bun and said, Brother Xiao Chen, do you want to eat with us? I've eaten, you eat. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Sister Su, are you eating too? Shinjin looked at Sumuyu, his eyes shy for a rare moment. I don't want to eat. Thank you. Sumuyu uttered the words with difficulty. She looked at Xiao Chen with some confusion because she felt that the boy in front of her was a little abnormal. She meant in terms of IQ. Is it delicious? Xiao Chen asked. Delicious. Shinjin nodded seriously, and then he seemed to remember something. Thank you, Sister Su, for bringing me such a delicious breakfast. The corners of Sumuyu's lips twitched. She really wanted to say, I don't even know you. Why should I bring you breakfast? Sister, you are so kind to me. Apart from my family, no one else is so kind to me. Shinjin said with some sadness. Xiao Chen, who is he? Sumuyu looked at Xiao Chen with an inquiring look. He is Mr. Shin's grandson, Shinjin. Xiao Chen said with a smile. Shinjin, your grandfather and a sister know him. And your grandfather is very optimistic about her. You must be good friends with your sister in the future. Xiao Chen, he is Shinjin? Sumuyu's face turned pale in an instant. Old Shin's grandson. The Su family had asked the Shun family for a favor before, and Old Shun intended to match her with Old Shin's grandson, Shinjin. But Shinjin is a fool. His IQ is only 8 years old. No wonder it felt weird to hear him speak just now. Yes, he is Shinjin. Xiao Chen smiled and said, You should know him. Shinjin is a really nice person. In the quantum communication technology, you are in charge of needs financial support. Can I introduce you to someone who can support your research? Xiao Chen, you've gone too far. You did it on purpose. Sumuyu almost exploded. How could she, Sumuyu, marry a fool? And now she always wants to make up for her debt to Xiao Chen. But Xiao Chen used Shinjin as a shield? Did he hate himself so much? Even in Peking University, Sumuyu is a well-known figure. She is the beauty of the physics department and has made breakthrough progress in the quantum communications she participated in. Although she's not good at business and is a bit lovesick, she is still very strong in specific fields. Even without the financial support from the Su family, she would not allow herself to get married just for the sake of a research project. Why are you so excited? I just think Shinjin is a nice guy, so I introduced him to you. Did I do anything wrong? Shao Chan spread his hands. Sumuyu's face turned green. She instinctively wanted to get angry, but when she saw Shun Jin's innocent look, she had to suppress her anger. After all, Shun Jin is innocent. Sister, have a bun too. This bun is delicious. Shinjin took a bun and handed it over. Thank you, but no thanks. Sumuyu forced a smile, then turned around and fled. Brother, what happened to Sister Su? Shinjin asked with a strange look on his face, and then he looked a little depressed. Does she not like me? No, my sister is a very nice person. She just has something urgent to do. Shao Chan encouraged. You should spend more time with her. Her favorite flower is tulips. She hates eating leeks, and she likes some small animals the most. Shao Chan said, she is good at physics research. She is currently participating in a quantum communication project, but lacks financial support. She doesn't like suits and ties. She likes you wearing white sportswear and sneakers. She likes listening to soothing music. Shao Chun listed all of Sumuyu's hobbies in one breath, and he started twitching as he spoke. He was such a damn bootlicker in his previous life. How could he have figured out her hobbies so clearly? But I don't know her. How can I contact her? Shinjin looked a little confused. It's okay. Your grandfather knows her. Just say that you're going to Peking University to participate in a research project and nominate her to be your mentor. Shao Chun gave an idea. But I feel like she doesn't like me. Shinjin hesitated. He was very sensitive and could feel that Sumuyu didn't like him. If she doesn't like you, why did she bring you breakfast? Did she smile at you just now? Why did she smile at you if she doesn't like you? Shao Chun cheered him on. Besides, you are a man. You have to be persistent when chasing a girl. Don't you understand? Chapter 249, Our Future, is the Sea of Stars. Besides, I'm also a student of Kyoto University. I will help you. Under Shao Chen's instigation, Shinjin suddenly gained confidence and nodded hurriedly. I prepared the contract in the morning and made an appointment to meet with Wang Yeguang. Su Xin also rushed to Yanjing, and the company also moved to Yanjing at the same time. He happened to have nothing to do today, so he drove for Shao Chun. Boss, Su Xin hesitated to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't be shy. Shao Chun guessed what he was thinking. Su Xin is a straightforward person and is too embarrassed to ask for help from others. He is in this state. He must be asking something of Shao Chun. Yes, the son of one of my comrades in arms, graduated from the School of Management of Southeast Business University. He is a very down-to-earth kid and also very smart. Now that his internship is over, do you need anyone in this field? Su Xin asked in a hesitant tone. I really need him. Please call him over right away. I'm about to set up a company, and I need someone to help me manage it. Shao Chen's eyes lit up. The person recommended by Su Xin must be a reliable person. He wants to make a big splash in Yanjing, and he cannot do without such talent around him. Okay, I'll ask him to come over. Su Xin quickly contacted his comrade's son. From chatting in the car, I learned that the other person's name was Ren Yuan. His father died in the line of duty, and he was a martyr's family member. His younger brother was attending military school. He was a real good boy. When they arrived at the agreed cafe, Ren Yuan was already waiting there. After a brief introduction, Shao Chun chatted with Ren Yuan for a while. Although they only chatted for a few sentences, it can be seen that Ren Yuan's vision and ability are indeed good. I'm going to set up a company called Chunhai Group. What you're going to see next is the first project that Chunhai Group is going to do. I understand. Ren Yuan nodded slightly. At around 9 o'clock, Wang Guangye arrived. Today, Wang Guangye changed into formal clothes and looked in good spirits. He looked very different from the last time I saw him. This is a transfer contract. The transfer fee is 50 million. In addition, you'll get a 20% commission for all subsequent products you develop. But the prerequisite is that you have to work in the company. If you resign, there will be no follow-up. Shao Qin knew that technology alone could not retain someone like Wang Guangye. Therefore, product commission is necessary. My product also has subsequent commissions. Wang Guangye was a little dumbfounded. The transfer fee of 50 million has exceeded his expectations, although he has invested a lot of effort. But the hard times of these years have also made him physically and mentally exhausted. Although he knows that his technologies are worth more than 50 million, And if the research and development is successful in the future, it would not be excessive to increase the value tenfold. But the appearance of Shao Chun undoubtedly brought a turning point in his life. Of course I have. This is your hard work. This is your child. 50 million. To be honest, I am getting a great bargain. Shao Chun smiled slightly. Besides, I am attracted to you as a person. When doing things, you should not only care about the immediate interests. Without you, your technology research and development will be ineffective, so I can only use money to tie you to my boat. Wang Guangye's eyes turned red. As a tech geek, he has almost no social skills except for developing and writing code to write the corresponding bionic AI. Shao Chun is simply his mentor. He held Shao Chen's hand, not knowing what to say. Also, this is an employment contract and a technology investment agreement. Shao Chun took out 2 more contracts. You're the vice president of the company, responsible for technology. You don't need to worry about the company's operations. Wang Guangye gritted his teeth, picked up the pen, and signed 3 contracts in a row. Don't you even want to take a look? Shao Chun looked at Wang Yeguang in surprise. I don't need to look at it. I trust you. Wang Guangye handed the contract to Shao Chun and said seriously, I also believe that I am not following the wrong person. Okay, you won't be disappointed in the future. This is Ren Yuan. He will be in charge of the establishment of the company and most of the affairs. Shao Chun said. By the way, what is the name of our company? Wang Guangye asked. My name is Shao Chun, and our future is the Sea of Stars. Shao Chun stood up and said solemnly, so, the name of the future company will be Chenhai Group. Chenhai Group, good. Wang Guangye's eyes lit up. In the next few days, Shao Chun was busy registering the company and looking for a location for the company. Fortunately, Li Yongyuan's family is well connected in Yanjing, and they provided Shao Chun with a lot of help. The company was finally registered successfully, but the subsequent recruitment, product display, and OEM partners all gave Shao Chun a headache. The 3rd generation of bionic robots currently on the market is under development. Most of them are skin materials composed of a novel 3-layer knitted structure consisting of chips, circuits, metal skeleton, silicone inside and outside, and fancy yarn. But Wang Guangye's technology directly surpassed the existing technology and leaped to the 6th generation. The requirements for the product are extremely high. Apart from anything else, the new electronic skin system with a bionic 3-dimensional architecture alone is not something that an ordinary private enterprise can produce. This ultra-realistic electronic skin can measure stray mechanical signals, such as pressure and friction, from physical level, which is very close to real human skin. General foundries simply cannot meet the technical requirements. Shao Chun gritted his teeth and extorted 2 bottles of medicinal wine from Lin Fong and went to Mr. Zhang's door. Boy, if you have something to ask me, tell me. Looking at Shao Chun's expression, Mr. Zhang guessed his intention. Hey, Mr. Zhang, you really understand me. I'm starting a business, and I'm facing some technical difficulties. Shao Chun said somewhat embarrassedly. This problem is quite difficult, and we may need to use some national factories to do the work. What technical difficulties? Let me see. Mr. Zhang became interested. Shao Chun handed over a stack of information to Mr. Zhang. Mr. Zhang flipped through 2 pages and hummed, I don't quite understand it, but it sounds interesting. Shiawi, call Shao Yuecheng and ask him to come over when he is free. Okay, Mr. Zhang. Shiawi nodded and went to make a phone call. Thank you, Mr. Zhang. Shao Chun was delighted. Shao Yuecheng is in charge of the economy, and his policy supports some small and medium-sized enterprises. With him taking the lead, things become simple. Don't thank me yet. I'll tell you whether I can help you after he gets here. Shao Chun nodded, thinking that Shao Yuecheng should at least give this old man some face, right? Shao Yuecheng happened to be taking a day off today. After he arrived, he looked at the information in Shao Chen's hand, and his expression gradually became serious. Is this information true and reliable? He asked Shao Chun, holding up the information in his hand. It's true and reliable. If you don't believe it, lend me a laboratory and I will show you a simulation directly. Shao Chun was digging a hole. As long as he nodded in agreement, he could use the laboratory and production line openly. The bionic electronic 3-dimensional skin mentioned in your bionic robot has already been developed in the Kyoto University laboratory, but it is still in the theoretical stage. Moreover, your bionic electronic neurons are an important project in the country's future bionic plan. Chapter 250, Shao Yuecheng's doubts. If your information wasn't ahead of the labs, I would have suspected that this thing was leaked from the lab. So, Uncle Shao, can you give me a hand? I've been to several foundries and laboratories, but they can't meet the requirements. Xiao Chun changed his address, which directly shortened the distance between the two of them. Help? If this thing of yours is real, you have to hand it over to the military. Xiao Yuecheng said directly and bluntly. No, uncle. I spent 150 million. If I give it to you, I will lose money. Xiao Chun slapped his thigh and said, even if we have to pay, we have to wait until the product comes out. Well, the country is now conducting a comprehensive industrial survey. I'll present your work to them. Xiao Yuecheng thought for a moment and said, besides, you should hurry up and make the products. It's not impossible to produce them. Of course, the important core needs to meet the needs of the national level before considering civilian use. Don't worry, Uncle Xiao. We will definitely consider the needs at the national level first. I will just make a bionic robot butler product first, and then make a profit. No problem. I've taken the information with me. I'll have someone contact you later. I'll allocate some of the military production lines and laboratories in Yanjing to you. Xiao Yuecheng nodded. Thank you, Uncle. I'll go back and prepare. Xiao Qin was overjoyed and left quickly. Mr. Jeang, I'll take my leave now. This kid should be able to take the lead in the LEAP plan. Xiao Yuecheng put away the information. Okay, let's go back. Old Master Jeang nodded. Back in the office, Xiao Qin's information was placed on Xiao Yuecheng's desk. The LEAP plan is of great importance, so the identities and backgrounds of the relevant personnel must be clearly investigated. Xiao Chun, male, 18 years old, admitted to Beijing University by special recruitment. The identity of his biological parents is unknown. Adoptive father Xiao Yuanhe, adoptive mother Qin Yuan. Xiao Yuecheng stood up suddenly and stared at the two words Qin Yuan. After looking through the photos in the file, Xiao Yuecheng was no longer calm. Is it her? Xiao Yuecheng was shocked. Xiao Chun is an adopted son? After Qin Yuan broke up with my brother, she swore to make my brother regret it. Could this be? After thinking for a long time, he picked up the red landline on the table. Xiao Zhao. Help me check something? After explaining what he was going to investigate, he paced around the room, thought carefully for a long time, and then made a phone call. On the other end of the phone was his father, Shao Wanli, the head of the Shao family. Dad, I have something important to report to you. What's the matter? Shao Wanli's voice was slightly deep. There may be some hope for my eldest brother's child. Xiao Yuecheng couldn't suppress his excitement. Any clues? The other party was stunned, and then quickly responded, keep this secret and don't tell anyone, especially your eldest brother and your sister-in-law. Why, Dad? Isn't this a good thing? Xiao Yuecheng was stunned. Because my eldest brother couldn't get over the difficulties he encountered back then, he worked very hard to take on missions in recent years, often facing life and death abroad. Now that we finally have news of a child, why don't you tell him? Xiao Yuecheng was a little agitated and couldn't figure it out. Xiao Yuecheng, your status does not allow you to have such big fluctuations in emotions. You are a superior and cannot be controlled by these family ties and affect your emotions. Xiao Wanli said in a serious tone. You disappoint me so much. Sorry, Dad. I'm just too excited and I can't figure out why. Xiao Yuecheng calmed down. Because he grew up among the common people and has no knowledge of the Shao family's bloodline. Based on this, he is not suitable to join our Shao family. Xiao Wanli said in a deep voice. But he's not an ordinary person. At the age of 18, he has already reached a height that countless people look up to. Xiao Yuecheng's tone was a little angry. He is not bad. That's just luck. After observing him for a while, if he really has the ability, I don't mind accepting him. Xiao Wanli's tone was already a little impatient. Do your job well and don't waste your energy on meaningless things. After that, the phone was hung up. Xiao Yuecheng held the phone and couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long time, he put down the phone and let out a long breath. He called the driver and walked out the door. A military base. A not-so-big hill was hollowed out and filled with steel bars and concrete to form an indestructible air raid shelter. Under the green camouflage cloth are camouflaged armored vehicles and armed helicopters. In a training room, a shirtless man was punching a sandbag madly. The man was about the same age as Xiao Yuecheng, but they looked very different. Xiao Yuecheng has fair skin, and having been in a high position for a long time, he is intimidating without even getting angry. This man had a resolute expression, and his eyes were as calm as water. There was an air of murderous aura about him, and his naked body was covered with more than a dozen knife scars and gunshot wounds of varying sizes. The longest scar runs through the entire chest, and it looks extremely dangerous. Shao Guqing, a name that makes the enemy tremble with fear. Over the years, I have been traveling between border areas and war-torn areas abroad, going wherever there is danger. Every scar on his body represents supreme glory. His fists rained down on the sandbag, which was shaking back and forth due to the blows of his fists. Suddenly, he roared and punched the sandbag with all his might. Bang! The sandbag burst. Shao Guqing stopped and let out a long breath. Then he grabbed the broken sandbag, threw it aside, and replaced it with a new one. Bang, 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 another burst of output. He had a breath of foul air in his chest that he hadn't let out for more than 10 years. He couldn't allow himself to be idle, because whenever he was idle, he would think of that young face. Brother, Shao Yueqing looked at him with a complicated expression. Here you go. Shao Guqing glanced at him and continued hitting the sandbag with no intention of stopping. Well, I heard that you're going to the Middle East again. Shao Yueqing said. Wouldn't it be good to use military merits in exchange for the Shao family's advancement? Shao Guqing said coldly. But can your body withstand it? Brother, don't try so hard anymore. Let the past be the past, Shao Yueqing advised. Bang! He punched the sandbag hard, and Shao Guqing's tone was still cold. It doesn't matter, it's better to die. Besides, using my death to gain military merit and bring about a promotion for your Shao family, wouldn't that be better for you to rise to prominence? Brother, Shao Yueqing sighed. When you have time, go back home and see Dad. He may not want to see me, his illegitimate son, Shao Guqing said coldly. Besides, I don't want to see him either. If he hadn't asked me to leave Beijing for that great achievement 18 years ago, my child wouldn't have been missing for 18 years. Shao Yueqing was silent. He was wondering whether he should tell Shao Guqing that his child might have been found, but he hesitated and didn't speak. After all, this matter had not been finalized yet. Moreover, his father did not necessarily want this child who grew up in the common people to return to the Shao family. Before things were resolved perfectly, he didn't want to give his eldest brother hope and then make him despair. Brother, I will definitely help you find a child. After a long silence, Shao Yueqing uttered a word and turned away. Shao Guqing sat on the ground dejectedly. At this moment, his tense emotions suddenly relaxed. He held a necklace tightly, with a photo printed on the circular shape in the middle. A photo of a baby. The baby in the photo is smiling happily with a smile on his little face. I'm sorry. This is all my fault. I lost you. Holding the photo tightly in his palm, this man, who was as fierce as a tiger, shed tears. Chapter 251. The fault is all mine. Captain, a team member ran in. Seeing Shao Guqing's appearance, he quickly stopped and looked at him cautiously. Shao Guqing's face regained its indifferent look. What's the matter? Sister-in-law is here to see you. The team member whispered. Do you want it? Gather the team members and leave the country immediately. Shao Guqing left with a stern look after saying this. An hour later, 2 military trucks drove out of the base. As soon as I got out of the door, the driver of the car in front of me stepped on the brakes. The people in the car were staggering. One of the team members slapped the driver on the head and asked, How do you drive? The driver was a rookie, and he said aggrievedly, Brother, look. The person in the passenger seat then looked in front of him and saw a woman standing in the front of the car. The woman was in her 40s, dressed elegantly and decently, and had a delicate face. Time doesn't seem to have left many marks on her, but her eyes were the only ones that were dull and even bloodshot. She stood at the front of the car and said coldly, Let Shao Guqing come down to see me. Jian, who was sitting in the passenger seat, quickly ran down and whispered, Sister-in-law, the captain is here. Either make him get off, or let the car run over me, the woman snapped. Jian was helpless and looked at the car with a look for help. A cold voice came from the car. Drag her aside. Captain, brother. Jian was about to cry, but he didn't dare. If you can't do it, just change your career. A cold voice came. Jian had no choice but to bow to the woman. Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. As he said this, he restrained the woman's arms and made way for the car. The woman struggled and angrily shouted, Shao Guqing, why don't you see me? You have been avoiding me for 18 years. Do you still want to avoid me? It was me who lost the child. It was me. You could take your anger out on me. You can even kill me. Don't treat me like this. The truck roared away, leaving behind a cloud of dust. The woman collapsed on the ground, helplessly, crying bitterly. Jian looked at the woman helplessly, bowed, and then left quickly. Shao Guqing in the car buried his head deeply in his arms. Wani, I'm sorry. I have no face to see you about the child. If I had stayed with you, this would never have happened. I'm sorry. If I die abroad, it will be atonement, so don't hate me. The car whizzed away, leaving Wani behind. Suddenly, everything in front of her eyes went dark, and there was no light in them anymore. In the past 18 years, she didn't know how many times she had cried, and her vision often became dark and cloudy. But this time, she seemed to have lost her sight. She struggled to stand up, stretched out her hand, and felt around. I tried my best to open my eyes, but they were still invisible. The fear of darkness surrounded her, making her extremely frightened. The next morning, Xiao Chun got up very early. There is a small park around the community. It rained a little yesterday. When I got up in the morning, the air in the park was particularly good. The skies seemed to be polished by someone. Many elderly people got up early to do morning exercises in the park and even practice Tai Chi. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Chun turned his right hand upward with his palm facing up. The body sinks slightly and the hands slowly separate. This is the health-preserving exercise taught to him by his master, Taoist Yanjing. Originally, he was told to practice every day, but Xiao Chun was too busy studying when he was in school and neglected it for a long time. Now that I'm practicing again, the feeling is quite different from before. After a set of Yanjing martial arts, his forehead was slightly sweaty, and even his spirits felt much better. Young man, what were you practicing just now? It wasn't Tai Chi, was it? At this time, an old man asked Xiao Chun with great interest. It's not Tai Chi, uncle. Xiao Chun smiled slightly and said, this is Taoist Yanjing, a kind of kung fu that strengthens the body. Oh, I thought it was quite different from Tai Chi, except that the movements were equally slow. The old man suddenly realized. Then he said, can you teach me? Sure, Xiao Chun said enthusiastically. As he spoke, he taught the old man the starting positions and then demonstrated the movements over and over again. There are a total of 6 moves and 39 postures in Yanjing, and the old man in front learned it very quickly. But the last 2 routes of 13 forms are impossible to practice no matter how hard you try. Ouch, ouch, no, my whole body aches as soon as I get to this place. The old man struggled for several times, but finally gave up. Young man, I can just learn the previous ideas. I just couldn't handle the last one. That's good. The above can help strengthen the body. My master looks to be over 80 years old, but he walks briskly up and down the mountain every day. After saying goodbye to the old man, Xiao Chun went back and saw a figure wandering downstairs of the building where he lived from afar. Shanzi, why are you here? Xiao Chun couldn't help but be surprised. This woman who was both familiar and unfamiliar to him seemed to be inextricably linked to his rebirth. Why is she here? Is she here to see me? Xiao Chun. Shanzi walked forward with a faint smile. My brother's going to Beijing University for further studies today. We were thinking about where you and Ziyin were going to study, so today we'll take you to my alma mater to familiarize yourself with the environment. Shanzi stared into Xiao Chen's eyes. There seemed to be a layer of white mist in her eyes, like the mist in autumn, making it difficult to see clearly. Okay, thank you, Miss Shan. Xiao Chen nodded. He was indeed going to school to familiarize himself with the environment. Didn't I tell you that you don't have to call me Miss Shan? When there's no one around, just call me Z. Shanzi hesitated for a moment. Okay, Miss Shan. Xiao Chen nodded again. The two of them sat in silence. They had clearly just met, but they seemed like old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Xiao Chun, who was reborn, is well versed in the ways of the world, but when facing Shanzi, he is a little at a loss. He couldn't even find a topic to ease the awkwardness between them. I'll go upstairs and change my clothes and leave. Xiao Chun said with a wry smile. Okay, don't you want to invite me upstairs to sit for a while? Shanzi raised his eyes, a smile on his face. Oh yes, please come up and sit down, Miss Shun. Xiao Chun finally reacted. How rude it is to let people wait downstairs. Okay, also, don't call me Miss Shun, call me Shanzi. Shanzi looked at Xiao Chun, and a complex emotion flashed in her eyes. Okay, Miss Shun. Xiao Chun shouted those 3 words stubbornly. Shanzi glared at Xiao Chun, with a hint of resentment in his eyes. It's exactly the same as when we first met in the previous life, and I can't correct it. Xiao Chun took a shower as quickly as possible and changed his clothes. When he came out, Shanzi was flipping through a book. The name of this book is Time is Right, a novella that Xiao Chun saw in a bookstore while strolling around after arriving in Yanjing. He felt that he should have read this book, and that it should be of great significance to him. Chapter 252, At First Sight. So I bought it and flipped through in my spare time. Do you like this book? Shanzi raised his eyes, and the depth of his gaze contained a meaning that Xiao Chun could not understand. I like it, and I feel that this book is very meaningful to me, but I can't remember what it is specifically, said Xiao Chun. Do you know what this book means? Shanzi still looked at Xiao Chun quietly. For some reason, when she looked at him, Xiao Chun felt uncomfortable all over. This was something he had never experienced before in front of other people. He calmed himself down and said, everything in this world has its boundaries and limits. There is no real infinity. Even the most distant and unreachable place has its end or limit. Is it really like this? Shunzi murmured, but I feel that you and I are very close, but there are thousands of mountains and rivers between us. It's so close, yet it seems so far away. Her eyes were gentle as she stared at Xiao Chun in a daze for a moment. What? Xiao Chun didn't hear clearly. It's nothing, junior brother Xiao Chun, let's go. Shunzi put away her thoughts, smiled, and stood up. Song Zian and Shunjin were already waiting at the gate of Peking University. Shunzi graduated from Peking University and was an investor in many laboratories, so he easily brought several people into Peking University. I took a few people to see the famous places and historical sites of Kyoto University and introduced the stories of each place. It was summer vacation at that time, and many parents brought their children to visit Kyoto University. Shunjin has come to Peking University more than once. Shunzi has invested in many experimental projects, and he often sneaks in. Although his IQ is only that of an 8-year-old, his achievements are extraordinary, and he graduated from a well-known university. After visiting the scenic spots for a while, he pulled Xiao Chun and then said to Shunzi and Song Zian, Sister, I'm taking Xiao Chun to a place. Where are you going, Shunjin? Song Zian asked curiously. I can't tell you. It's a secret. Shunjin shook his head. What secret? Why are you so secretive? Song Zian was a little dissatisfied. Anyway, you can't tell anyone. Let's go, Xiao Chun. Shunjin pulled Xiao Chun and ran away. Shunjin, what's the matter? Xiao Chun asked in confusion. I'll take you to Sister Su's laboratory. Shunjin said. What? Xiao Chun was surprised and stopped immediately. I'm not going. Why? Didn't you promise to help me? Shunjin asked puzzledly. Shunjin, I will definitely help you if I say so, but I can only give you advice. Xiao Chun put his arm around his shoulders. But the most important moment still depends on you. Don't you understand? Is that so? Shunjin looked thoughtful. Look, this white sportswear you're wearing today is really nice. Xiao Chun praised. You should go find her yourself. As Xiao Chun was speaking, he caught a glimpse of Sumuyu heading towards the laboratory building. He quickly said, No, she's here. Go find her. Don't tell anyone that I'm here. Come on, come on. Xiao Chun said this and ran away quickly. Shunjin was stunned for a moment. Then he mustered up his courage, clenched his fists, and walked towards Sumuyu with a ruthless step. Sister Su, he called out. Shunjin, why are you here? Sumuyu was surprised. Originally, the laboratory approved a special sum of funds today, and she was discussing the follow-up direction with her classmates. But Shunjin's unexpected appearance made her a little uneasy. I'm here to see your sister Su. This is for you. Shunjin was a little nervous. He stretched out his hands behind his back and handed over a bouquet of tulips. Muyu, you chat with your friends. I'm leaving first. The girl who was traveling with them covered her mouth and left quickly. As a top student and beauty in the Department of Physics at Peking University, Sumuyu has no shortage of suitors around her. Situations like today's are not uncommon, but Sumuyu never has a good face towards any suitor. But the person in front of me did not just walk away, which is quite special. Thank you, Shunjin, but I have to go to the laboratory and have no place to put it. Sumuyu calmed himself down. It's okay, I can put it aside first and take it back when you finish the experiment. Shunjin said attentively. I really don't have time today. My project will take a very long time. Sumuyu fronith. I'll do it with you. Shunjin still had an expectant smile on his face. Shunjin, Sumuyu said with a slightly heavier tone. No one is allowed to enter the laboratory. Oh, my grandfather has informed your principal and asked me to participate in your experimental project. Besides, he specifically asked you to be my mentor. Shunjin still looks that innocent. What did you say? Sumuyu's face changed instantly. The development cycle of your project was too long. No one was willing to invest in it, but I convinced my grandfather. Shunjin said cautiously. But the requirement is that I participate in this project. Sumuyu understood it instantly. No wonder the project, which had been short of funds, suddenly received a sum of money. It turned out to be Shunjin's fault. Facing Shunjin's enthusiastic and innocent face, she really didn't know what to do. Shunjin, This experiment involves too many things. You can't help it all. Sumuyu frowned. Thanks for funding the lab, but you're really not needed in there. She tried her best to make her tone more tactful. After all, he was her financial sponsor now. She regretted a little that she didn't take the shares of Su Group when her father gave them to her out of spite. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so short of money. I have participated in 3 world-class mathematics competitions and won first place every year. Also, this is the certificate for first place in a national advanced mathematics competition. This is the gold medal for the national mathematics competition, and this is... Yanjing took out a bunch of various certificates, trophies, and medals from his backpack. This made Sumuyu dumbfounded. The laboratory really lacked such talents. After all, the repeated deduction of various calculation formulas and experiments is not something that ordinary people can do. Only then did she realize that Yanjing only had the personality of an 8-year-old, but that didn't mean he had a low IQ. Sister Su, besides that, I have passed the level 8 English test and the IELTS. Also, I am good at chemistry. After saying a lot, Yanjing looked at Sumuyu with an expectant expression. Sumuyu was dumbfounded. Now that things had come to this, did she still have any reason to refuse? Hiding in the corner, Shao Chun breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Sumuyu bringing Yanjing into the laboratory. After spending the whole morning at Peking University, Shao Chun went out to eat together with Song Zian and Shanzi at noon. Shao Chun found a seat in a nearby shopping mall. Seeing that the milk tea downstairs was Song Zian's favorite, he ran over to buy it. As soon as I got off the elevator, I ran into Shao Qian. Chapter 253, Shao Qian. Have you ever regretted it? Although Shao Qian's belly hasn't grown much yet, she has already changed into maternity clothes. She was wearing an anti-radiation vest and holding a bag in her hand, as if she was waiting for someone. Shao Chun. When she saw Shao Chun, her face suddenly turned dark. Where are you? Shao Chun glanced at her, his eyes falling on the maternity items she was holding. I also think that enemies often meet on a narrow road. Shao Qian looked at Shao Chun coldly. Have you really decided to follow Lihao? Shao Chun asked. We are getting married. Shao Qian raised a ring on her finger. Then congratulations. Lihao is a good person, really nice. Shao Chun gave a thumbs up. People like Shao Qian will only wake up when they are about to die. Who is Lihao? A gangster who only knows how to exploit loopholes in the law. This kind of person is good at calculating. Shao Qian married him? Haha, it's really interesting. Seeing Shao Chun turning and leaving, Shao Qian could no longer conceal the hatred in her eyes. Shao Qian, I asked you to wait for me for a while. Where did you go? At this moment, Li Jia, who had just finished a facial, asked bluntly. Mom, I was too tired just now, so I'll come over here to rest for a while. Shao Qian suddenly became a little cautious. Originally, I came to mall with Lihao's mother Li Jia today. The other party bought a lot of things and ordered her around. In the end, she even went to the beauty salon to get a facial and asked Shao Qian to deliver the things she bought to the car. Poor Shao Qian. She has a princess syndrome and has been spoiled since childhood, but she still had to obey the order. She ran up and down several times before she bought all the things with her 6-week pregnant belly. She was tired and thirsty and just wanted to get something to drink, but Li Jia had already come over and scolded her. Tired? How little can you do to get tired? Huh, if you're really so spoiled, you'd better give up your plan to enter our Li family as soon as possible. Li Jia said sarcastically. We in the Li family won't support someone as hypocritical as you. It's not like that. I'm just too tired. Shao Qian tried to explain. Okay, you don't have to explain anymore. Just find a way to get back by yourself, and think about what to do on the way. Li Jia waved her hand with an impatient look, and said that she actually left Shao Qian alone. Shao Qian opened her mouth and wanted to call her, but in the end she didn't dare to say it out loud. She went out and wanted to take a taxi back, only to find that her phone was empty and she had not a penny left. Not to mention taking a taxi, even the few dollars required to take the subway are not even available. She stood in the crowd at a loss for 5 minutes before she picked up her cell phone and called Lihao. There was a woman's giggle from the other end of the line, and then she quickly fell silent. Shao Qian was stunned. She tried not to think negatively, as she knew Lihao was meeting a client. What's wrong, Qian? Lihao's tone was still gentle. After hearing Lihao's voice, Shao Qian felt a little better. Li-oh. Her eyes were red. My mom left me alone at the mall. What's going on? Did you make her angry? Lihao's tone suddenly became a little bad. No, I went shopping with her today. I was too tired, so I took a break, but she said I was being hypocritical. Shao Qian held back her tears She thought I was being hypocritical, so she left me here alone and left. Impossible. There must be something else you haven't said. Lihao didn't take the matter seriously at all. When you get home, apologize to your mother and behave well. She will forgive you. But Xiao Qian hesitated to speak. But what? Lihao said patiently. Qian, she will be your mother-in-law from now on. I think she also told you what the rules of the Li family are. If you want to marry me safely, you have to learn to abide by the rules of the Li family. Okay, I'll guard it, but now Xiao Qian wanted to tell Lihao that he didn't even have the money to go home. Then go back and apologize to her. Okay, I have something else to do. I'll talk to her when I get home. Lihao didn't even give her a chance to speak and hung up the phone. Hearing the sound of the phone being hung up, Xiao Qian stood among the crowd coming and going, looking at a loss. After a long time, she finally took difficult steps, walking towards her residence step by step. Even though the place was more than 10 kilometers away from here, she had no other choice. She didn't have any friends here. Should she borrow money from Xiao Yin? Forget it. When Xiao Yin tried to persuade her, she was resolute and even called Xiao Yin a good-for-nothing. She also claimed that she would be able to live a good life, but now she has no face to see Xiao Yin. After Xiao Chun finished his meal with the Songzi and sisters, he received a call from Mr. Zhang. Xiao Chun, come to my place. I will take you to a place. You too. I won't accompany you this afternoon. I have something to do. Xiao Chun stood up quickly. You make me feel like you were trying to run away from a bill. Song Zian glared at Xiao Chun. Can I pay the bill before leaving? Xiao Chun said with a helpless smile. Okay, buy it. Song Zian was not polite to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun quickly paid the bill, hailed a taxi, and hurried to Mr. Zhang's place. Mr. Zhang personally took Xiao Chun with him, got on a Hongqi car, and headed for the suburbs. Master Zhang, where are you taking me? Xiao Chun asked puzzledly. The car was heading towards the suburbs, and it seemed like it was getting further and further away. More importantly, the car drove straight into a military-restricted area. Where's this old man taking me? Don't ask. You'll know when we get there. Old Master Zhang closed his eyes and rested. He was planning to bring Xiao Chun to meet Xiao Guqing today. The father and son don't look alike at all. If he had not seen some of the charm of the old man of the Shao family in Xiao Chen's eyes, he would not have associated Xiao Chun with the child that Xiao Guqing lost. Okay, I won't ask. I'll just follow you. Xiao Chen nodded obediently. He was not worried that the old man would do something bad to him, as Xiao Chen knew how to read people's expressions. After all, this old man looks at me differently, with admiration and some complicated emotions. And with his points, if he really wanted to deal with me, would he need to go through so much trouble? There are almost no cars on the secluded road, with only 1 or 2 military vehicles passing by occasionally. After passing several checkpoints along the path, we finally arrived at a small hill. This military camp was the one where Xiao Guqing had stayed before. Xiao Chen looked at the armored vehicles covered with green camouflage and several armed helicopters parked on the side with a complicated expression. He had only seen these things on videos before, and this was the first time he saw the real thing. Wait, I'm going to meet someone now, the old man said and left. Chapter 254, Regret, Missing the Opportunity to Meet. Xiao Chen looked at the training ground on one side. Teams of spirited young men were training, climbing over obstacles to their limit, and carrying wooden stakes with their bare chests. Fighting in the mud, it could be seen that these extreme trainings are part of the daily training of special forces. Because ordinary soldiers cannot withstand such high-intensity training, unless they are selected and have strong physical fitness. Although this base is not big, it is not simple. Apart from anything else, just the few Z-10 attack helicopters parked on the tarmac are not something that ordinary local authorities can afford to equip. This thing is also called Thunderbolt. It is purely self-developed, and the weapon system it is equipped with is also world-leading. In an office in the base, the person in charge of the base, the direct officer of the Songlong Special Forces Brigade, Lao Gao, was looking at the old man in front of him with cold sweat on his forehead. So, Xiao Guqing took his team to the Middle East yesterday. The old man was very dissatisfied. He poked the ground with his cane, making a loud, thumping sound. Didn't I tell you to let Xiao Guqing stay in Beijing? Didn't you receive the order? Yes, but Xiao Guqing said that if he's allowed to stay in Beijing, there is no guarantee that he will do anything murderous or arsonous. Lao Gao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said, You know his character. There are several gangs in Yanjing that have close ties with foreign countries and are being watched. The police and the National Security Bureau also have undercover agents in there. If he really has nothing to do, he can go and take down that gang. Wouldn't that cut off our line? Useless. Are you his leader or is he your leader? Old Master Jeang cursed angrily. Can't you manage your subordinates? Old man, in the entire military region, who dares to control Shao Guqing? Lao Gao was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Let him come back immediately. The old man glared at Lao Gao. I can't come back. I'm on a mission. Unless he contacts me, I can't contact him. Lao Gao spread his hands and said, You know, he won't stop until he makes some noise after he gets out, and he won't contact me on his own initiative. Where's Wani? I heard that she has been staying with you recently. The old man thought for a moment and asked again. He's in the hospital. He suddenly lost his sight yesterday. The experts in Beijing said it was caused by excessive grief. She went to her mother's home in Shanghai. Elder Wen was also very angry and threatened to make the Shao family suffer. I'll probably have to stay here for a month or two before returning to Beijing. The old man was stunned for a moment. Then he sighed. This is all about Shao Wanli. Ah, Shao Wanli, you are really disappointing. Gu Cheng and Wen, what a good couple, but you did this to grab the credit. Old master, why don't you go back first? I will inform you as soon as I have any news about Shao Guqing. Lao Gao asked tentatively. What? Are you going to chase me away? The old man glared at him. No, that's not what I meant. Lao Gao quickly apologized with a smile. My environment is not good. I'm afraid your body can't stand it. Indeed, if this national treasure had any headache or fever here, he would probably be punished. Okay, come with me to meet someone. Old Master Jeang stood up. Who are you meeting? Lao Gao asked puzzledly. Xiao Guchengesong. Guchengesong? Found him. Lao Gao was surprised. He said quickly, Grandpa, hurry up and take me to see him. We agreed in advance that Gu Cheng's identity cannot be revealed before he comes back. The old man said seriously. Why? Because of this incident, the Wen family almost broke off relations with the Shao family, and the parents of both families have refused to have any contact with each other for a long time. Now that our grandson has been found, isn't this a good thing? Besides, when he has cried so much that she can't even see, Lao Gao asked in confusion. First, Shao Wanli is a worthless person who only cares about his own interests, and Gu Cheng is an illegitimate child. Gu Cheng is working hard outside now, and all the credit he gets belongs to the Shao family. If my son comes back and he doesn't fight hard outside, where will Shao Wanli get benefits? Will he do anything bad to the child? Secondly, this kid is very capable, and this is a critical time, so we can't let him be distracted. Would the Wen family like to reveal a little bit? After all, Wani is such an outstanding person, but his life is almost ruined because of losing his child all these years. Lao Gao said with some reluctance. Just reveal a little bit. Just say there's news. Otherwise, you won't be able to calm down now. Shao Guqing will be back in 2 months at most. It's been 18 years, so a few days won't make a difference, said the old man. Okay, old man, take me to see him soon. Lao Gao couldn't wait any longer. Shao Chan was chatting with a technician who was maintaining the armed helicopter, and he was itching to touch it. Shao Chun. The old man shouted to him from afar. Hey, old man. Shao Chun quickly stood up and went to greet him. Let me introduce him. He is the person in charge of the Red Star Base and also the direct supervisor of the Tsanglong Special Forces Brigade. You can just call him Lao Gao. The old man pointed at Lao Gao. This is Shao Chun. In the next month, you have to train him to death. Wait, old man, what did you say? Shao Chun was completely dumbfounded. Did the old man bring him here to have people train him? As a college student, I have a good physical foundation. I have to undergo military training anyway, so I might as well stay here. The old man pointed at the surrounding environment and said, You don't like these things? Don't you want to experience flying AZ-10? Do you want to drive a big tank? Do you want to play with a rocket launcher? Do you want to try out all kinds of guns and shoot at targets? After he said that, Shao Chan felt a little embarrassed. What boy doesn't like guns? Besides, there are armed helicopters here. You have a good physique, young man. Lao Gao patted Shao Chen's chest and grinned, quite strong. You can definitely reach the intensity of our training here. No, old man, my company has just been established, and I have a lot of things to do. Shao Chen thought about it, and still felt that it was not possible. I really can't do it in 2 places at once. That's it. 3 hours a day is enough. The old man waved his hand and said, It's settled. Okay then. Shao Chen thought about it and nodded in agreement. Then he asked in confusion, But old man, why do you want to train me? It's for your own good. Look at your body. You can't do without exercise. Lao Gao, give the highest standards. The old man waved his hand. Okay, your name is Shao Chun, right? From now on, you belong to me. Lao Gao smiled very obscenely. So much so that Xiao wondered if this guy had some other hobbies. But looking at the school star on his shoulders, his doubts were dispelled. Maybe he was just overthinking this matter. Unfortunately, he will have to endure inhuman torture every day for more than a month. Chapter 255, I changed my mind. You have to go through the Devil's Week. But it's better this way. After all, after being reborn, everything is different. He needs to strengthen his body to deal with the unknown dangers in the future. A row of guns were placed in front of Xiao, including pistols and the new Type 95 equipped by the army. Lao Gao picked up a gun, removed the magazine skillfully, and with a few clicks, he disassembled the various parts of the gun. Xiao, what is in front of you is the Type 95 rifle that is commonly seen in our equipment. This gun has good stability, high accuracy, low cost, excellent balance, and is easy to carry. Let's start with this. You saw me dismantling the gun just now. Now you put the gun back together. Xiao glanced at Lao Gao. This guy was making things difficult for him. Generally speaking, this is not how novices are taught. As for disassembling the gun, at least let him get familiar with it first. But his tricks couldn't embarrass Xiao. In his previous life, he spent a lot of time in the military club. His proficiency with guns is no worse than that of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, after his rebirth, he felt that his perception was particularly sharp and he learned things very quickly. Without saying a word, he picked up the gun and assembled it quickly. In less than 2 minutes, a gun was assembled. He loaded the gun with a click, took aim, then skillfully removed the magazine and placed the gun on the table. Lao Gao was stunned and thought, wow, he is worthy of being Shao Guqing's son. How good is he with a gun? Has he played with a gun before? Okay, not bad. Lao Gao suppressed his shock and said, next, the physical fitness test. Carry 30 kilograms of weight and run around the training ground until you can't run anymore. Jeang, you lead the way for him. Yes. A soldier stepped out. Xiao carried 30 kilograms of equipment and started running behind the soldier. Leader, what's going on? Jeang has the best long-distance running endurance. This guy can run 30 miles without even taking a breath. A deputy team leader asked quietly. Just watch. Lao Gao smiled slightly. 1 lap of the training ground is 3,000 meters, and Xiao ran 3 laps in 1 breath. Jeang, who was leading the way in front, felt something strange as he had been jogging at a steady pace. Although the speed is not fast, we have already run 9 kilometers. Even a donkey would have to slow down. But Xiao still followed behind him all the time. Could it be that this kid's physical strength was really that strong? He immediately sped up, but Xiao still followed behind him. Amazing. Jeang is the fastest runner in the entire company. Yeah, this kid can actually keep up with a weight of 30 kilograms. Wait, this is only half. The people around were talking about it, and we're all curious about Xiao. This college student is extraordinary. After running a full 20 kilometers, Jeang finally ran out of energy. Xiao let out a long breath and stopped. Although he was physically exhausted, he felt he could still hold on. He himself was a little confused. He had not exercised much after his rebirth. Apart from a Yanjing that his master would give him every now and then, he had not exercised much. Not to mention this kind of long-distance running with a heavy load. Now he can actually make a special forces soldier collapse under exhaustion. Xiao, I've changed my mind. I'm going to give you a week of devilish training to unleash your physical potential. Lao Gao's eyes lit up. It was originally agreed that he would study for 3 hours a day, but he felt that this was far from enough. This kid's physical fitness is really strong. He wants to carry out Devil Week extreme training for Xiao. The purpose is to stimulate the potential in this kid's body. Maybe in just 1 week, he can achieve the results that others would get after half a year of training. Well, wait a minute. Let me deal with something first, Xiao said hesitantly. Although he didn't understand why old Master Jeang brought him here, since the old master brought him here, there must be a reason for him. So he decided to stay in this military camp for a while, but he needed to arrange things outside. No, let's start today and finish the training at noon a week from now. Come on. Lao Gao didn't intend to let Xiao go just like that. He called out, Liu Kai. Here. A soldier stepped out. Arrange a place for him to stay, temporarily, in the Tsanglong camp. There's no one in the camp right now, so go ahead. Yes. The soldier saluted Xiao. Please. Helplessly, Xiao had to follow. The Tsanglong camp is the camp of the Tsanglong Special Forces. Tsanglong is known as the strongest special forces in the Huaxiao military region. Apart from the core members, the rest are all substitutes. The team always maintains a staff of 12 members and one captain. There is no one in the dormitory now, and the quilts on the 13 beds are neatly folded like tofu blocks. Except for one bed with a desk next to it, the rest are bunk beds. When he entered the dormitory, Xiao Chan saw a photo on the table at a glance. This photo must be quite old, and it shows a couple. A man in military uniform, with an upright stature and a stern look on his face. One could tell at first glance that he was a man who had fought on the battlefield. But his eyes were full of tenderness when he looked at his wife and the child in her arms. My wife's face was also filled with a happy smile, and she was even wearing a hospital gown. It can be seen that the child was born not long ago, staring at this strange world with a pair of round eyes. His eyes were full of curiosity. At just one glance, Xiao Chan was attracted by the photo, and he could no longer move. He stared at the photo in a daze, with complicated emotions in his heart. Perhaps because he was separated from his biological parents when he was young, he longs for family affection. Looking at the photo, he felt a little sad. He wondered if he had ever been held like this by his biological parents since he was born. Xiao Chun, you can live here first. This place is where our leader lives. He usually doesn't go home, so he stays with the team members. Xiao Chun. Li Yukai, who was in front of him, didn't hear Xiao Chun's reply for a long time, so he turned his head and looked at Xiao Chun. I saw him staring at the photo on the table in surprise. What's this photo? Xiao Chun asked, pointing at the photo. This photo? It's our first photo as a family of 3. Li Yukai said with some regret. Originally, our first family was pretty good, but because... Having said this, he stopped talking in time. After all, it's not easy to tell others about your boss's family affairs. Xiao Chun didn't notice his tone and just stared at the photo. Just find a bed and sleep. I'll bring your daily necessities later. Li Yukai saw that he was in a daze and did not disturb him. He gave him a few words and left. Xiao Chun walked to the desk and picked up the photo. He stroked the photo, lost in thought for a moment. I don't know why I paid special attention to this photo, but I just had an emotion in my chest that I couldn't express. Chapter 256 Lihao, You Really Deserve Me. Little did he know that in 2 lifetimes, he met his parents in this way. The devil's week passed by in a flash. During this week, Xiao Chan underwent extreme training, the difficulty of which shocked even the veterans. The intensity is 5 times that of normal training, including physical training, shooting, and the operation of various special vehicles. Xiao Chan learns very quickly. If Xiao Chan hadn't been admitted to the Department of Physics at Peking University on an exceptional basis, Lao Gao would have been so jealous that he would have rushed to the school to snatch him away. He could only helplessly give way to future scientific research talents and combat talents. Xiao Chun, are you out? After leaving the base, Lin Fong called. Now that I'm out, quickly find a good place to welcome me. I'll tell you about my inhuman experiences this week. Xiao Chun complained bitterly. Okay, come quickly. Yong Yuan, and I will be waiting for you. Lin Fong gave him an address. The herbal medicine shop has started to be renovated, and the name has not been chosen yet. Come quickly. Xiao Chen hurried over and found himself in a private room of a restaurant where the two had already ordered their dishes. The food at the base was not bad, but it was not quite to Xiao Chen's taste. So Xiao Chen enjoyed today's dishes particularly well. Brother, how long have you not eaten? Why don't the training camps you attend provide meals? Li Yongyuan asked in some confusion. Because of the high level of confidentiality at the base, Xiao Chen only said that he was participating in a special training camp and did not reveal his true situation. So outsiders don't know what he did during these 7 days. Meals are provided, but they don't suit my taste. Xiao Chan wiped his mouth and said, Have you chosen a store? Have you decided on the food? We have chosen everything and finalized it, said Li Linfong. The decoration style, location, menu, and marketing plan are all in place. Now we're just waiting for a name. It has to be something grand and impressive. We need to think about it carefully and strive to make it a hit. After the trial operation of this store is successful, we will quickly open a few more stores. Xiao Chun said, Don't worry, I have made the plan. As long as this store is popular, the 8 subsequent stores in Yanjing will be renovated at the same time. Li Yongyuan waved his hand. Yongyuan, if you put your energy into running the company, your father will definitely be happy. Xiao Chen laughed. I'm really not interested in that. Li Yongyuan smiled bitterly. Really, I also try to convince myself to manage it. But it just won't work. My dad has given up. Come on, let's think of a name. I also need to contact someone to make a custom sign. People eat whole grains, and our store incorporates the health-preserving theories of traditional Chinese medicine. Xiao Chen thought for a while and said, The main point is that medicine and food have the same origin. In this case, let's call it Yishintang. Yishintang, I think it's okay. What about you, Lin Fong? Li Yongyuan pondered the name for a while, then looked at Lin Fong. I'm not very good at naming, but if you think it's okay, then that's fine, said Lin Fong. Okay, let's call it Yishintang. Li Yongyuan made the decision immediately and contacted someone to make the signboard. This is my first time starting a business, so I'm a little excited. Lin Fong said, how about having a couple of drinks today? You don't drink alcohol normally? Shao Chen asked. Forget drinking. I even ate less for lunch. My grandfather told me to follow the concept of health preservation. Lin Fong smiled bitterly and said, you don't know, my trip to Yanjing is simply a long vacation. Haha. Okay, the name has been decided. I wish us a pleasant cooperation. Let's go together. Li Yongyuan raised his glass with a smile. After dinner, Shao Chan sent a message to Song Zian, asking him to finish the training. Song Zian immediately asked him for his location and then rushed to Shao Chun. Shao Chun felt tired of standing outside, so he sat down in a coffee shop and waited. However, in the cafe, Lihao had just negotiated a cooperation and was shaking hands with the other party to say goodbye. Although this guy is not a lawyer now, he still does business for his own law firm. Moreover, he was born with a good mouth for deceiving people, so his law firm attracted many clients because of him. At the same time, Lihao also saw Shao Chen. He smiled and sent the customer away, then walked to Shao Chen's side. Staring at Shao Chen, he revealed a hint of a sneer. We really are enemies that meet on a narrow road. Whether the road is narrow or not depends on you. Shao Chen sneered and said, why don't you just treat me as a stranger? Why do you have to put your face close to me and let me hit you? And this has happened more than once. I'm telling you, why do you deserve a beating? Shao Chen. Lihao was angry. He stood up suddenly and put his hands on the table. Yes, I'm Shao Chen, what's wrong? Shao Chen raised his eyes, not wanting to be outdone. His eyes were full of sneer. To be honest, I just like the way you were upset with me, but can't do anything about it. Haha, Shao Chen, don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you're with the Li family. Lihao sneered. Li Yongyuan can't follow you forever. Besides, you're just a small character. It is impossible for the Li family to offend others because of you. If you really think so, then you're really wrong. Shao Chen looked at Lihao with eyes full of pity. My relationship with Li Yongyuan may be more complicated than you think. Haha, really? I don't believe it. How complicated is it? Lihao stared at Shao Chen. It's so complicated that I can force your law firm out. Shao Chen said with a smile. I don't believe it. Lihao stared at Shao Chen with gritted teeth. Because he was too excited, the veins on his forehead were exposed, and a blue mark was revealed on the cuff that was accidentally lifted up. Shao Chen glanced at the mark, and his expression changed slightly. This mark is different from his own. First, the direction is different. Second, the thing on Lihao's arm is a tattoo, but the patterns and designs above are similar. The mark that would only appear after excessive blood loss appeared on Lihao's body, which made Shao Chen instinctively feel that something was wrong. Then let's give it a try. Shao Chen retracted his gaze. He smiled and said, how about we make a bet? What are you betting on? Lihao stared at Shao Chen and asked, just make a phone call from me and the Li group will immediately terminate its cooperation with you. Impossible. We have been working together for many years. Lihao didn't believe it. We have also solved many legal problems for them. With such deep cooperation, I don't believe they will terminate the cooperation with us just because of your phone call. Lihao, don't you think you are too childish? Shao Chen smiled slightly. Nothing is irreplaceable. Especially in a place like Yanjing, there are countless law firms. From what I know, your law firm isn't even among the top 6 in Yanjing, and its ability to resolve disputes is average. Why do you think your law firm is irreplaceable? Just because you don't understand the social relationships in Yanjing. Liu Snadat. Okay, let's give it a try. Shao Chen said as he took out his cell phone. Chapter 257, why don't you try it? He called Li Yongyuan and said, Yongyuan, that guy from Jinqing law firm is causing trouble for me again. Who? The one called Lihao. Li Yongyuan was stunned, and then he said angrily, is this F***king bastard still not done? It's really endless. Shao Chen said with a smile. Now he is standing in front of me, saying that his family has taken over all the legal business of your company. And they know some dirty secrets about your family, but your grandfather doesn't dare to do anything to them? As Shao Chen spoke, he glanced at Lihao, who was frightened out of his wits. God swear to me, when did he ever say such a thing? Bullshit. Our Li family does business uprightly. What dirty secrets can he point out about us? Li Yongyuan yelled. You guys at Jinsheng Law Firm have been living too comfortably these past few years. Wait for me, Shao Chun. I will terminate the contract with their law firm now. You bastard. Jin Sheng isn't even in the top 5 among the big law firms in Yanjing. You really think you're nothing. Li Yongyuan hung up the phone cursing, and Shao Chun waited quietly for the result. Shao Chun, you framed me. When did I ever say such a thing? Li Hao was almost furious. You didn't say it in front of me, but when you were drinking and bragging with your friends, I don't believe you didn't say such things. Shao Chun glanced at him and said, Since you have said it, you should have the courage to admit it, right? Just wait, we'll settle our accounts later. Just wait for me. Li Yongyuan picked up the phone anxiously, wanted to make a call to save the situation. But before he could make the call, his father called first. You beast, how on earth did you offend young Master Li? On the other end of the phone, Li Yongyuan's father's blood pressure soared. Dad, this is a misunderstanding. I'll talk to young Master Li, and it will be fine. Li Hao calmed down and said, I was framed. He's talking nonsense. Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. Let me tell you, the situation has been bad in recent years. Nearly 50% of our Jinsheng law firm's business comes from the Li Group. Li Yongyuan's father shouted, If the contract is not renewed this time, our business volume will drop by nearly 2/3. I don't care whether you kowtow to apologize or slap yourself in the face. You must satisfy Master Li, otherwise I will break your legs. Bang! The call was hung up heavily on the other end, and Li Hao's heart skipped a beat. Shao Chun, I tell you, this is not over between us. Li Hao looked at Shao Chun angrily, then grabbed his phone and ran out. Shao Chun didn't say anything else, went home quickly, picked up a pen, and drew the symbol on Li Hao's wrist. Su Xin, help me look up information related to this symbol. Shao Chun sent this symbol to Su Xin. He felt that this symbol was not simple. Maybe it represents a code name, or maybe it represents a certain organization. The reasons for your own physical condition may be found through this symbol. Li Hao's home. Shao Qian hid in the dark basement, listening to Li Hao upstairs making nonstop phone calls. He seemed very annoyed, and from time to time he smiled and said flattering words while talking on the phone. Sometimes I would call the company's assistant and lose my temper at him. But the final result seemed unsatisfactory. He threw the phone on the sofa and pressed his head deeply. It's over. Everything is over. Without the Li Group as a major client, the law firm's performance dropped by nearly 2/3. The law firm employs so many people, and although it won't go bankrupt in the short term, its efficiency will definitely be greatly reduced, and it can only barely survive. Li Hao, don't be anxious. Seeing that he stopped, Shao Qian walked up and poured him a cup of tea. Li Hao looked up and saw Shao Qian, and suddenly a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He stood up suddenly and angrily knocked over the tea in Shao Qian's hand. Bang! The teacup fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Shao Qian screamed and almost fell to the ground. She looked at Li Hao in shock and anger, not understanding why he was so angry. Shao Chun, it's all because of Shao Chun. Li Hao glared at Shao Qian fiercely. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't be so passive. Li Hao, take your time if you have anything to say. Shao Qian suppressed her inner emotions. Take your time? My law firm is almost unable to operate, and you want me to take my time? Li Hao pointed at her and roared. If it weren't for you, how could I have offended Shao Chun? Li Hao, you can't say that. I was just looking for a lawyer to help me with the lawsuit. Shao Qian felt wronged and angry. You took the initiative to help me, and I gave myself to you. You can't blame me for everything. Who else can I blame if not you? Ever since I met you, I have never had a smooth life. Li Hao's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had lost his mind. You are a disaster star. I'm crazy too. There are so many women lining up for me to sleep with, but I was blinded and fell for you. Li Hao, you. Shao Qian looked at Li Hao angrily, trembling all over. Just as Shao Chun said, Li Hao's true nature gradually revealed itself. His previous care and gentleness towards her were all just to deceive her. What's wrong with me? If it weren't for the fact that you're pregnant with my child, I would chase you away right now. Li Hao said viciously. If you think everything is my fault, then fine. I'm leaving. I'm leaving now. Shao Qian stood up and said angrily. Go, get out now. Li Hao didn't want to keep her at all. He waved his hand irritably. Shao Qian walked to the basement angrily and started packing her things. Annie Wong, please watch her. Let her pack her things and leave. Don't let her take anything from the house with her. Li Hao stood up. Tell her that if she has thought it through, she should come to me and apologize. If she has not thought it through, don't come back. Yes, young master. Aunt Wang nodded and followed Shao Qian to the basement. Shao Qian was packing her things, and Aunt Wang followed her like she was watching a thief. This thing was bought for you by the young master. Aunt Wang watched her pick up a piece of clothing and said, "Don't take even a thread of what the young master bought." Shao Qian was stunned for a moment, then grabbed the thing and threw it on the ground, then left with her few belongings. Aunt Wang looked at her with disdain and followed her until she left the living room. Lihao's cell phone rang as he was going out. Looking at the special message, his pupils shrank and he became nervous. He opened the message and saw an encrypted link. He clicked on the link and an address appeared. Lihao quickly got in the car and left. In the suburbs, a very hidden abandoned factory. Hundreds of candles were lit in the factory's warehouse. In the dim candlelight, dozens of people in black robes knelt on the ground. Their bodies fell to the ground, their eyes devout and fanatical. Chapter 258, Tong Shenghui. Lihao also wore a black robe with a red edge. Like the other believers, he fell to his knees with a fanatical look in his eyes. A woman stood on the platform. She was wearing a long robe, and most of her face was covered by the black robe's hood. Heaven and earth were born together, and all things are one. The slogan of the Tongshang Association was heard. The woman on the platform slowly raised her arms and pointed at Lihao, who was kneeling on the ground. "The truth has chosen you. The others can leave," said a man. Lihao was ecstatic. He kept kneeling and chanting slogans. The rest of the people looked at him with envy and then retreated unwillingly. "Your name is Lihao?" The Jinji on the stage pointed at Lihao. "Yes, Jinji. My name is Lihao. May I ask what you can do for me?" Lihao asked nervously and excitedly. "Do you know Shao Chun?" Jinji asked. "Yes, I know Shao Chun." "Then I'll give you a task." Jinji Dao. "Monitor all his actions and all his plans and report them to me." "Yes, I can do it, definitely." Leo Nuda Dasparateli. In his view, the mission assigned to him by true knowledge is God's will. With a gentle wave of his hand, Lihao knelt on the ground and slowly backed out. After he left, Jinji lifted his hat, and the person underneath the hat looked somewhat similar to Zhao's mother. It was Qin Yoshin. "Shao Chun, Shao Chun, don't blame me for being cruel to you. After all, if it weren't for your father, I wouldn't be like this." Qin Yoshin's eyes were full of hatred. She still remembered that sunny afternoon when that handsome and charming man appeared on the campus of Tokyo University hand in hand with her sister. Just one glance, and her eyes could no longer move. Handsome, cool, and with a pair of eyes that seemed to encompass the whole world. Especially when the sunlight hit his face, his smiling face made her breathless. Although just a quick glance. However, the other party had no idea who she was, and the two never met again in the days that followed. But that face was deeply imprinted in her heart, until she found a banned book in her father's study. It was said that a fragment of this banned book made the other person appear in her own world. From then on, she was out of control, step by step, falling into the abyss. "Shao Chun, I find that you are different from before." A week later, when Song Zian saw Shao Chun again, he couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Shao Chun has lost a lot of weight and has become tanned. The only difference was that his gaze became firm and his figure seemed to be much taller. But he looked more charming than before. "Really? Why are you different? Are you more handsome than before?" Shao Chun asked him with a smile. "He is indeed more handsome than before." Song Zian laughed. "What did you do this week?" "I can't say." Shao Chun shook his head. "You still want to keep a secret from me?" Song Zian was a little angry. "That, I really can't say." Shao Chun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Then I'm angry." Song Zian pretended to be angry. "No. How about you give me a wish, and I will try my best to fulfill it, okay?" Shao Chun scratched his head. "Okay, you said it. Don't go back on your word." Song Zian instantly became energetic. "I said, I won't go back on my word, but your wish has to be realistic." Shao Chun smiled bitterly. "Just don't ask for difficult questions like the stars and the moon in the sky." "Don't worry. This kind of problem won't arise," Song Zian said with a grin. "Okay, go ahead." Shao Chun nodded seriously. Song Zian held up his chin, thought for a long time, then shook his head and said, "I haven't remembered it yet. I'll leave this wish with you for now, and I'll come back to you when I remember it." "Well, keep it with me first." Shao Chun asked with a smile. "Where is Shunjin? How is he?" "He spends every day in the lab, and this guy is very close to Sumuyu." Song Zian said, "I don't know what he wants to do. What else can I do? Just like her." Shao Chun shrugged. Song Zian frowned, then shook his head. "That's it. Shanzi can't catch up with her. Have some confidence in your cousin. He is a genius that only appears once in a century. Xiaochen smiled. If you say this to his face, he will definitely be very happy. Song Zian curled his lips. I'm not complimenting him. He's really a genius. Xiao Chun said seriously. When have you ever seen my judgment be inaccurate? It seems so. Song Zian thought about it and felt that Xiao Chun was right. His vision has always been very accurate. Maybe Shinjin will really become smarter in the future. Okay, don't worry about it. Where do you want to go? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. Let's go to the zoo. I want to take a look. Song Zian took Xiao Chen's hand. Let's take the subway. Yanjing is too congested. Xiao Chen said. Song Zian nodded and went to squeeze into the subway with Xiao Chun. This location is about 10 stops away from the zoo, which is not a far distance for Yanjing. So the two of them squeezed onto the subway and arrived at the station more than half an hour later. After getting off the subway and about to take the escalator, Song Zian suddenly pulled Xiao Chun and pointed to one side. Xiao Chun looked in the direction she was looking with some confusion. He was stunned to see Xiao Qian sitting on the steps with a backpack. Her eyes were red, as if she had just cried, and she looked a little helpless. Originally, Xiao Chun didn't want to pay attention to her and was about to leave by pulling Song Zian, but Xiao Qian had already seen Xiao Chun. She stood up suddenly, took a few steps forward to stop Xiao Chun, and said angrily, Xiao Chun, are you here to laugh at me? I'm telling you, even if Lihao and I had a fight, I wouldn't ask you for help. Xiao Chen's anger rose suddenly. He squinted his eyes at Xiao Qian and said, to be honest, if you didn't ask for trouble, I wouldn't care about you at all. Besides, you had a quarrel with Lihao? Haha, don't flatter yourself. Xiao Chen squinted at her, not hiding the mockery on his face at all. You look like this, you must have been kicked out of your home, right? How is it? Living under someone else's roof is hard, isn't it? Being looked down upon by others every day is not easy, is it? Xiao Chen, shut up. Xiao Qian was almost angry to death. She just wanted to find someone to quarrel with and vent her emotions. Pregnant women are already emotionally unstable, and every word Xiao Chen said hit the nail on the head about her current situation, which made her even more angry and embarrassed. Even if I am desperate now, I will not accept your charity. I don't plan to give you alms. Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Qian with a strange look. Why do you think I will give you alms? Besides, how can someone as self-reliant as you beg for help from others? I was so arrogant that I didn't listen to Xiao Yan's advice. Now that I'm in such a mess, I have to go back to Jiangsheng. It's embarrassing, right? Chapter 259, It's All Your Own Fault. Xiao Qian was stunned. Yes, when she was with Lihao, Xiao Yan also advised her. But she was confused at the time and didn't believe Xiao Yan's words at all. She even made a bold statement that she would live a happy life. But now she was so miserable that she was homeless. She originally wanted to go back to Jiangsheng and was hesitating to call Xiao Yan for help. But now she gave up the idea. She couldn't bear to be laughed at. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth, picked up her bag, turned around, and went back. Xiao Chen rolled his eyes. This woman must have something wrong with her brain. Xiao Chen, has Xiao Qian encountered any difficulties? Song Zian couldn't help but ask. She asked for it. Let her be. Judging from her appearance, she was probably kicked out of the house. Xiao Chen glanced at Xiao Qian's back. Her academic qualifications should be good. Why has she ended up like this? Song Zian couldn't understand. It's all my own fault. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, I'm so self-righteous. I don't have the fate of a princess, but I have princess syndrome. Xiao Chen did not sympathize with her. On the contrary, he felt a little sympathy for Lihao, because Xiao Qian in the previous life perfectly inherited her mother's character. This woman is crazy at heart. When her emotions are suppressed to a certain extent, they will rebound and explode. When a madness in her bones cannot be controlled, God knows what crazy things she will do. Song Zian also sighed helplessly and stopped worrying about these things as they had nothing to do with him. The two of them left the subway station together and went to the zoo. Xiao Qian wandered around Lihao's house with her bag until it was completely dark, but she didn't receive any call from Lihao. He didn't even send a message, and he didn't care at all about her leaving. At this moment, as long as he said hello, she would immediately go back through the stairs. But he didn't. It seemed that in his eyes, even if I was pregnant with his child, I was still an insignificant person. Seeing that it was getting completely dark, she could only sigh and go back hesitantly. At Lihao's home, the nanny had already prepared the meal, and Lihao and his mother were eating around the dining table. How? Xiao Qian is really not coming back. Li Jie felt uneasy while eating. Why don't you give her a call? Your grandfather is in the United States, and half of his body is almost buried in the ground. Your uncle had 2 daughters, neither of whom your grandfather liked. If you had given birth to a boy earlier and let him see his great-grandson earlier, he might have given all his property to us. Mom, don't worry. Xiao Qian is definitely pregnant with a boy this time. Lihao ate without a care. I'll take her for a checkup when the due date comes. If it's a girl, we'll abort her immediately like we did with the previous ones and not let her stay at home. And don't I know her? She has no relatives in Yanjing and no money. She'll be back soon. What if she goes back to Jiangxing? Li Jie was still a little worried. Your grandfather's property is a considerable amount of money. Nothing can go wrong. Oh, she doesn't have any relatives or friends in Jiangxing. Li Hao held Xiao Qian very tightly. Don't worry, she will give in if you hold her until the early morning. Women should not be spoiled. If I take the initiative this time, she will use it to control me next time. Don't worry. Seeing her son so confident, Li Jie stopped talking. She nodded and continued eating. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang. Madam Master, she's back. Aunt Wang glanced at the surveillance camera and saw Xiao Qian standing at the door. Let her in. Li Jie snorted and muttered quietly. A money-losing commodity is a money-losing commodity. No matter how hard you try to target her, won't she still come to you? Mother Wang bowed slightly and went to open the door. Xiao Qian walked in. She lowered her head and said nothing. Why, you still remember to come back? Li Jie raised her eyebrows. Mom, I am sorry. I was in a bad mood today. I apologize to you. Xiao Qian lowered her eyes and spoke in a very low voice. You don't apologize like this. Aunt Wang criticized. You look a little unconvinced. Xiao Qian's eyes were red, and now she was in a dilemma. She gritted her teeth, put the bag in her hand on the ground, and then knelt on the ground under the gaze of 3 pairs of eyes. Li Hao looked at Xiao Qian in surprise. He didn't expect that Xiao Qian could actually kneel down. I'm sorry, Li Hao. I shouldn't have quarreled with you today. Xiao Qian's eyes were red. Will you forgive me? Will you still be angry in the future? Li Hao raised his eyebrows. Stop making trouble. I'll listen to you from now on. Xiao Qian sniffed and swallowed her tears. That's good enough. Get up. Seeing that she was sincere in admitting her mistake, Li Jie let her get up. Get up. Li Hao glanced at her, and Xiao Qian got up. We've already eaten, so just make something for yourself if you see anything in the kitchen. Also, I'm a light sleeper, so try not to come up from the basement floor at night. Li Hao set a new rule. Since you have entered the Li family, you must abide by the Li family's rules. The daughter-in-law of the Li family is not someone who eats for free. From now on, you will help Wang Ma with some housework. Do you understand? I understand. Xiao Qian nodded. The mother and son left satisfied. Aunt Wang rolled her eyes at Xiao Qian, went to rest without even cleaning up the table. Xiao Qian felt hungry. Her appetite had increased significantly since she became pregnant. After looking around the kitchen and finding nothing, she found a pack of instant noodles. She quietly put the noodles in and boiled them in plain water, but the noodles had almost no taste. Looking at the leftover food on the table, she hesitated for a moment, then cleaned up the leftovers on the table and put them into a bowl. She heated up the leftovers and started eating them in big mouthfuls. She was unaware of her tears falling into the bowl. Suddenly, she realized that her life was what Xiao Chan had experienced before. At that time, he had just arrived at the Shao family. His own family had no love or care for him at all. Xiao Chun lived in the utility room, a very small room. When his family eats out, he is never allowed to sit at the table. As he was still growing up, he was always hungry when he came out of school. And now she finally understood how Xiao Chun felt when he was at home. She held the chopsticks tightly and let the tears flow out. At this moment, her emotions became anxious, and her strong hatred made her eager to take revenge. But she stroked her lower abdomen and forced down the hatred. Lihao, he loves me. He's just not ready to be a father. He will understand in the future. Besides, if I'm pregnant with a boy, they will look at me differently. Chapter 260 Bloodline Suppression. Xiao Qian comforted herself, wiped away her tears, and continued to eat the leftovers. When Xiao Chun and Song Zian came out of the zoo, it was already late. A stage was set up outside the zoo with many chairs placed on it, making it look like a concert. Hey, Xiao Chun, who is holding a small concert here today? Song Zian asked. Hello, classmate, who is holding a concert here? Xiao Chun asked a passerby of similar age. Today is the day when tomorrow's classmates will hold a concert here, didn't you know? The passerby was holding a fluorescent light, his face excited. Ming Tian, classmate? Who is this? Have you heard of him? Xiao Chen looked at Song Zian in surprise. Song Zian shook his head, indicating that he had never heard of it. You haven't heard of Ming Tian, classmate? Which mountain did you come from? The passerby looked at him with some contempt. Mr. Ming Tian is a young singer with great potential. His famous work is Origin of Sparks. He is a student at Yanjing Academy of Arts. No more talking, I'm going in now. The good seats will be taken up later. The student said excitedly as he ran towards the venue and started checking tickets. As an RV drove over, a group of fans holding glow sticks rushed forward, shouting Ming Tian's name. A row of autists stopped in front of the RV, and a group of bodyguards in black got out of the autists. These bodyguards wore sunglasses and custom-made suits. They maintained order at the scene and prevented these fanatic fans from breaking through the blockade. Tomorrow, I love you. You are the most handsome, especially the group of female fans. Their faces turned red with excitement. Xiao Chun and Song Zian were both a little confused. What was going on? What's the origin of this Ming Tian? I've never heard of it. Have I become stupid from studying so hard recently? Song Zian began to doubt his life. It's not just you. I haven't heard of him either. Maybe he's a new internet celebrity. Xiao Chun smiled and said, there are so many internet celebrities nowadays. It's normal that we don't know them. Let's go back. Okay, let's go back. Song Zian took Xiao Chen's arm. The RV was blocking the middle of the road. The two men went around the back of the RV and tried to leave, but were blocked by several bodyguards. You can't go through this place, go around from the front. Why can't I walk? It only takes a few hundred meters to get to the subway station in front, but I have to walk a kilometer from the back. Why? Xiao Chun asked with a frown. We're going to pass by here tomorrow, and he's going to perform later. Can you afford to delay his performance? The bodyguard was very aggressive. He pointed at Xiao Chun and said, take your girlfriend away immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Then I'd like to see how rude you are. Xiao Chun was angry. Is this some kind of crappy internet celebrity tomorrow? Or is he an important leader? The road is blocked, and people are not allowed to pass. What? Are you looking for trouble, kid? The bodyguard stepped forward and was about to take action. Xiao Chun didn't tolerate him. He grabbed the guy's hand with his backhand and locked it. The bodyguard immediately started wailing. It hurts, be gentle, be gentle. The training during the Devil Week was no joke, and Xiao Chun felt a warm current in his body during the training, as if he had endless energy. Moreover, although this bodyguard is wearing a suit and sunglasses and looks like someone who is not easy to mess with, he is actually just a figurehead and is not worth mentioning at all. Now, can we pass? Xiao Chun asked. Yes, I'll let you go. The bodyguard just asked Xiao Chun to let go quickly. Xiao Chun pushed him aside, took Song Zian's hand, and was about to leave. But the bodyguard pointed at Xiao Chun and shouted, they're the ones causing trouble. Stop them. Several people immediately ran out from the front of the RV and stopped Xiao Chun and Song Zian. Well, it seems we need to move around today. Xiao Chun said helplessly. Xiao Chun, should we call the police? Song Zian was a little worried when she saw that the other party had many people. Don't do that. If you call the police, they will get away with it. Xiao Chun grinned. There are a lot of people, right? You're famous, right? People with bare feet are not afraid of those with shoes. It depends on whether your concert can be held. Brother? At this moment, a surprise voice came. It was Xiao Ming who walked out of the RV, accompanied by a curvy female assistant. Seeing Xiao Chun, Xiao Ming took off his mask and asked his men to retreat. This is my brother. You all step back. It's okay. The bodyguards had no choice but to retreat, but they still stood aside, staring at Xiao Chun with a fierce look. It's you. Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Ming, and he suddenly realized. Tomorrow? This is Xiao Ming's stage name, right? Huh. Is Xiao Ming going into the entertainment industry? Yes, it's me, brother. I haven't seen you for such a long time. Are you doing well? Xiao Ming still looked gloomy, but his face was paler than before, and although he had grown a little taller, he looked even more frail. Xiao Chun was a little confused. What kind of life had Xiao Ming been living these days? But his eyes, which can arouse girls' desire to protect him, are still so attractive. Very good. Why haven't you died yet? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. A hint of anger flashed across Xiao Ming's eyes, but he immediately wiped away the hatred in them. He still had that harmless smile on his face. Brother, look at what you said. He moved closer to Xiao Chun, still smiling, but his words were unusually vicious. You're not dead yet. How could I die before you? Not bad. You have improved compared to before. At least your true nature is exposed. Xiao Chun gave him a thumbs up. Brother, Sister Zian, you guys are here to see my concert too, right? Unfortunately, there are no tickets available today. Xiao Ming and Xiao Chun distanced themselves from each other, and the expressions on their faces immediately became gentle. I have a large concert at the stadium the day after tomorrow. I'll leave 2 tickets for you guys, so you must come. You? Concert. Xiao Chen sneered. Xiao Ming, you should go act. It will be very charming to play a scheming villain. As for the concert? Haha, you can sing even though you've been tone deaf since childhood. Lip syncing, right? Xiao Ming's face changed. His singing was indeed average. Although Xiang Jiaojiao hired a top teacher for him, his broken voice was not suitable for singing at all. The songs circulating on the internet are all tuned by million-level tuning equipment. But this guy dances pretty well, and he's also good at playing the guitar. Plus, with that charming face, he does have the potential to be a pretty boy. But for songs like this one at a concert, he did lip sync. Also, you paid for these fans, right? Song Zian added, you see, they tell everyone they're going to have a concert tomorrow. Chapter 261, it's not easy for Xiao Ming either. You create the illusion that you are very popular, but in fact, no one knows who you will be tomorrow, right? Xiao Ming's face twitched a little. At this moment, his assistant came over and said, the concert will start tomorrow. Let's go put on makeup quickly, otherwise it will be too late. The arrival of the assistant temporarily rescued Xiao Ming. He looked at Xiao Chun and gave him a meaningful smile. Brother, the path I will take in the future may be different from yours. Who of us can succeed? Sorry, I'm not interested in competing with you, and you are not qualified. Xiao Chen smiled. He patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and used some ruthlessness when he attacked. As for what you want to do in the future, I'll wait for you. His hand pinched Xiao Ming's shoulder so hard that it hurt. Although Xiao Ming cursed in pain, he still maintained a friendly appearance in front of his assistant. Okay, then we'll see you another day. After letting go of Xiao Ming, one of his shoulders hurt so much that he could hardly stand up straight. Xiao Chun then took Song Zian away. He looked at Xiao Chen's back, and a twisted look flashed across his eyes. After the concert, Xiao Ming was almost exhausted. He booked a hotel nearby and planned to have a good rest. But just as I lay down in the hotel, Xiang Jiaojiao's video was sent to me. When Xiao Ming saw her video request, his heart instinctively trembled. This woman was insatiable and almost squeezed him dry. But every time he still had to put on a smile to coax her and serve her. Seeing the video ringing stubbornly and thinking about the consequences of not answering the call, he had no choice but to answer the call. Then he smiled ingratiatingly. Sister Xiang, I just finished a concert. Where's the location? Send it to me. Xiang Jiaojiao in the video was almost in a hungry state. Sister, I'm a little tired today. How about I come to see you another day? Xiao Ming's legs were shaking. He was really too tired. Xiang Jiaojiao was not a human being at all. Xiao Ming, if I don't send you the location, you will have to bear the corresponding consequences. Are you sure you can afford it? Xiang Jiaojiao's tone was sharp, and she showed no mercy to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming hesitated to speak. Originally, he thought he had escaped danger today, but thinking of Xiang Jiaojiao's attitude of not giving up until she got what she wanted, Xiao Ming gave up. He gritted his teeth and sent his location. He gave Jiaojiao a red heart in return, then rushed over in a hurry. Looking at the body that was like a mountain of flesh, Xiao Ming felt guilty. As soon as Xiang Jiaojiao entered the room, she threw Xiao Ming to the ground and sat on his lap. Originally, she wanted to lie in Xiao Ming's arms and act coquettishly like other women. But unfortunately, her body was too big, twice as big as Xiao Ming's. So Xiao Ming was under so much pressure that he was gasping for breath and rolling his eyes. Sister, I'm really a little tired today. How about I hold you to sleep tonight and we won't do anything else? Okay. Xiao Ming forced a smile and asked cautiously. Every time this happened, he would ask himself why he wasn't a woman. If you were a woman, there will always be a few inconvenient days every month. That way I could take a break and not suffer the inhuman abuse from this woman. But he wasn't, and he didn't have his period. Xiang Jiaojiao never let him rest and would force-feed him all kinds of medicine if she couldn't satisfy him. In short, Xiao Chen now feels that his health is getting worse. He just wanted to become famous quickly so that he could get rid of Xiang Jiaojiao's control. However, his road to fame is long and far away. Before that, he can only be patient and endure her manipulation. Tired, Xiang Jiaojiao sneered, and suddenly, she slapped Xiao Ming in the face. Bang! Xiao Ming felt half of his face burning. She said sternly, "Aren't you tired of carrying bricks at the construction site? Aren't you tired of working like a dog? I've spent a lot of money to support you, and it has paid off in the past few days. You don't want to give anything, but you still want to be famous? Do you really think rich people's money comes from the wind? Sister Xiang, that's not what I meant. I'm just a little tired today. Xiaoming forced a smile on his face. Pa! A slap landed on Xiaoming's other side. Xiaoming felt stars in his eyes, and his whole face was burning with pain. But he still had to force a smile and let the woman humiliate him. Are you still tired now? Xiang Jiao asked. No, I'm not tired anymore. Xiaoming shook his head. Although he was humiliated, he still said, Sister is the panacea. As soon as I see my sister, all my fatigue disappears. Xiaoming, I've changed men one after another, but I've never been willing to change you. Do you know why? Xiang Jiao was overjoyed. She pinched Xiaoming's shin and said, The biggest reason is that you are so good talking, huh? As she spoke, she took out another pill and put to Xiaoming's mouth. Xiaoming's expression was a little bitter, but he had no choice but to resign himself to taking the medicine and putting it to his mouth. At this moment, with a creak, the door of the room that had been tightly closed opened. Ooh! Xiang Jiao couldn't help but get furious. She shouted at the bodyguards outside. Where are the people? Are they all dead? Then a figure flashed, and a woman wrapped in a black robe appeared. The woman walked into the room and took off her hat. Xiaoming stood up and looked at the woman in front of him with some shock. I saw this woman with a smile on her face, and she looked 30% like the mentally ill woman in my life. If he didn't look carefully, he would even think that his own mother had come. Who are you? Xiaoming asked stutteringly. Who are you? Xiang Jiao yelled in dissatisfaction. What are the people outside doing? How did they let people in? The woman who came in was none other than Yoshin. Faced with Xiang Jiao's arrogance, she slapped her in the face. The slap stunned Xiang Jiao, and she didn't react for a long time. Then she reacted and screamed, You dare to hit me? I'll fight you. She screamed and rushed forward, ready to kill Yoshin. However, a sharp look from Yoshin made her whole body stiff and unable to move. She stood there, trembling all over, wanting to escape but unable to move a step. She looked at Yoshin in surprise, and the latter gave her a cold look, which made her feel like she was falling into an ice cellar. She wanted to scream, but even that was a luxury for her. You. Xiaoming looked at Yoshin in shock, his eyes full of curiosity. Don't you remember me? You should have seen my photo. I'm your Aunt Xin, your mother's sister. Yoshin raised his eyebrows and chuckled. Chapter 262 en oíd Sumuyu. Aunt Xin, I remember now. I've seen your photo. Xiaoming finally remembered. But weren't you already dead? Those are just rumors. For some reasons, I have to hide my identity. Yoshin said leisurely. Xiaoming nodded in confusion. He looked at Yoshin in surprise and snapped his fingers at Xiang Jiao. Then, Xiang Jiao walked mechanically towards the balcony. Amid Xiaoming's surprised expression, she stepped over the fence and stood on the edge of the balcony. This was the 10th floor, and her fat body was hanging halfway over the balcony. Her face turned pale, and she wanted to scream in fear, but her throat was trembling and no sound came out. Xiaoming's eyes lit up. He understood that Yoshin came to help him. Yoshin slowly walked to the balcony, tilted his head, and looked at Xiang Jiao. Your life will be controlled by Xiaoming from now on. As long as he has the idea, you will commit suicide in various ways. From now on, you have to listen to him. Do you understand? Xiang Jiao's head finally regained its freedom. She turned her head and nodded desperately to this strange woman. She was so scared that she peed her pants and even had yellow liquid flowing down her skirt. Aunt Xin, do you need me to do anything for you? Xiaoming asked obediently. He knew what he should do, and this aunt with special abilities would not help him for free. But her power is too great, so Xiaoming must establish a good relationship with her. You're such a smart kid. Yoshin nodded approvingly. I need you to get close to Sumuyu and help me accomplish something. No problem. This woman is very stupid. I just need to use some tricks, and she will come over obediently. Xiaoming was very confident. Just why her? The project she's researching is very valuable, and a multinational group has taken a fancy to it. And I need the financial support of that group. It's just an exchange of interests. It's that simple. Yoshin smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll take good care of you for your mother. But you have to be good. Aunt Xin, I will be obedient. Xiaoming nodded sensibly. This woman will be your servant from now on. Yoshin snapped his fingers and restored Xiang Jiao's freedom. She came back from a balcony trembling, then collapsed to the ground with a thud. Then he fell to the ground and started crying. If she doesn't obey, she could die in an accident at any time. I'll be obedient. I'll definitely be obedient. I'll definitely be obedient. Xiang Jiao Jiao was so frightened that she fell to her knees on the ground and kowtowed desperately. And on her arm, there was an additional pattern, which was exactly the same as the one on Lihao's arm. Peking University, Experimental Building. In the morning, Sumuyu came out of the cafeteria and walked towards the laboratory building. You can tell that she's in a good mood. After all, the experiment has made some progress. Now the entire experimental group is full of fighting spirit. If the experiment can make a breakthrough at the final stage, we can submit an application for a patent to the Chinese Academy of Sciences. Quantum communication, a groundbreaking product, may be born from her hands. Suddenly, she saw Shanzi, who was whispering with someone. The other party was instigating something, and Shanzi kept nodding, listening very carefully. Seeing Sumuyu, the man hurriedly patted Shanzi on the shoulder, turned around, and ran away. Sumuyu was stunned for a moment, because the man's back looked like Shao Chun. Shao Chun and Shanzi have a good relationship, but what are they secretly talking about so early in the morning? Sister Su, you're here? I brought you breakfast. Let's eat it before going to the laboratory. Shanzi raised the breakfast in his hand with a warm smile on his face. Sumuyu originally wanted to say that she had already eaten, but thinking about the back that looked like Shao Chun just now, she took Shanji's breakfast and sat on a stone bench beside her. Have you eaten? Sumuyu looked at Shanzi. No. Shanzi nodded. Then let's eat together. Sumuyu handed him a pair of chopsticks. Thank you, Sister Su. Shanzi happily took the chopsticks, opened the package, and started eating with Sumuyu. He was very happy because this was the first time Sumuyu invited him to have breakfast together. He ate very carefully, afraid that a little food would fall to the ground and lose his manners. Shanzi, who was with you just now? Sumuyu suddenly asked. He's a friend of mine from Peking University. Shanzi was surprised and said hesitantly, Look into my eyes and say again. Sumuyu looked directly at Shanzi. Shanzi couldn't lie, so he didn't dare look Sumuyu in the eye. He's Shao Chun, right? Sumuyu asked. Yes. Shanzi nodded. Everything you did for me today was taught by him, right? Sumuyu's IQ suddenly went online. Yes. Shanzi nodded again. Why did he do this? Sumuyu felt like something was blocking his heart. He was just helping me. Shanzi hesitated to speak. Help you pursue me? Sumuyu looked him straight in the eye and asked, You asked your grandfather to invest in the laboratory on the condition that I become your mentor. Was it his idea? Shanzi didn't dare to look into Sumuyu's eyes, but his actions were already a good answer. Okay. Shao Chun, you really took great pains to get rid of me. Sumuyu's defense was broken. She never thought that the reason why she was entangled by Shanzi was all Shao Chun's idea. He really understands his own preferences. He really put a lot of effort into it. Sister Su, are you unhappy? Shanzi said timidly. Shanzi, don't come to see me again in the future. Sumuyu shook his head. Why? Shanzi was a little panicked. I am very happy with you, Sister Su. Did I do something wrong? If you did something wrong, I will correct it. Sumuyu shook her head, stood up, and left without saying a word. Shanzi hurriedly stood up and followed her. That's enough, Shanzi. She finally couldn't stand it anymore and turned around to stop Shanzi. We are not from the same world. Don't bother me anymore. I won't like you anymore. So let's stop here, okay? Sister Su, what did I do wrong? Tell me. I will definitely change. Shanzi looked at her in fear, at a loss as to what to do. You are not wrong. I am wrong. I shouldn't have known you. Sumuyu vented out all the unhappiness that she had suppressed in her heart these days. The person I like is not you. If I have to say who I like, then that person can only be Shao Chun. If you know anything, then you should stay away from me from now on, okay? You are just a fool. She vented her anger without hesitation and turned away, ignoring Shanji's stunned expression. Shanji stood there, staring blankly at Sumuyu, who left in a rage. Her words hurt him deeply. He squatted down silently, hugged his knees, and cried sadly like a helpless child. Chapter 263 Shao Chun, you did it on purpose. Fool! Although I have heard this discriminatory and malicious name more than once. But when such words came out of Sumuyu's mouth, it made him extremely sad. Hi, Junior, what's wrong with you? Just at this moment, a girl holding a math book passed by Shanji. Seeing Shanji crying sadly, she stopped. Shanji didn't say anything. He just shook his head desperately. Are you heartbroken, Junior? The girl asked curiously. I'm a fool. Please ignore me, okay? Shanji looked up at the girl. Then he continued to bury his head between his knees. Sadness and inferiority made it impossible for him to raise his head. Haha, what a coincidence, I'm a cripple. The girl pointed to her leg. Her two legs were not the same length, and the shoe on her left foot was 2 centimeters thicker than the shoe on her right leg. Look, we are both the same people. We can be friends. What's wrong with your leg? Shinjin looked at her in surprise. The girl is sunny and cheerful, and she does not feel inferior because of her leg disability. She smiled sweetly and was very happy, and her every move was contagious. I broke my leg when I was a kid. My family was poor, so I sought out a quack doctor to take a look at it. That's how it became, said the girl. My name is Li Jingyi. We can be friends, and I can also teach you math. She raised a math book in her hand. My name is Shinjin. Is your book The Elements of Geometry? Shinjin became interested. Yes, have you read this book? Li Jingyi looked at Shinjin in surprise. Shinjin called him a fool, and she believed him, because after just a few words of conversation, she felt that his speech and thinking were indeed childish and did not suit his age. But he could actually understand the book in his hand. This book was an ancient Greek original. Only a few professors in the department can understand it, but Shinjin in front of him can see at a glance. I've read this book. Shinjin nodded. Well, can you help me explain some of them? I don't quite understand them. Li Jingyi asked happily. Sure. Shinjin pointed at the breakfast and said, Senior, have you eaten breakfast? I haven't eaten much yet. Okay, thank you. Li Jingyi nodded and sat opposite Shinjin. The two discussed the issues in the book while eating. Xiao-chan was strolling in the school and was about to go to the company when he was blocked by Sumuyu. Xiao-chan, what do you mean? Sumuyu's face was full of anger, and she seemed very angry. She became even more angry when she found out that the reason Shinjin was pestering her was because of Xiao-chan's instigation. She had expressed her kindness to Xiao-chan and even brought him breakfast. This was a gesture of goodwill, but Xiao-chan was indifferent to her gesture. That's fine, but Xiao-chan also encouraged Shinjin to pester him. Did he hate him so much? Was he going to push him to a fool? What do I mean? Seeing her looking like she was asking for an explanation, Xiao-chan pretended not to understand. Sumuyu, what's wrong with you? It was you who instigated Shinjin to pester me, right? Sumuyu got angry when she saw him playing dumb. You're here for Shinjin's matter? Xiao-chan suddenly realized. He shook his head. First of all, I want to correct one thing. I'm not instigating, but encouraging. Shinjin is a person. Although his IQ is only that of an 8-year-old, he has the ability to think independently. He would only approach someone if he had a crush on him. Xiao-chan said, and I just gave him advice. So should I feel honored? Sumuyu was angry. Yes, Shinjin is a good person. You will know it if you interact with him more. He is a pure and innocent boy. Don't bully him. Xiao-chan nodded, then spoke seriously. Xiao-chan, thank you. Thank you and your whole family. Sumuyu was really angry. I'm being pestered by a fool every day. Should I feel honored? Sumuyu, you can't say that. Shinjin has brought funds to your laboratory. Xiao-chan frowned. If you hated him, you should have rejected him and the funding at the time. But you don't have any, so you want to accept the other party's funding without paying any price. Excuse me, there is no such cheap thing in this world. As an adult, you should think carefully before doing anything, right? Sumuyu stared at Xiao-chan, her eyes slightly red. But you are the one who gave him the idea, why you? Sumuyu, we have never had any intersection before, and we are destined not to have any in the future. Xiao-chan shook his head and said, You understand everything, so I don't need to explain more. Do you hate me that much? Sumuyu stared at Xiao-chan in a daze, trying hard not to let her tears fall. Do you hate Shinjin so much? I think he's a nice guy. Xiao-chan asked back. It's different. Xiao-chan, I was wrong before. I want to make amends, and I want to redeem myself. Sumuyu took a deep breath. You told Shinjin all my preferences, so you have me in your heart, right? Sumuyu. Xiao-chan frowned and interrupted her. Don't have any unrealistic ideas anymore, okay? Let's stay away from each other. It's good for everyone. Do you understand? Xiao-chan clasped his hands together, made a gesture of please, you're old, then turned and left. Watching Xiao-chan leave, Sumuyu's tears welled up in her eyes. Xiao-chan is no longer the same Xiao-chan as before, and even if she tries every possible means, she cannot bring him back. Are you Sumuyu? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind. Sumuyu quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and turned around. She saw Shanzi standing behind her. She had seen Shanzi's photo, which was shown to her by Shinjin. He introduced all his relatives to her, but Sumuyu was not interested in his relatives. But Shanzi was destined to be different. So Sumuyu recognized her at first sight. Yes, you're Shunjin's sister, right? Sumuyu said. Yes, I am Shunjin's sister. Shanzi showed a hint of displeasure on her face. I also heard Grandpa mention you a long time ago. Sumuyu didn't say anything. She had visited Mr. Shun several times before because she needed a favor from the Shun family. And Mr. Shun is also very optimistic about her. I know you too. You are my senior. Many experimental projects at Peking University were funded by you. Sumuyu said, this has nothing to do with the reason why I came to see you today. Shanzi's face was slightly cold. I know that what I did to Shinjin was wrong. Please apologize to him on my behalf. Sumuyu certainly knew what she meant. But I can't accept him, sorry. Chapter 264, I need to clarify. Shinjin just wants to be friends with you. He's not pursuing you. Shanzi said coldly. He doesn't have many friends, and he is very sensitive. He can sense that you are impatient with him. So he keeps trying to please you. He just want to be friends with me? Sumuyu was stunned. What else? At most, I just have a crush on you. But what you said was so hurtful. Shanzi said in a deep voice, Sumuyu, I know you have strength, and you also have your pride. But Shinjin is my younger brother, and the future of the Shun family will be handed over to him. Maybe he looks a little stupid now, but that doesn't mean he will be like that in the future. If I hurt him, I can only say sorry. Sumuyu, calm down. You know, I always like to be alone. Shinjin has been pestering me these days, so... Pestering you? There was a hint of contempt in Shanzi's eyes. Who do you think Shinjin is? Those annoying flies and bedbugs. If you show that you don't like him at all when he comes to you, he will definitely not come to you. I can see that you have been enduring these days. But on the one hand, you are reluctant to give up the financial support from our Shun family. And, on the other hand, you are unwilling to contact Shinjin. I can only say that people like you are hypocritical. Senior sister Shun, please be more polite when you speak. A hint of anger emerged in Sumuyu's eyes. Shunzi's words were too impolite and had angered her. I always speak directly. If I offend you, please bear with me. Shunzi met Sumuyu's gaze and said, in view of the harm you have done to Shunjin, from today on, I will withdraw all funds from Shun Group in quantum communication technology. Senior, you can't do this. Sumuyu was surprised, and she looked up at Shanzi. Now our research has reached a critical moment. If you withdraw funding now, all research will come to a standstill and the losses will be immeasurable. You have to consider the impact. What does this have to do with me? Shanzi looked at her as if she was a mentally retarded person. The Shun family invested in your laboratory because of Shunjin. Now that you have hurt my brother completely, you still want to take Shun's investment with a clear conscience? What are you thinking about? Sumuyu was unwilling to give up. She picked up her phone and was about to call Shinjin. Shinjin listened to her, and she was determined to get the investment back at all costs. However, a cold electronic prompt tone was heard on the other end of the phone. She was blocked, so she quickly picked up WeChat to contact Shinjin. But the same red exclamation mark was given. Don't try to get your investment back through Shinjin. My brother is very simple and doesn't understand the evil of human nature, let alone the lethality of a white lotus like you. Shanzi warned, if you dare to hurt him again, I will make sure you have no place to stand in Beijing University. Giving Sumuyu a sharp look, Shunji Jin took a few steps back, then turned and left. Then she thought about it and stopped. Also, you'd better stay away from Shao Chun in the future. You've already done enough harm to him. If you dare to hurt Shao Chun again, the protection I gave my brother will also be effective on him. He turned around and left resolutely, leaving Sumuyu dumbfounded. Shunzi's aura was extremely powerful, so powerful that Sumuyu didn't dare to touch him. I originally wanted to leave straight away, but Shao Chun appeared not far ahead. Ms. Shun. Shao Chun, you haven't left yet. Shunzi looked at Shao Chun with some surprise. Then she noticed that Shao Chun's expression was a little strange. She thought that Shao Chun had heard everything about her conversation with Sumuyu just now. Her face flushed instantly. After all, Shao Chun had seen her strong side. No, Shao Chun shook his head. Then I just did. Shunzi looked at Shao Chun with a glimmer of hope. I heard everything. Shao Chun nodded. Shunzi pressed his head weakly, and the last bit of fantasy in his heart was completely shattered. Miss Shun, Shao Chun spoke. Call me Shanzi. Shanzi raised his eyes suddenly and looked directly into Shao Chun's eyes. It's the same in my past and present lives. I always call myself that. Okay, Miss Shun. Shao Chun nodded, but his tone was unusually stubborn. Shanzi took a deep breath and tried hard to suppress his restless emotions. She smiled. Shao Chun, let me accompany you to visit Beijing University. I am quite familiar with this place. Okay. Shao Chun thought about it and nodded in agreement. After all, Shanzi is a senior and often comes to Peking University. She is extremely familiar with every tree and blade of grass here. The two walked side by side, slowly on the historic campus of Kyoto University. Senior Sister Shun, you are so good to your brother. Shao Chen finally changed his address. Although it was just a change from Miss Shun to Senior Shun, it had a different meaning to Shenzi. Shenjin is too naive and easily hurt. Shenzi looked at Shao Chun with a slightly reproachful look. You shouldn't let him provoke Sumuyu, because this woman's brain is different from that of normal people. You have a much better way to get rid of her. Well, I'm sorry. Shao Chun was a little embarrassed. I'm not taking advantage of Shenjin. I just want to help him. He didn't expect Shenzi to see through his intention. I know. Shenzi nodded. You are very good to Shenjin, and he also likes to be friends with you. Shenjin is a genius. Shao Chun said with a hint of meaning. In the eyes of his family, he is a genius. Shenzi obviously misunderstood Shao Chen's words. What I mean is if he wakes up one day, he will definitely achieve extraordinary things, Shao Chen explained. Do you really think so? Shenzi suddenly raised his head and looked at Shao Chun. He will. Shao Chun was surprised by her reaction. If you say he will definitely do it. Shenzi nodded gently, his heart full of joy. Senior Sister Shun. Shao Chen thought for a moment and asked, have we met before? Why do you ask? Shenzi turned around and looked at Shao Chun. Because I feel like you are familiar, but I don't know where I've seen you. Shao Chen's eyes were a little confused. Maybe it's the fate in the previous life. Shenzi was stunned, with a smile between his eyebrows. This answer is very misleading. Shao Chun smiled bitterly. He could see that Shenzi looked at him differently. That complex look always contains different emotions. Whenever he tried to recall her memories from his previous life, his head would feel a tearing pain. Chapter 265 Meeting with Shao Wanli. Although he didn't know why this was happening, he already understood that there must be a very complicated relationship between Shenzi and himself. Maybe you will remember it in the future. Shenzi looked at Shao Chun with a smile in his eyes. She waved to Shao Chun and left happily, leaving Shao Chun with a confused look on his face. In this life, when she first met Shao Chun, she was very painful. As a person who was also reborn, she forgot everything except Shao Chun. Shao Chun, who came with her, remembered everything except her. She felt that the two of them were perhaps destined not to be together. But after meeting Shao Chun today, her heart suddenly became cheerful. Maybe this is not a bad thing. At least she understood that he had escaped the complicated fate of his previous life. He had a good start. She should be happy for him. However, her heart twitched violently, and then a strong feeling of discomfort surged through her body. She stood there in a daze, feeling a tremendous amount of pain coming over her. Then, her eyes went dark and the world was spinning. She quickly grabbed a tree to prevent herself from falling to the ground. Her body slid down the tree and she sat on the ground, her hands covering her mouth, covered in blood. Looking at the blood on the palm of her hand, she couldn't come back to her senses for a long time. Is it possible that everything that happened to her will be the same as in her previous life, with no way to reverse it? After leaving Peking University, Shao Chun received a call from Shao Yueqing, asked him to meet at Guofeng Hotel. He also sent a business car for Shao Chun, an ordinary A6, but the license plate on the car showed the extraordinary nature of the car. Guofeng Hotel was originally named Jiangwo Hotel. It was previously used to receive international friends, and all matters such as diplomacy and state banquets were conducted here. But now that diplomatic affairs have been transferred to other places, this hotel has become a place for official receptions. To be honest, inviting Shao Chun to dinner here is a very high standard. The driver took Shao Chun to the hotel, and in a private room, Shao Chun met Shao Yueqing. Shao Chun, are you here? Shao Yueqing seemed very friendly. He personally stood up to greet Shao Chun, then enthusiastically took his hand and sat him down. Uncle Shao, you call me here because of something, right? Shao Chun asked directly. He knew clearly that Shao Yueqing in front of him would not look for him for no reason. After all, this rodent is a busy person. Since he came to me, he must have something to discuss. Haha, it's nothing serious. I just want to tell you that I have upgraded the technology of your previous bionic AI robot. If nothing unexpected happens, your company will be selected by the LEAP program. Then the government will give your company some special treatment. And your technology has been deduced by the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and its completeness has reached 80%. Someone may contact you later to discuss something with you. Okay, thank you, Uncle Shao. Shao Chen smiled and nodded. Without your help, I wouldn't be able to do it even if I had the skills. It's all for the progress and development of society. I'm just doing my part. Xiao Yuecheng looked at Shao Chun with a hint of a different emotion deep in his eyes. The look was like that of an elder looking at his junior. Shao Chun felt a little strange because he and Xiao Yuecheng were not very familiar with each other. Besides, I have never helped him, and someone of his status has no place to ask for help from me. The two of them only knew each other through old Master Jeang, but the way Xiao Yuecheng looked at her was different. It was just like the look that an elder gives to a younger person, which made Shao Chun a little confused. Shao Chun, I didn't come to you for anything else today. I just want to know about your past. Xiao Yuecheng was thinking about how to start the conversation. My father, Shao Wanli, only cares about profit. His own son was nothing more than a chess piece in his game. As Shao Chen's uncle, he was extremely happy to see that his elder brother had such an outstanding son. So he wanted to know about Shao Chun and wanted to know what Shao Chen's past was like. My past? Shao Chun was slightly stunned, and he couldn't help but look at Xiao Yuecheng. He felt that Xiao Yuecheng's concern for him was a bit too much. As a busy man, why would he have time to pay attention to the past of an ordinary person like himself? Yes, I want to know what you have been like in the past 10 years. Xiao Yuecheng nodded slightly. The past? There's actually nothing to talk about. Shao Chun smiled bitterly. I think Uncle Shao has already checked my background? Yes, I have checked, but I still want to hear it from you yourself. Xiao Yuecheng nodded. As Shao Chun was chosen as the person for the LEAP plan, his background naturally had to be investigated. Otherwise, Xiao Yuecheng would not have known so quickly that Shao Chun was his nephew, the son of his eldest brother who had been missing for 18 years. I was taken away from my biological parents when I was little, and then I was regarded as a disaster. Shao Chun spoke lightly, as if he was talking about something that had nothing to do with him. Luckily, I had a grandmother who loved me and didn't despise me. She raised me in the countryside. But fortunately, these things are all things of the past. Shao Chun smiled and said, the couple from the Shao family also got the retribution they deserved. Then where are your biological parents? Xiao Yuecheng's voice was a little hoarse. Try your best to find them. Shao Chen's heart was touched, so much so that he ignored Xiao Yuecheng's expression. If I can't find them, then I can only say that I have no fate with them in this life. Do you hate them? Xiao Yuecheng suddenly asked. Hate? Shao Chun was stunned. He looked at Xiao Yuecheng with some confusion. Why do you hate? I've never even met them, and besides, it's not like they abandoned me. If you meet them one day, what would you most want to do? Xiao Yuecheng looked straight at Shao Chun. I want to hug them and want to know if they have been looking for me all these years. Shao Chun said quietly. I want to know if there is anyone in this world who cares about me. Xiao Yuecheng was silent for a long time before he stood up and sighed. Child, your parents have been looking for you. Maybe it's not your destiny yet, so they didn't find you. Don't worry. Sooner or later, you'll be reunited with them. I believe they're always looking forward to your return home. Shao Chun looked at Xiao Yuecheng with some confusion. He felt that such words should not come out of Xiao Yuecheng's mouth. The current Xiao Yuecheng is no longer the superior who has been in the position for a long time. More like an elder who cares for the younger generation. Yuecheng, you disappoint me so much. At this moment, a majestic voice was heard, and then an old man walked into the box. The old man looked serious, and his face was full of inhumanity. He was none other than Xiao Yuecheng's father, Shao Wanli. Chapter 266. Really useless. Father, why are you here? Xiao Yuecheng was surprised and stood up quickly. Let me see what you are doing. Shao Wanli's expression was grim. His meaning was very clear. He had no intention of bringing Shao Chun into the Shao family. But now Xiao Yuecheng was contacting Shao Chun privately without his knowledge as the head of the family's back, which made him very unhappy. As the head of the Shao family, especially since Xiao Yuecheng is his son, his orders were ignored, which made him feel that his authority as the head of the family was challenged. Xiao Yuecheng said nothing, but his slightly red eyes showed his stubbornness. He was not convinced because he felt that Shao Chun was his eldest brother's son and his nephew. He has been wandering among the people for 18 years. No matter what, Shao Chun should go home, and the Shao family should accept Shao Chun. Father, I think, Xiao Yuecheng started. But as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Shao Wanli. Do you think that the Shao family will be handed over to you in the future? You think that since you are the future head of the family, what I say now is useless. Xiao Yuecheng, you have to be clear about your current status. I'm not old yet, and it's not your turn to be the head of the Shao family yet. You're questioning my decision. Are you trying to rebel? Veins popped out on Xiao Yuecheng's forehead, and he said, but Xiao Chun is... Shut up. Xiao Wanli shouted, interrupting Xiao Yuecheng. Xiao Yuecheng had no choice but to shut up. He couldn't disobey his father now. You go out, I'll talk to him. Xiao Wanli flicked his sleeves. Xiao Yuecheng's lips moved, and finally he left angrily. Are you Xiao Chun? Xiao Wanli looked at Xiao Chun with an arrogant and condescending look. Yes, I am Xiao Chun, and you're the head of the Shao family? Xiao Chun looked at the old man in front of him with some confusion. Xiao Wanli has a very strong aura, and the air of being in a superior position for so long makes it almost hard for ordinary people to breathe. But his superior attitude made people feel very uncomfortable. It seemed that in his eyes, Xiao Chun was like an ant and not worth mentioning. You're not qualified for me to answer you. Xiao Wanli snorted coldly and sat down. He glanced at Xiao Chun from side to side, looked him up and down, and finally frowned slightly. He felt that Xiao Chun had no right to enter the Shao family. A child who grew up among the common people is far from what he requires in terms of knowledge and courage. Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Wanli, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. He didn't understand why Xiao Wanli, the head of the Shao family, came to see him in person. Moreover, he looked me up and down with a scrutinizing gaze and finally revealed a look of contempt and mockery. What did he mean? That's right. I'm not qualified to ask you to answer me. Xiao Chun did not hide his playful look. So, Patriarch Shao, did you come to see me today on purpose? Xiao Yuecheng neglected his official duties because of you, so I came to see what kind of young man he favored. Xiao Wanli snorted. The result is disappointing. Someone like you is not even qualified to be a disciple of our Shao family. I'm sorry, I don't have any plans to become a disciple of your Shao family for the time being. Xiao Chun smiled. Not now, and not in the future. If you think what Uncle Shao did to me is a waste of time, then I won't look for him anymore. You better be aware of this, Xiao Chun. Don't fantasize about anything. You grew up in the countryside, and you are not worthy of the Shao family's attention. Keep your distance from the Shao family from now on, understand? I understand. Thank you so much for coming here to remind me. Xiao Chun stared at Xiao Wanli coldly. He felt like he was walking down the street and was bitten by a dog for no apparent reason. Will he bite back? No. Who would bite back after being bitten by a dog? A mad dog is not worth Xiao Chun's fuss. Hey, what's wrong with people who grew up in the countryside? Do you, Xiao Wanli, look down on them? Just at this moment, old Master Jeang walked in with the help of guards. He looked at Xiao Wanli with a sharp gaze. Then I am an old man, and I also grew up in the countryside. Does the Shao family head look down on me? Old Master Jeang. Xiao Wanli was surprised. He quickly stood up and said respectfully, Old Master Jeang is joking. You are a man of 10,000 gold, so you are definitely not comparable to a country bumpkin. That's a coincidence. I'm just a country bumpkin. Your father and I are from the same village, and we're from the same trench. If you look down on me, doesn't that mean you look down on your own father too? No, I dare not. Xiao Wanli bent his body in fear. He didn't understand why old Master Jeang came here. He didn't understand why old Master Jeang defended Xiao Chun so much. Old Master. Xiao Chun looked at old Master Jeang in surprise, not quite understanding what was going on. This Xiao Wanli seemed to dislike me. But Xiao Chun doesn't care. It doesn't matter whether you like it or not. You are nothing anyway. But Xiao Chun was still very moved when old Master Jeang suddenly came out to support him. He vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure it out at the moment. As God is my witness, Xiao Chun never dared to relate this matter to his own life experience. After all, this is too unbelievable. The Shao family in Yanjing is considered to be the top family. Moreover, as the person involved was in the dark, he just thought that Xiao Wanli didn't want Xiao Yuecheng to use the Shao family's resources to help him. Come, sit down and eat. The old man pulled Xiao Chun to sit down. Then he glared at Xiao Wanli, who was standing aside. What are you still doing here? Wait for me to treat you to a meal. No, that's not it. Xiao Wanli was confused by the scolding, but he didn't dare to lose his temper. Humph! How could a man as strong as Lao Shao give birth to a prophet-seeking son like you? The old man was a little upset. You have to remember, things change over time. Don't look down on the young because they are poor. Yes, I will keep the old man's teachings in mind. Xiao Wanli thanked him in a daze with his head dizzy from being scolded. Okay, go away. I'm annoyed when I see you. Old Master Jeang waved his hand impatiently Don't delay my meal. Although these words were very hurtful, Shao Wanli still forced a smile and bowed deeply to old Master Jeang. Then he withdrew with a humble expression. The old man exhaled heavily and said to himself, I've held this kid in my arms since he was little, but who knew he would be so utilitarian when he grew up? Don't worry, Shao Chun. I'll protect you in Yanjing. Shao Chun was somewhat touched. He cupped his hands and said, Thank you, old Master Jeang. With you here, no one can bully me. Haha, but you, kid, are not someone who will suffer a loss. Old Master Shao laughed. Chapter 267, Exploring the Truth. I believe that even without me, Shao Wanli can't do anything to you. Old Master. Shao Chun was silent for a moment and then asked, What is the relationship between me and Shao Wanli? Old Master Jeang was stunned. He looked at Shao Chun with a complicated expression and said, You two have no relationship. Shao Chun was silent. Then he smiled and said, I was overthinking it. Anyway, thank you, old man. Shao Chun is not a fool. He can vaguely guess something from the actions of Shao Wanli and Shao Yueqing. But since old Master Jeang didn't say anything, he must have his reasons. Maybe the timing is not right, or maybe there are other factors. But Shao Chun will not sit and wait for the truth. He'll find a way to find out the truth himself. Okay, let's eat. The old man waved his hand and asked someone to serve the food. Old man, speaking of food, my friend and I have opened a herbal medicine shop together. Shao Chun was thinking that the herbal medicine shop would be opening soon. No matter who comes to support us at that time, it won't be as important as this old man's support. Medicinal diet shop? Old Master Jeang looked at Shao Chun with some confusion. What is that? It's the same bowl of soup you drank before. Medicine and food have the same origin. Shao Chun smiled and said, Lin Feng's recipe, I invested in it with my friends. This is good. When the old man mentioned this, his eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up. Medicine and food have the same origin. They could be eaten and can also cure diseases. Boy, be sure to notify me when the business opens, and I will definitely go to help out then. Okay, old man, I will definitely come when the time comes. Shao Chun smiled slightly. After having dinner with the old man and chatting a lot, Shao Chun tried to sound out the old man's opinion several times. But this old man was a very cunning person. How could he possibly let Shao Chun succeed? Therefore, Shao Chun didn't ask anything, and he felt helpless about it. There is no other way. If I want to find out the relationship between myself and the Shao family, I can only take one step forward. Shao Chun, let's go out and play tonight. I'd like to introduce a very good friend of mine to you and cousin Ziyan. Shinjin called just after he parted with the old man. You can see that he is very happy, and it seems that he is not affected by Sumuyu. Great. You made new friends again? Shao Chun asked with a smile. Yes, she is my senior, and she's a very nice person. Shinjin was very excited. Okay then, see you tonight. Shao Chun said with a smile. I'm so happy for you, Shinjin. In the evening, Shao Chun came to the place where he had agreed to meet Shinjin. We made an appointment to have dinner together and then sing songs. Shao Chun arrived early and called to ask, and found out that Shinjin and the others were still on the way. Shao Chun waited alone in the box. But just after he sat down, there was a knock on the door. He thought it was Song Zian who had arrived, so he went to open the door. Unexpectedly, when he opened the door, he saw Sumuyu standing at the door and said anxiously, Shinjin, I have something to tell you. The moment she saw Shao Chun, she couldn't help but be stunned and blurted out, Shao Chun, why is it you? Is there something wrong? Shao Chun knew what she meant when he saw her expression. Sumuyu's project funds were all supported by the Shun family. Now she has hurt Shinjin badly. It seems that her project funds have been stopped. She came to ask Shinjin to show mercy. But was it really polite for her to just barge in like that? I'm here to find Shinjin. Where is Shinjin? Sumuyu pushed Shao Chun aside and walked in. But Shao Chun was the only one in the box now, and she couldn't find anyone when she came in. Shinjin hasn't come yet, so you can tell me if you have something to say. Shao Chun said, he listens to me more, so I can tell him for you. Paraphrase? Shao Chun is not crazy yet. Just get rid of this woman first, lest she goes crazy here. Shinjin's heart is as pure as a piece of paper. It was a mistake for Shao Chun to introduce Shinjin to her before. There are some things I have to tell him in person. Sumuyu shook his head. If it's for the funding of the experimental project, I advise you to give up this idea. Shao Chun shook his head. The reason why the Shun family invested money in you is entirely because of Shinjin. Now that you've injured Shinjin so badly, the Shun family is already very polite by not causing you any trouble. Do you still want them to continue to invest in you? I want to apologize to him in person. Sumuyu's tears were welling up in her eyes. Hold your tears first. Someone else is the one who is hurt. Why are you feeling wronged here? Xiao-chan felt that this woman was a little bit strange. But quantum communications have made breakthrough progress. If the project funding is stopped at this time, the losses will be huge. Sumuyu raised his eyes and looked at Xiao-chan. This is the hard work of me and many others. Stop it. Sumuyu, you don't have to say such things. Xiao-chan interrupted her. No matter how hard you work, it's your business. You don't need to tell others about it. Others won't be able to sympathize with you. But I can invest in your project. Really? Sumuyu's eyes suddenly lit up. She was about to thank him, but Xiao-chan's next words shattered all her fantasies. But I need you to sell all the current research results to me, and the subsequent research and development projects will also belong to me. How about that? Xiao-chan, you are simply robbing me. Sumuyu was immediately furious. Do you know how much effort I put into this project? Do you know how hard we worked? Robbery? Isn't that too much? Xiao-chan raised his eyebrows. First of all, I'm investing in your research and development results. This is an investment. As a businessman, I'm also very optimistic about this project. And technology is for the benefit of people. I can use quantum communication technology for people's livelihood. Isn't that your original intention? The reason why Xiao-chan made such a proposal was because Sumuyu's research results were leaked in a previous life. When it comes to research, she's quite good at it. This technology later flowed to Western countries, causing enormous losses to the countries. This is also one of the reasons that overwhelmed Sumuyu. The reason for purchasing technology in this life is that the achievement is indeed outstanding. Secondly, it can indirectly save her life. After all, if such a stupid woman commits suicide because of this, wouldn't her life be less fun? Sumuyu was speechless after being asked by Xiao-chan. Yes, technology is to serve the people. So, there's no problem for Xiao-chan to purchase this technology and then use it for people's livelihood. Okay, think about it yourself. Shanzi is coming, and Shanzi will follow. Have you forgotten Shanzi's warning? Sumuyu bit her lip lightly. After thinking it over again and again, she still didn't want to meet Shanzi. After all, she couldn't gain any advantage in front of Shanzi. She glanced at Xiao-chan deeply, her eyes full of disappointment, and then left without looking back. Chapter 268, You Are So Fragile. Well, I have inadvertently hurt this woman's young and fragile heart again. Xiao-chan spread his hands helplessly. If a person doesn't listen to advice, even if you treat her well with all your heart, she will still think you are harming her. It doesn't matter whether she believes it or not. Xiao-chan stays here and continues to wait for Shanzi and others. Finally, everyone arrived. Song Zian and Shanzi came together. Shanzi and Li Jingyi came together. Shanzi was happily introducing his newest friend, Shanjingyi, to Xiao-chan and others. Senior Li, this is my sister, Shanzi, and my cousin Song Zian. Also, let me solemnly introduce Xiao-chan to you. He's my best friend. Shanji's heart is as pure as a piece of blank paper. The happiest thing for him now is making good friends. What's more, Shanjingyi and he share the same hobbies. Hello everyone. I'm Li Jingyi from the Department of Mathematics. Please take care of me. Shanjingyi said gracefully. She is beautiful and confident. For someone like her, even if she has a slight disability in her legs, it is an advantage. Are you Senior Li from the Department of Mathematics? Xiao-chan was surprised. This is an extraordinary person, a recognized genius in the future mathematics world. He had achieved great success in his previous life. He became an internationally renowned mathematician and solved many difficult problems worldwide. It's just that she was relatively low-key when she was studying and her social circle was not large, so no one noticed her. Unexpectedly, she and Shanzi had so many common topics. Xiao-chan. Xiao-chan nodded to Li Jingyi. Are you the Xiao-chan from Jiangchen? The one who was admitted to the Department of Physics in advance. Li Jingyi looked at Xiao-chan curiously. It should be me. Xiao-chan smiled. You're amazing. Although school hasn't started yet. Word has already spread that you're a dark horse. Li Jingyi gave a thumbs up. My achievements are average. I need to learn more from senior sister Li in the future. Xiao-chan said modestly. Song Zian. Song Zian said with a smile. Hello, I've heard of you too, the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Jiangchen. Li Jingyi shook hands with Song Zian. The meal went very harmoniously. Everyone gathered at this dinner table has achieved extraordinary success, so everyone has a lot of common topics. After dinner, Xiao Chun and Song Zian took a walk together and then separated from everyone. Xiao Chun, I feel like I haven't gone to the night market with you for a long time. Song Zian took Xiao Chen's arm. You just had a meal. Are you still able to eat? Xiao Chun asked with a smile. Yes, but don't eat it. I feel like I've gained a lot of weight recently. Song Zian said miserably. Let's go and enjoy the night breeze. Xiao Chun said with a smile. So Song Zian snuggled up to Xiao Chun, and the two of them walked in the gorgeous night scene. Xiao Chun, it seems that you didn't finish something last time. Song Zian said. Really? Then tell me, what's the matter? Xiao Chun lowered his head and looked at her profile. In fact, he knew that Song Zian was referring to the confession. Unfortunately, he was interrupted by Sumuyu. You know, Song Zian hit Xiao Chun and said in an angry tone, let me think about it. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. Song Zian glared at Xiao Chun, then said with a smile, then you must be prepared this time. Be sure to be ready. Don't be interrupted again. Don't worry, we won't be interrupted again. Xiao Chun vowed. Song Zian then became happy, but when she looked forward, she saw Xiao Qian. She quickly touched Xiao Chun and pointed forward. Following her gaze, I saw Xiao Qian and Lihao standing on the side of the road. The two seemed to have some disagreement. Xiao Qian was a little excited. Lihao, what am I in your eyes? Am I your tool for reproducing offspring? Or am I your bargaining chip to fight for your grandfather's property? I've told you before, these things are just coincidences, and didn't I take you to meet my relatives today? Lihao said with an impatient look, and you gave me and my mother a cold shoulder during dinner, which made me and my mother lose face. Xiao Qian, you've really been so excited. My mom just said that you must be pregnant with a boy so that you can get my grandfather's property. Why are you so excited? Haha. Yes, whatever you say is right, and whatever your mother says is right. Xiao Qian really felt very angry and very wronged. She wiped her tears and said, I gave birth to a child for you, not a tool or a bargaining chip. Besides, the baby in my belly is your flesh and blood. If it's a girl, do you want me to abort it? Sons are used to carry on the family line, and my grandfather is dying in the United States. Lihao said as if it was a matter of course. If you are pregnant with a boy, it will be a way for me to continue my family line. Secondly, we can get most of Grandpa's property. Do you think it's important to have a boy? But I am carrying a child with great difficulty. What does that mean to you? Xiao Qian's expression was shocked, and she collapsed. Just a tool to continue the family line? Just a bargaining chip to seize property? Do you think I'm a human being? Lihao. How could I not treat you as a human being? I provided you with food and shelter, and I even brought you to my relatives so they could meet you. Lihao was already very impatient. Look, I've had several girlfriends before. When did I ever get this kind of treatment? Xiao Qian, you should be thankful for what happened today. If you come back with me now and apologize to my relatives, I will forgive you. Xiao Qian looked at Lihao hatefully. She really wanted to leave now. But when she turned around and saw Xiao Chun and Song Zian behind her, her expression changed again. She couldn't let Xiao Chun see her like this. So she looked at Lihao, who was standing aside angrily, and pulled his sleeve. Lihao. She really hoped that Lihao could give her some face at this time, so that she could hold her head high in front of Xiao Chun. However, Lihao impatiently shook off his hand. What are you doing? When Lihao turned his head and saw Xiao Chun, a sneer suddenly appeared on his face. Xiao Chun, you guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. Xiao Chun spread his hands. Indeed, these things have nothing to do with him. The reason why Xiao Qian is in this situation today is entirely her own fault. Xiao Chun also didn't want to get involved in the cause and effect of other people. She chose her own path, and she would finish it even if she had to grit her teeth. Xiao Qian, did you see that? Xiao Chun is half your family member. Liu Snadat. Pointing at Xiao Chun, he said in a lecturing tone, now that even he won't help you, who else can you count on? And Xiao Chun, you also called Xiao Qian's sister, right? The family education in your Shao family is really bad. Lihao, stop talking. Don't say that anymore. Xiao Qian pulled his sleeve and pleaded in a low voice. However, Lihao didn't care at all. He pushed Xiao Qian away, making her stagger. Xiao Qian screamed and fell to the ground, feeling uncomfortable in her abdomen. Chapter 269, Don't Let Me Look Down on You. Xiao Qian, are you okay? Song Zian was surprised and quickly helped her up. Xiao Qian covered her stomach with her hands, her brows furrowed, and her expression was painful. However, Lihao didn't care at all. He pointed at Xiao Qian and said, this outspoken person has embarrassed my mother in front of relatives. What the hell? Do you really think you're a young lady? So, What do you want to express? Xiaochen looked at Lihao as if he was a mentally retarded person. I didn't express anything. I just thought I was really blind to find such a thing. Seeing that Xiaochen was indifferent, Lihao had to give up in disappointment. Looking at Xiaoqian's painful expression, a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. Get up if you're fine. Don't pretend here. Who are you pretending for? Do you think this is fun, Xiaoqian? My stomach feels really uncomfortable. I have to go to the hospital. Xiaoqian endured the discomfort in her stomach. I'm telling you, Mom and my relatives are waiting. Either you go back and apologize, or leave my house today. Lihao really didn't indulge Xiaoqian at all. You decide for yourself. After saying this, Lihao turned away, leaving Xiaoqian behind with her hands covering her belly. Xiaoqian, shall I take you to the hospital? As a woman, Song Zian felt a little reluctant. It's none of your business. Xiaoqian shook off Song Zian's hand and squatted on the ground to rest. It took her a long time to recover. She looked at Xiaochun with a sad look in her eyes. Xiaochun, are you satisfied? What does this have to do with me? Xiaochun frowned. He felt that Xiaoqian was now like a mad dog, biting anyone she saw. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Xiaoqian looked at him hatefully. Was it me who asked you to be with Lihao? Xiaochun asked back. Did I force you with a gun? Xiaoqian remained silent. In fact, she just wanted to bite someone to vent her unhappiness. She knew that her current situation had nothing to do with anyone else. It was all her own fault. You were blind and chose the wrong person, but you have to blame others. Xiaoqian, you are really something. Xiaochun sneered. It was Lihao who caused you to reach this point today. You dare not even utter a word in front of him, but instead you keep biting innocent people like us. Do you think I'm a pushover? Xiaochun, stop talking. Song Zian gently pushed Xiaochun. If you still have some backbone, go find the person who made you like this. Xiaochun sneered. Biting everyone you see will only make me look down on you even more. After Xiaochun finished speaking, he pulled Song Zian away. Xiaoqian stood there blankly, stroking her aching belly, gritted her teeth, then turned around and chased in the direction Lihao left. She already had nothing now, and the more this was the case, the more she wanted to grab Lihao as a life-saving straw and never let go. Xiaochun, I feel that Xiaoqian is a bit pitiful. After leaving, Song Zian said with some sympathy. As a woman herself, she felt quite sympathetic towards Xiaoqian's experience. You are just too kind sometimes. Xiaochun scratched her nose. He said leisurely, it's not that I didn't give her a chance. But she knew clearly that the path she chose was wrong. But she refused to turn back even though her head was broken and bloody. Who can she blame? Lihao is not a good person to begin with. Let's see how she regrets it later. Are you really going to ignore her? Song Zian felt a little reluctant. We shouldn't interfere in other people's affairs. Xiaochun sighed. So let her be. Song Zian was not a saintly person. Although Xiaoqian did look pitiful, she immediately reacted after Xiaochun gave her some pointers. She nodded, held Xiaoqian's hand, and left together. Sumuyu squatted outside the hotel for a long time, but did not get the chance to meet Shinjin alone. After all, Shanzi is not a pushover. Watching the group leave the hotel after dinner, she turned around with a little disappointment. The project is now in a state of suspension, and, this is the most critical time for the project. The current funding shortage is not a good thing. If this really goes on, she will have to consider Xiaoqian's proposal. Even if her hard work was bought by Xiaochun, it would be better than the project being terminated. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to have a good talk with Xiaochun and see if he can make some concessions. But she felt that the possibility was extremely small. After all, in her opinion, Xiaochun was an evil capitalist. Not to mention anything else, the time when she was cheated by Zhongjiang Capital alone was enough to screw her over. Sistersu. At this moment, a tea-smelling voice sounded from behind her. This voice is extremely familiar. She turned around suddenly and looked behind her in surprise. Sure enough, Xiao Ming was standing behind her wearing a white sportswear. Xiao Ming, why are you here? Sumuyu was a little surprised. Originally, she and Xiao Ming had broken up, but when Xiao Ming appeared again, she couldn't help but want to show concern for him. After all, the boy in front of her had followed her and called her sister Su for several years. And she also took care of him like an older sister. I'm studying in Yanjing now. I go to an art school, and I've been singing recently. Xiao Ming's face was as innocent as ever, and those eyes, which were fatal to women, could still make Sumuyu fall for him. You've grown taller and become much thinner than before. Sumuyu looked at Xiao Ming seriously. So, Sadi. Xiao Ming suddenly lowered his head, like a child who had done something wrong. What's wrong? Sumuyu looked at him with some confusion. I shouldn't have lied to you before, and I shouldn't have said that to you the last time we met. Xiao Ming lowered his head, his eyes were red, and he wiped away his tears. But at that time, I was really confused. I was expelled from school, my father was in jail, and my mother was sick. During that time, I was really devastated. The reason I said that to you is because I am confused about the future. I don't know where I will go in the future. At that time, I was very scared and felt very inferior. I was afraid of getting you into trouble, and I also felt inferior because of my family. That's why I said that to you, Sister Su. Please, don't be angry with me, okay? No, I'm not angry with you. When Sumuyu saw his tears, she quickly took out a tissue to wipe them for him. Mingming, from now on, just tell me what you're thinking. Look at how big of a misunderstanding we have this time. I won't do that again, Sister Su. We will never be separated again, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Chapter 270, You're behaving stupidly again. Okay, we'll never be separated again. Sumuyu coaxed him, and they smiled at each other, as if they were back to the old days. And all the things that were pinned up in Sumuyu's heart were also swept away. Sister Su, I noticed that you looked very worried just now. Did something happen? Xiao Ming took the opportunity to ask. The thing is, I currently lack bonus for one of my experimental projects. Sumuyu Saif, I want to find someone to help me, but the people in this world are unwilling to do anything without a profit. Oh, Sister Su, how about I invest in you? Xiao Ming said. You? Mingming, aren't you still studying? My experimental project is very expensive. It doesn't matter. I have investors behind me. As long as I open my mouth, they will definitely invest. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Really? Sumuyu's eyes lit up. Thank you so much, Xiao Ming. You really helped me a lot and solved my big problem. Sister, you are too polite. I will call my investor now and ask him to invest. Sumuyu nodded and left with Xiao Ming happily. Yichin Security Company. After Su Xin moved the security company to Yanjing, he changed its name to Yichin and established it not far from the office building where Chunhai Group was located. In the office, Su Xin took out a piece of paper with a symbol drawn on it. This symbol was seen on Lihao's arm like a tattoo. It is the same shape as the symbol that appears on your arm after you are injured, but the direction is different. Boss, I have consulted many people about this symbol and finally got the answer from a comrade who was injured and transferred to a civilian position. So what is the origin of this symbol? Shaoqin picked up the paper and looked at it carefully. The name of an extremist organization is Tong Shenghui, Su Xin said. This organization was established many years ago. They are madly recruiting believers and organizing some extreme things. It was later identified as a cult, and the organization was eventually wiped out. Were there outstanding qualities? Xiao Chun put down the paper in his hand. It is said that the leader of the organization is proficient in hypnosis and can control people's consciousness and make them obey their commands. Su Xin said, I can't find out the specific situation because my comrade's authority only goes up to this point. Okay, this information is enough. Xiaoqin nodded slightly. Should we continue investigating this matter? Su Xin asked. If the information is not enough, I will think of another way. No need. Xiaoqin shook his head. These things have nothing to do with us, but the other party came to our door. In this case, let's think of a way to give them a warning. Okay, please let me know if you need anything. Su Xin note that. After Su Xin left, Xiaoqin held the piece of paper in his hand, looking at the totem-like symbol on it, slightly distracted. The next day, Peking University Experimental Building. Sumuyu walked into the laboratory building full of vigor. Through Xiao Ming's introduction, she had contacted a big boss abroad. The boss was very interested in her quantum communication technology and injected funds on the spot. Moreover, the other party did not make any excessive demands. They only arranged an assistant to be with Sumuyu, saying that he was to keep an eye on the progress of the project. The assistant was a woman with short hair and looked extremely capable. She felt curious about everything at Kyoto University and asked Sumuyu questions from time to time. Assistant Shao, the experimental building, is in front. Sumuyu was introducing it to her. The laboratory building is mainly for some projects established by the tutors of the Department of Physics and Chemistry. Many of the country's current scientific research results come from the laboratory building, including the quantum communication project that Mr. Su invested in for me. It was all established here. As expected at Peking University, it has a lot of background. Assistant Shao gave a thumbs up. On the way, She stared at the laboratory building with curiosity and asked questions from time to time. Sumuyu felt that the other party was the investor, so she answered all the questions she raised. When Sumuyu arrived, the laboratory was already open. Her advisor is Professor Liang, who has already changed his clothes and is working on some architecture. Professor Liang, Sumuyu walked in happily. This Miss Shao is the investor. She's here to keep an eye on the progress of the project. Muyu, you're here? Professor Liang raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and said with a smile, I just happen to have something to inform you of. Our project has already received funding, so your funds are not needed for the time being. Who invested? Sumuyu was slightly stunned. It's Shao Chun, Professor Liang said as he walked towards the door and met Shao Chun, who came in. He extended his hands enthusiastically. Shao Chun, I've heard of you a long time ago. When I saw your paper, I knew you were the one I was looking for. Teacher Liang, nice to meet you. Shao Chun shook hands with Professor Liang. This laboratory project is also thanks to your funding, Professor Liang said with a smile. Teacher Liang, you are too polite. You will be my mentor from now on. Besides, this project is at its most critical moment. It would be a pity if it were suspended due to funding issues. Shao Chun. Sumuyu on the side looked at Shao Chun as if he had seen a ghost. Shao Chun, let me introduce you. This is Sumuyu, my most respected student. You're also from Jiangxing. Professor Liang introduced the two people. Teacher Liang, we know each other. Shao Chun smiled. You know each other? That's great. I'm sure your cooperation will be smoother in the future. Professor Liang said happily. Sumuyu took Shao Chun one step closer, and she asked with a sullen face. Shao Chun, what do you mean? Are you deliberately going against me? I don't mean anything. Shao Chun said with a confused look on his face. Sumuyu, I didn't invest in this project because of you. I just see the potential for the future of this technology. As I said, I'm a businessman. But I couldn't bear to see the core technology of this project come to a halt. So I reached an agreement with Mr. Liang and invested in this project. But do you know how much effort I have put into this project? Sumuyu was a little angry. Your name will be listed again, and your research funding will not be reduced at all. Shao Chun said. So what exactly makes you unhappy? That's not what I want. Shao Chun, you don't understand at all. Sumuyu's eyes were red. I am the abandoned child of the Su family. I want to prove my ability with this project. But now all of this has been taken away from you. I deprived you of it. Shao Chun felt a little puzzled. To be honest, if it weren't for Professor Liang, I might not have invested in this project. Besides, this project has already died since it wasn't my investment. Is this what you want to see? Chapter 271 Shao Chun, I don't need your charity. Xiao Ming has already convinced his investors, and I have already raised funds. Now, take your funds and go immediately. Xiao Ming. Shao Chun almost laughed. If you don't believe in Sumuyu, he can trick you to death. Even if he cheated me, I don't want your charity. Take your funds and leave now. Sumuyu said angrily. Very good. Shao Chun nodded, and he turned around and found Professor Liang. Professor Liang, your student doesn't welcome me very much, so we have to apologize for the funding we agreed on. Muyu, what's going on? Professor Liang said in surprise. I took the initiative to contact Shao Chun yesterday. Shao Chun decided to invest because I am his mentor. Is there any misunderstanding here? Professor Liang, there is no misunderstanding. I have already found investment. Sumuyu pointed at Assistant Shao beside him and said, This is the assistant of the investor. He is here to check the progress of the work via video. I don't need his pity or charity, and this project is also my hard work. So please understand my feelings, Professor Liang. Shao Chun, what do you think? Professor Liang looked at Shao Chun helplessly. I don't care. Shao Chun spread his hands and said, Since Miss Su has attracted investment, I will not invest in this project. Shao Chun. Professor Liang wanted to keep him. After all, he was very optimistic about Shao Chun, but Shao Chun was not very interested in this project at first. He lobbied for a long time before Shao Chun agreed. Unexpectedly, Sumuyu directly denied Shao Chun. It's okay, Professor Liang. After all, your favorite students are more important. If there are any good projects that need investment in the future, I will still provide funds. Shao Chun smiled. He didn't take the matter seriously. After all, Sumuyu had suffered a brain attack more than once. Well, thank you for making this wasted trip. By the way, I remember your company makes bionic robots. That's right, Teacher Liang. Shao Chun nodded. One of the projects is a bionic three-dimensional skin system, asked Professor Liang. Yes, there is such a project, but we haven't found a suitable laboratory yet, said Shao Chun. Well, I will grant you a special laboratory, and you can do this project at Beijing University. Professor Liang smiled and said, it just so happens that I have a few students who are experts in this area. You can guide them. Thank you so much, Professor Liang. Xiao Chun was delighted. He had been hesitating about how to start this matter. After all, the laboratories at Kyoto University are not for anyone to use. Especially for projects from private enterprises like his, laboratories are generally not open. Moreover, the laboratories of Kyoto University are the best equipped and most fully equipped among all the university laboratories in the country. Wang Guanye's R&D laboratory has high requirements. Looking at universities across the country, there are really not many that can meet the experimental requirements except Peking University. You're welcome. Just submit an application and write down what you need. I will approve it. Professor Liang smiled. After Xiao Chun and Professor Liang reached an agreement, they left the laboratory. As soon as he went out, Assistant Shao, who came with Sumuyu, came to greet him. She smiled lightly and extended her hand to Xiao Chun. Hello, Xiao Chun. I'm Xiao Wei, Mr. Zhou's assistant. I will also follow up on Miss Su's investment this time. Xiao Chun glanced at Xiao Wei, only to see that she had a rosy face and a low collar. She also has a very sweet appearance, and she believes that a hot-blooded boy like Xiao Chun has no resistance to her. However, Xiao Chun didn't buy her trick. He just glanced at her, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Xiao Wei was stunned. It was the first time that she failed in her beauty trick on a boy. She chased after him unwillingly. Xiao Chun, do you have time? Yes, what's wrong? Xiao Chun said as he walked. Then can we go have dinner? I have a lot of project-related matters I want to talk to you about. Xiao Wei followed Xiao Chun closely. I don't have anything to talk to you about. Besides, this project is led by Sumuyu, and all the project progress is with her. Xiao Chun paused. You are her investor. I believe she will not reject you. Okay, I admit that this is just an excuse. Xiao Chun, I think you're different, and I'm deeply fascinated by you, so can we get to know each other? Seeing that hinting didn't work, Xiao Wei came directly out. You? Are you deeply fascinated by me? Xiao Chun felt that this was a bit ridiculous. He thought he was quite handsome, but not so handsome that this smart and capable-looking woman could fall in love with him at first sight. Yes, I grew up abroad, so I don't know how to be subtle. Please don't introduce me. Xiao Wei smiled and said, and I also think that even if you were a woman, you should be bold enough to chase after someone you like instead of hiding it. You are absolutely right. Xiao Chun nodded, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested in you. Besides, I have to go out with my friends later. I don't have time to eat with you. Sorry. Xiao Chun was about to leave. Xiao Wei's face was blank for a moment, and then she called out again. Xiao Chun, what else do you want? Xiao Chun glanced at her. Are you angry about our investment? Xiao Wei calmed down. No, I invested in this because of Professor Liang and the future commercial value of quantum communication. As for why your boss Shio invested, I don't know. Xiao Chun said this, gave Xiao Wei a meaningful smile, then turned and left. Seeing Xiao Chun leave, the smile on Xiao Wei's face disappeared, and she said to herself, he is a very difficult man. However, things that young Master Sun has instructed us to do cannot be abandoned halfway. In a cafe in a shopping mall, Song Zian was already waiting for Xiao Chun. I made an appointment with Xiao Chun to go to the botanical garden today. I made an appointment with Xiao Chun to meet here and then go there together. I didn't wait for Xiao Chun, but I waited for Xiao Qian. Xiao Qian's belly was slightly bulging, and her clothes were not as fancy as they were in previous times. Moreover, his complexion is a little yellow, and you can tell at a glance that he is not well nourished. The supermarket below the mall is holding an event and has food tastings. She looked everywhere for samples and put them in her mouth regardless of the strange looks from the salespeople. Xiao Qian. Song Zian was a little surprised. Seeing Song Zian, Xiao Qian quickly put down what she was holding, then took 2 steps back cautiously, staring at Song Zian. Didn't you have breakfast? Song Zian asked. Xiao Qian nodded and then lowered her head. She seemed unwilling to let people she knew see her in such a miserable state. Chapter 272 I'm sorry, I can't help you. A moment later, in a breakfast shop, Song Zian watched her wolfing down her breakfast. Xiao Qian, you are pregnant. How could Lihao do this to you? Seeing her like that, Song Zian felt a little sorry for her. Don't you even have enough food to eat? Xiao Qian was eating and she shook her head. He said this is their family tradition. Only by being hungry can you give birth to a boy. You're a college student. You believe these things? Is it up to you to decide whether to have a boy or not? Song Zian felt a little unbelievable. Xiao Qian, Go back to Jiangcheng and find your sister. She will help you. Lihao is not a gentleman. If you follow him, it will ruin you and the child. Song Zian. Xiao Qian suddenly stopped. She shed tears. I regret it. I regretted it a long time ago. Xiao Chan told me a long time ago that Lihao could play me around, but I didn't believe it. My sister also warned me not to trust Lihao. But I was insane at the time, and I shouldn't have disobeyed them. But what can I do now? I can't turn back. I don't even have the face to go back. Song Zian looked at Xiao Chan with mixed feelings in her heart. She really didn't know what to say. Can you help me? Help me. Xiao Qian suddenly grabbed her hand. Tell Xiao Chan about my situation and ask for mercy on my behalf. I really have no other choice now. Please help me. Xiao Qian will listen to you. Song Zian hesitated for a moment, then gently pushed her hand away. She shook her head. I'm sorry, I can't help you. Why? Xiao Qian looked at Song Zian in surprise. Song Zian looked at her with some pity before, which made her believe that Song Zian was a soft-hearted person. So she acted pitifully in front of Song Zian, hoping that she would help her. But she never expected that Song Zian would refuse. Xiao Qian listens to me, but I also have to respect Xiao Qian's wishes. Song Zian said, he gave you chances more than once before, but you didn't listen and you didn't believe him. I feel sorry for you, and I can help you to the best of my ability, such as treating you to breakfast. But this is all I can do. Xiao Qian is right. Don't interfere with other people's karma. Song Zian stood up slowly. If you want to beg for his forgiveness, you can go to him to apologize and plead for mercy yourself, instead of going through me. Song Zian, you are a rich lady. You don't understand the hardships of ordinary people like us. Xiao Qian was angry. She screamed. You invited me to breakfast just to pity me? I'm not pitying you. I'm just pitying you. Song Zian said word by word. Xiao Qian, you really need to reflect on why you have come to this point. Sometimes, instead of playing the victim to gain sympathy in front of others, it is better to think about solving the problem yourself. The person who hurt you was Lihao. You shouldn't vent your resentment towards him on others. You're only consuming other people's kindness and compassion, and it won't help in the end. After Song Zian finished speaking, he looked at her deeply, then paid the bill and left. You're in the same group. You were in the same group. Song Zian, you, and Xiao Chun are the same kind of people, the same. Ha ha ha. Lihao is harming me, and you guys won't help me. Wow, my child hasn't been born yet. He shouldn't have such a fate. Xiao Qian was in the breakfast shop, sometimes laughing nervously and sometimes crying bitterly. People in the breakfast shop looked at her sideways and talked in low voices, and more people subconsciously stayed away from her. Song Zian waited for Xiao Chun, and the two took the subway to the botanical garden together. Xiao Chun, I saw Xiao Chun again today. Song Zian hesitated for a moment, but still planned to tell Xiao Chun about it. Hey, is she asking you for help? Xiao Chun asked. Yes. Song Zian nodded. Well, is she pretending to be pitiful? Xiao Chun guessed. She is abused by her in-laws and not given any food to eat. How did you know? If I hadn't just seen you, I would have suspected that you were watching from the side. Song Zian couldn't help but glance at Xiao Chun. I wasn't watching just now, but I know Xiao Qian well enough. Xiao Chun smiled slightly. She's just pretending to be pitiful to gain your sympathy. Then she'll take advantage of your kindness. If you really agree to help her, she'll probably pester you. Is she such a person? Song Zian was surprised. Xiao Qian's words made her break out in a cold sweat. When she met Xiao Qian before, she felt a little pity for Xiao Qian out of empathy between women. But she didn't expect that Xiao Qian had ulterior motives. What she saw this morning was probably something the other party did on purpose for her to see. Yes, Xiao Qian is not a good person either. Her mother gave birth to 3 children, but Xiao Qian is the only one who looks most like her mother. Xiao Chan said, now that Lihao treats her like this, she's like a time bomb that may explode at any time. Xiao Chun, who was reborn, also had enough understanding of Xiao Qian. This woman was emotionally unstable. In her previous life, she even committed suicide by cutting her wrists with a knife for a man. Why did Lihao have to pick on Xiao Qian when there were so many other people he could pick on? The Li family would have to wait and see. Song Zian should really be thankful that she doesn't have an overly virtuous heart. It seems that Xiao Qian had planned this meeting today. It would be better to stay away from her in the future. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Just don't see her again and don't agree to anything she asks for. I know. Song Zian nodded. At the hospital, Xiao Qian finished the examination and was waiting quietly. She is 3 months pregnant and went to this private hospital for a prenatal checkup today. The person who examined her was Lihao's friend. Lihao had already informed her that he would tell her the gender of the fetus later. Seeing that other people were accompanied by their husbands or mothers-in-law during prenatal checkups, Shao Qian became increasingly depressed. Ding! A message came from Lihao on the phone. Are the results out? Is it a boy or a girl? Not yet. The doctor is busy. Shao Qian replied. Lihao no longer responded, but Shao Qian became increasingly nervous. Because Lihao's family is a typical family that favors boys over girls, if it is a girl this time, she will have no status in the Li family in the future. Lihao even forced her to abort the child. She stroked her belly, her emotions rising and falling. Ever since she became pregnant, her mood has been extremely unstable. But she loved the unborn baby in her belly incredibly. Every woman goes through emotions when she is pregnant. At this moment, the door of the clinic opened, and a doctor waved to Shao Qian, "Come in." It must be the result that came out. Shao Qian's heart tightened, and she quickly stood up and followed the doctor into the clinic. Chapter 273, You are just a disposable tool. There was no one else in the clinic, and the doctor took out Shao Qian's examination form. Lihao and I are friends. We talked before. Otherwise, the hospital can't identify the sex of the fetus. The doctor looked around to see if there was anyone around, then pointed to the test results and said, everything about the fetus is normal. Then, is it a boy or a girl? Shao Qian asked impatiently. This is very important to me. Congratulations, it's a boy and the child is healthy. Really? That's great. I'm pregnant with a boy. Shao Qian cried with joy. Is he okay? He is very healthy and all his indicators are normal. The doctor took the list and carefully explained some characteristics to Shao Qian, and then changed another list. But ma'am, from this examination list, you are malnourished. In the future, you should pay more attention to your nutritional intake and eat more protein-rich foods. Thank you, doctor. Thank you. Shao Qian bowed to the doctor several times, then walked out with the list. I'm pregnant with a boy. Lihao, it's a boy. On the way back, Shao Qian couldn't wait to tell Lihao the good news. Really? That's great. Qian, as long as you're pregnant with a boy, I can get a lot more property from grandfather. Lihao couldn't help but be overjoyed. You are a hero of our Li family. I will treat you well in the future. Go home and tell Mom the news. Shao Qian hurried back home and told Li Jia that she was pregnant with a boy. It's a boy? That's great. Qian, you are the hero of my family. Li Jia couldn't stop smiling. As long as it's a boy, it would be fine because that way when the old American man dies, he can get more inheritance. The old man has a strong sense of continuing the family line. So as long as you can appease him with this, everything will be easy. I'm going out for a while at noon. Just tell Aunt Li what you want to eat. Li Jia happily picked up her bag and reminded her before leaving. I want to have braised pork ribs for lunch. Aunt Li, please go buy some ribs. Shao Qian could finally give orders to Aunt Li with confidence. Although the other party was just a nanny, Aunt Li had never given her a good look since she came in. Pregnant women can't eat too well, otherwise they will be too fat and have trouble giving birth. Mother Li said with a stern face. But I want to eat. You are the nanny of this family. I hope you can recognize your identity. Shao Qian finally dared to respond to the other party with confidence. Mother Li's face looked a little unhappy. She had always looked down on Shao Qian. In her opinion, Shao Qian was no different from those questionable women that Lihao had brought home before. Moreover, these women would be driven away after living in Lihao's house for less than half a year. She didn't need to be respectful to these women. But Shao Qian was different. She was pregnant with a boy. She had no choice but to pick up the basket reluctantly. Before leaving, she glanced at Shao Qian and said, You are nothing more than a tool for giving birth to children. Don't really think of yourself as the mistress. What did you say? Shao Qian's face darkened. Shao Qian, don't think I'm being harsh. Before you came in, at least 5 or 6 pregnant women lived here. Mother Li couldn't help but say, You are pregnant with a boy, and he will inherit the old man Li's property, but you are nothing more than a tool for giving birth to a child. After giving birth to the child, you still can't stay in this family. Shao Qian's lips were trembling. Her face was ashen, and she said nothing. She was not angry, but she knew that what Li Ma said was true. Don't move around in the room. This doesn't belong to you. Aunt Li glared at her fiercely and walked out of the door with a basket of vegetables. Shao Qian walked silently down the stairs to the basement floor. When she opened the small door on her basement floor, she suddenly discovered that the stairs were still going downwards. Below -1, there is -2. She was stunned for a moment, staring at the stairs that continued to go down in silence. She has lived here for more than a month, but she never knew what the underground second floor was. And no one in the Lee family has ever mentioned it. Even Aunt Wong, who always had a stern face, kept silent about the situation on the basement floor. There was no one at home at that time, and there was no surveillance on the underground floor. Driven by curiosity, she walked down the stairs. At the end of the stairs is an iron door with a combination lock on it. Xiao Qian stared at the lock, thought for a moment, and then tried it. This password is the one Lihao often uses. He is not sensitive to numbers, so the password for his bank card and social software is the same. After the password was entered, the door opened with a click. Xiao Qian gently pushed the door open and looked inside in confusion. At one glance, her whole body went cold, as if she was nailed to the spot and couldn't move. She was trembling all over, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. She suppressed her inner fear, slowly closed the door, and then ran back desperately. She escaped from the villa and ran forward desperately until she was too tired to move even a step. She then leaned against a big tree and gasped heavily. Recalling the scene on the underground second floor, her stomach felt uncomfortable. She held onto a tree and vomited violently until she had vomited out everything in her stomach. He leaned weakly against a tree, slowly sat down, hugged his knees, and burst into tears. Li Jie called, and she answered the call. She heard harsh curses from the other end. "Where have you been? Your house is too big to hold you, right? I'm telling you, Wang Ma is one of us. Don't think that just because you're pregnant with a boy, you're the master of this family. You better get back here right now. If you don't, you won't have to come back in the future." Facing the vicious curses from the other end of the phone, Xiao Qian felt dizzy. The pain that has been suppressed in my heart these days, and the imbalance of hormones in my body during pregnancy. The ups and downs of the day, and the scene she saw on the second floor underground made the taut string in her heart break in an instant. As she was crying, she suddenly laughed. Crazy, she is crazy, and the world is crazy too. In the botanical garden, Song Zian was holding a SLR camera and a notebook in his hand, taking photos and recording from time to time. "I thought you were going to apply for a major like finance." Xiaochen helped her take pictures and record them. "Of course my dad wants me to apply for a major like finance so that I can match up with my family's company." Song Zian recorded the plant in front of her, writing down its characteristics, etc. She picked up a leaf and clipped it while saying, "But I'm more interested in the plant. So this time I went against my family's wishes and applied for the botanical department." "It doesn't matter. Your family can be willful," Xiao Chun said with a smile. "In fact, my wish is to cultivate seeds that are high-yielding, drought-resistant, and cold-resistant, just like Mr. Yuan." Song Zian took a photo of the plant in front of him with a SLR camera. It can adapt to various environments and atmospheres so that the world will no longer lack food. Chapter 274. Please have some shame. Your idea is very good. I will always support you. Xiao Chun looked at Song Zian. What is pattern? Song Zian is a person with a vision. He does his best to do things that benefit the world. Okay then, we have a deal. Song Zian smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook hands with Xiao Chun. Zian. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. I saw Sun Yang running towards me, sweating profusely, holding an umbrella and a few bottles of drinks in his hands. He raised his umbrella to block the sun from Song Zian's head. "Why are you here on such a hot day?" As he spoke, he looked at the thermos that Xiao Chun was holding with disdain. "It's so hot, and you still bring boiling water. Some people have really low EQ." Xiao Chun couldn't help but glance at Sun Yang. "Where did you come from?" "Ziyan, drink some water. This drink is custom-made and only provided for my high-end meetings. It is 100% pure fresh fruit juice and does not contain any additives. It is not available on the market." "No need." Song Zian didn't even look at Sun Yang. She took the thermos from Xiao Chun and drank some warm water. Sun Yang was stunned. He racked his brains, but couldn't figure out why he was inferior to Xiao Chun. Even the warm water in Xiao Chun's hand is good? Seeing Song Zian holding up her SLR and moving forward, Xiao Chun glanced at Sun Yang and said, "You don't understand this. Zian is on her period these few days, so she can't drink cold drinks. If you don't know this, then don't mess around here. Is it fun to be a light bulb?" "You?" Sun Yang's face turned green with anger. Without waiting for him to refute, Xiao Chun quickly left and caught up with Song Zian, and the two of them walked forward and took pictures together. Sun Yang gritted his teeth, chased after him unwillingly, and held an umbrella for Song Zian. Seeing her taking pictures of a tropical plant under the scorching sun, He advised, Zian, why are you taking pictures of this when it's so hot? There's a golf course near my home. Shall we go there and take a break? Get out of the way. You're blocking me from taking pictures. Song Zian frowned. There are many valuable trees in my golf course. The podocarpus tree at the door is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. Where can you take pictures? Sun Yang said with a smile. Xiaochen couldn't help but glance at Sun Yang deeply. It was his usual technique to seduce girls. It seems that Sun Yang is also a sea king, but Song Zian was born into a wealthy family. You are using showing off your wealth to attract attention? Your brain must not be very useful. Sure enough, Song Zian frowned. Can you please get out of the way? Sun Yang had no choice but to step aside reluctantly and follow behind with an umbrella in hand. Zian, look, there's a Baoding flower here. Xiao Chun pointed to the flower planted in a bonsai not far away. This flower is small with small purple flowers on it. There's a fence surrounding it, so it can only be viewed from a distance. You can see how precious this flower is. Oh, really? Song Zian's eyes lit up, and he hurried over with Xiao Chun to watch from distance. Isn't it just an ordinary flower? I'll move the fence away and let you go in to have a look. If you like it, I'll buy it for you. Sun Yang said as he was about to remove the fence. Can you stop it? Song Zian frowned and stopped Sun Yang. This Baoding flower is a second-level protected wild plant and is a highly endangered plant. Botanists have gone to Hainan many times to look for it. It was finally discovered in 2014 and transplanted to the National Botanical Garden for protection. It is a small subshrub belonging to the genus Baotingua in the Lamiaceae family. Xiao Chan said, by compiling genes, it should be possible to successfully cultivate it. That's a good idea of yours. I'll write it down. Song Zian's eyes lit up, and he quickly wrote it down. Zian, this flower isn't anything special. How about Sun Yang? Xiao Chan said, if you don't have a common topic, don't force your way in. Zian and I plan to hang out today, so there's no point in you following us. Besides, I'm pretty annoying here. Why don't you just stop following me? Or just say it's an injustice to you, okay? Xiao Chun. Sun Yang's face turned pale. Sun Yang, what Xiao Chun said is absolutely right. Why don't you go first? Song Zian was somewhat speechless. You are really spoiling my fun, you know? Sun Yang shut up, forcing a smile on his face. Zian, you didn't even tell me you were coming to Yanjing. If Grandpa hadn't told me you were here in advance, I wouldn't have known you were here. You go back first. I'll go visit your grandfather later, okay? Song Zian suppressed his anger. Then when are you going? I'll wait for you at home. Sun Yang asked immediately. I will go when I have time. Song Zian was really annoyed. She just said a polite word, but the other party still kept pestering her. When are you free? How about today? Sun Yang kept pestering. It's not convenient today. Xiao Chun and I have something to do later. Song Zian took a deep breath. Xiao Chun, if you have something to say, can't we talk about it another day? Sun Yang turned his head and looked at Xiao Chun. It can't be another day. It has to be today. Xiao Chun shook his head. Do you have something important that must be done today? Sun Yang asked angrily. This is the privacy between Ziyin and me. Do you think it's appropriate to inquire about other people's privacy like this? Xiao Chun retorted. Sun Yang, no. Sun Xiao, you are also a person of status and position. How is your persistence different from those low-quality people at the bottom of society? Xiao Chun asked. The last sentence left Sun Yang speechless. Xiao Chun knew this kind of person too well. Even if he wanted to save face, he would not continue to pester him. He could only give Xiao Chun a vicious look and then left angrily. Song Zian covered her mouth and laughed secretly. You know how to imply others. It depends on the person. Xiao Chun shrugged. People like Sun Yang who care about their reputation think they're very well-mannered. So generally speaking, if you bring this up, he'll be very self-conscious. It's so annoying. Who told him that I came to Yanjing? Song Zian felt powerless. You will stay in Yanjing for at least 4 years, and we can't avoid meeting each other during these years. Xiao Chun sighed. But I don't want to meet him so early. Song Zian frowned. Xiao Chun smiled, touched her head, and then pulled her to continue walking forward. He left the botanical garden angrily and sat in his own big labor room. Sun Yang's face looked increasingly uglier. The one who was beaten to a pulp by Xiao Chun let out a long breath. He felt a tightness in his chest and was extremely upset. After a long while, he picked up his phone and dialed a number. Xiao Wei. How was the thing I asked you to do going? Young master son. Xiao Chun is a man who won't be fooled by soft or hard tactics. But don't worry, I have plenty of ways to deal with this kind of boy. Xiao Wei's charming voice came from the phone. I don't care what method you use to deal with Xiao Chun. I want to make Song Zian give up on Xiao Chun. Sun Yang hung up the phone and asked the driver to drive. Chapter 275 Xiao Chun. You really don't know how to be gentle and considerate to women? The next day, Peking University Experimental Building. Xiao Chen's bionic skin project was approved and all the facilities have been declared completed. Professor Liang holds a temporary position in the Academy of Sciences and has a great influence and status. He directly gave Xiao Chun special approval to leave, and the facilities responded very quickly. Ever since he met Xiao Wani last time, Xiao Chun no longer asked Xiao Yueching to do things for him, because he felt that Xiao Wani looked at him with a different look. That look of disgust made Xiao Chun extremely unhappy, as if he was relying on the Xiao family for help by asking Xiao Yueching to do something for him. Relying on the bug of having lived 2 lives as a human being, Xiao Chun is completely able to develop the company on his own. Moreover, his self-esteem and pride did not allow him to act according to Xiao Wanli's mood. Boss Xiao, you are really extraordinary. Look at this supercomputer. It is exclusively used by the Academy of Sciences and is not for commercial use at all. And this multidimensional super fiber 3D printer is world-class. These things are really not something that ordinary people can apply for. Wang Guangya, the technology geek, is extremely excited. If he had had this equipment before, his 3-dimensional bionic electronic skin would have been released long ago. I applied for this at the risk of my reputation. You must show up at the AI Intelligent Robot Exhibition in a month. Don't worry, Xiao Chun. With the Superfiber 3D printing module, we will be able to demonstrate the basic bionic robot by then. Wang Guangya vowed. If I can't figure out, you can fire me. Xiao Chun smiled. He still had great confidence in Wang Guangya's level. Although the investment is a little more, he believes that he will make a profit soon. Leave professional matters to professionals, and Xiao Chun was extremely relieved to hand over the laboratory's simulated electronic skin project to Wang Guangya. Xiao Chun handed over the operation of the company to Su Xin. Whether it was the company's site selection, recruitment, or business docking, Su Xin managed it all in an orderly manner. Although this guy has graduated for only a year, he is very honest and serious in his work and is very rigorous in his work. The person introduced by Su Xin was indeed reliable. Xiao Chun gave him the highest salary in the industry and 50% of the shares, making him a shareholder of the company. Although Chenhai Group is not profitable yet, it will set off the entire industry at the AI Intelligent Robot Conference in a month. As soon as I walked out of the door, a fragrant breeze blew and a girl with a good figure and appearance came towards me. She was none other than Xiao Wei, because she is only 2 floors away from Sumuyu's project laboratory, and she is the person sent by the investor to monitor the progress. So it was not surprising to encounter it at Peking University, but seeing it in the laboratory where my own project was located seemed a bit deliberate. Xiao Chen, what a coincidence. Xiao Wei walked forward with a smile, staring at Xiao Chen's eyes with a pair of eyes that could capture a man's soul. I don't think it's a coincidence. Our project laboratory is not on the 1st floor. Xiao Chen's eyes fell on the SLR camera hanging around her neck. I'm here to take some photos of the scenery of Peking University. Xiao Wei raised the camera in her hand and said leisurely, my home is in a remote mountain village. There hasn't been a single college student in 10 years, let alone a top university in the country like Peking University. Studying was the only way out, and it was my dream before. Unfortunately, I dropped out of school after graduating from high school due to family reasons. She lowered her head, looking a little depressed, her eyes slightly red under her long eyelashes. It's not because I didn't get into a good university, but because my parents value sons over daughters and want to marry me to a bachelor in his 30s. Xiao Chun frowned. His intuition told him that this woman came to him for a purpose. Then she wiped her red eyes, raised her eyes, and smiled. Fortunately, after my own efforts, I'm no longer bound by my family. But I want to take some photos of Kyoto University to make up for the regret that I didn't go to university. After saying this, she looked at Xiao Chun with expectant eyes, because crying miserably was a tried and tested trick. Generally speaking, people of the opposite sex who have heard about her experience will show her extra care out of sympathy. As long as a man's desire to protect is aroused, the next thing will be a natural thing. However, she did not receive Xiao Chen's protection. Instead, he stared at her as if she were mentally retarded. She was stunned, trying hard to think about what went wrong with her copy. Seeing Xiao Chen's eyes, she hurriedly tried to make up for it. The fate of women is actually in their own hands. These experiences of mine. You don't have to tell me this. Xiao Chun interrupted her. And Miss Xiao, let me remind you, never expose your weaknesses and past in front of strangers. Because in the hands of a man with ulterior motives, these can be used as a means to attack you. Also, outsiders may not be able to sympathize with your past, but your experience is a very good story and it's quite inspiring. Xiao Chun gave a thumbs up, then turned and left. Xiao Chun, let's go have lunch together at noon. Xiao Wei was stunned for a moment, then quickly adjusted her state and caught up with him again. Sorry, no time. Xiao Chun said as he walked. I have some questions for you. Xiao Wei tried desperately to find a topic, some knowledge about physics. The students and professors in the physics department of the school are all very talented. It would be more appropriate for you to look for them rather than me. Xiao Chun did not stop. But I just want to ask you for advice. Xiao Wei pursued stubbornly. Sorry, I really don't have time. Xiao Chun walked to the elevator entrance. Xiao Wei suddenly screamed, tripped, and fell to the ground. The stockings on her legs were rubbed to pieces, and her knees were scratched and red. She gasped in pain. She looked up at Xiao Chun, tears welling up at her eyes. Xiao Chun, help me, I sprained my ankle. A normal boy, seeing her pitiful appearance, would definitely come back to help her up and ask her with concern where she was hurt and whether she wanted to go to the hospital. However, Xiao Chun glanced at her and said, Don't wear such high shoes in the future so you won't fall. Then Xiao Chun walked into the elevator, pressed the first floor button expressionlessly, and closed the door. Xiao Chun, I hate you. Do you know how to be gentle and considerate to women? Xiao Wei shouted towards the elevator, venting her dissatisfaction. But no matter how dissatisfied she was, it was of no avail, as Xiao Chun had already walked away. Seeing that there was no one around, she had to struggle to stand up, gasping in pain. Then he dragged his limping body and left the laboratory building. Xiao Chun went downstairs and was about to leave when a well-mannered man ran over and said, Mr. Shao, our leader wants to see you. Your leader? Who? Xiao Chun looked at the man with some confusion. The man was in his 30s, carrying a briefcase, and looked like a secretary assistant in a government agency. Chapter 276, Shao Yueching's Conflict. You'll know when you go there. It's not convenient for him to show up. The secretary said with a smile. Xiao Chun nodded and left with him. Walking into a parking lot, a commercial MPV was parked on the side. The electric door opened, and Shao Yueching waved to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun, come here. Xiao Chun paused. He didn't want to see Shao Yueching now, because the last meeting with Shao Wanli was very unpleasant. Shao Yueching was optimistic about me and intended to use the Shao family's resources to help me. But Shao Wanli thought that this was a waste of Shao family resources, and their last meeting ended in a bad mood. From then on, Xiao Chun never went to look for Shao Yueching again, and also moved out of the laboratory he introduced. Xiao Chun, I heard from Xiao Zhao that you withdrew your people from the laboratory? Xiao Yueching asked with some confusion. Yes, Professor Liang from Peking University is my mentor. He helped me apply for a laboratory, and our project will be carried out here in the future. Xiao Chun nodded. But the laboratory I found for you has obviously better conditions. Xiao Yueching was puzzled. Is there any reason? Xiao Chun opened his mouth, but resisted the urge to say what was in his heart. Xiao Chun, if you have anything to say, just say it. I am your elder, and I want to know what happened. Xiao Yueching saw Xiao Chen's concerns. Uncle Xiao. Xiao Chun frowned and said, It's not that I have to move out of the laboratory, but the person in charge of the laboratory over there gave me a notice. They said that because the laboratory was temporarily requisitioned, I had to move out within a week. Is there such a thing? Xiao Yueching's face changed slightly. He turned around and called his secretary. Xiao Zhao, what's going on in the laboratory? Didn't I approve that laboratory? This. Xiao Zhao looked embarrassed. Speak. Xiao Yueching's face turned pale. Since when did he become unable to control even his own secretary? Yes, it is Mr. Shao who wants to requisition that laboratory, so the private enterprise can only move out temporarily. The secretary answered truthfully. My dad requisitioned the laboratory? He never cares about these things. Why did he suddenly? Having said this, Xiao Yueching shut up. It was not Shao Wanli who requisitioned the laboratory, but the other party was looking for an excuse to kick Xiao Chen's project out. His father was particularly dissatisfied with the fact that he had privately contacted and helped Xiao Chun, because he felt that Xiao Chun meant little to the Shao family. Xiao Yueching couldn't help but clench his fists. He had risen to this level, but was still restrained by his father. Especially Xiao Zhao. He should be the person sent by Shao Wanli to monitor his actions. I hit it deeply enough before. Okay, I get it. Go ahead. Xiao Yuecheng waved his hand, his brows furrowed in anger and helplessness. Xiao Chun, I'm sorry, he said to Xiao Chun in a depressed mood. I didn't arrange this matter well. Uncle Xiao, I don't blame you. Xiao Chun shook his head. After all, Patriarch Shao is the head of the family. What he wants is for the Shao family to have no worries for the next 100 years. After all, for such a large family, any disturbance could be targeted and made into a big issue. I can understand that he doesn't want you to use the Shao family's resources to help someone as insignificant as me. Xiao Chun, it's not what you think. Xiao Yuecheng frowned. He really didn't know whether he should tell the truth. The reason why Xiao Wanli rejected Xiao Chun was not because Xiao Chun used the Shao family's resources, but he was unwilling to let Xiao Chun, who had been living outside for 18 years, return to the Shao family. But for Xiao Chun, how important is it to trace his ancestral roots? This child is also very important to my eldest brother and his wife, as it concerns their lives. Uncle Xiao, I understand. Xiao Chun smiled and said, I have already solved this matter, and the project is also progressing. And I'm also setting up my own laboratory. I believe it will be put into use soon. And I am confident that this technology will cause a sensation in the future. And I also guarantee that this achievement will belong to Uncle Xiao. So please rest assured, Uncle Xiao. Xiao Yuecheng's lips trembled a few times and twitched a little. It seems that Xiao Chun misunderstood. Xiao Chun thought that he was looking for him for this political achievement, but that was not the case. This child is so cautious. Is he afraid that he might trip him up secretly? What on earth had he been through over the years that made him so cautious? Xiao Chun, if that's the case, then I'm relieved. Xiao Yuecheng knew that no matter what he said now, he could not make Xiao Chun completely trust him. He could only force a smile and said, Remember, if you have any difficulties in the future, you must call me. In Yanjing, as long as I, Xiao Yuecheng, am here, no one will dare to bully you. His words were a true expression of his feelings, and even Xiao Chun was slightly stunned. Xiao Chun couldn't understand why Xiao Yuecheng looked at him differently, but it didn't matter anymore. He smiled and nodded. Okay, if there is anything, I will definitely look for Uncle Xiao. Xiao Chun left after he finished speaking. Looking at Xiao Chun's back, Xiao Yuecheng couldn't calm down for a long time. Mr. Xiao, are we going back now? Xiao Zhao came over and asked. Let's go back. Xiao Yuecheng thought for a while and leaned back in the chair in the car. Xiao Zhao told the driver to drive and then sat in the passenger seat. Xiao Zhao, check the Shao family for me. I want to know how Xiao Chun has been living these years. Xiao Yuecheng opened his eyes. Mr. Xiao has told you not to get too involved in Xiao Chen's affairs. Xiao Zhao said in a low voice. Xiao Yuecheng frowned. This Xiao Zhao was his secretary and assistant. Although he is not a close confidant, he is still someone close to me. Ever since he knew that Xiao Zhao was arranged by his father, Xiao Zhao's control became more and more lax. Find me a personal assistant tomorrow, and I will make new arrangements for your job. Xiao Yuecheng still looked kind, but there was an emotion in his tone that could not be concealed. Xiao Zhao, you are good at your job, but you must be more attentive in your work in the future. After all, the job of a secretary assistant requires meticulousness. Xiao Zhao was stunned. He realized that Xiao Yuecheng was warning him. Moreover, the other party has already stated that they want to transfer his job, so there is a high probability that he will be sitting on the bench. He also knew that, for a person in a high position, the secretary was the closest person to him. His behavior was already considered a betrayal of Xiao Yuecheng, so it was normal for the other party to behave like this. At that moment, he could only nod and said respectfully, Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your teachings. I will definitely pay attention to it in the future. After leaving Xiao Yuecheng's car, Xiao Chun planned to go to the laboratory to take a look. When I arrived at the door of the laboratory building, I met Sumuyu, who was walking down from the laboratory building with his classmates. Chapter 277, Please Use Your Brain. Xiao Chun. Sumuyu came forward when he saw Xiao Chun. Seeing this, her classmates waved their hands and said, Muyu, you guys chat. I'm leaving first. See you later. Sumuyu waved to the other party. Xiao Chun, has your laboratory been approved for an ultraviolet light guide instrument? Sumuyu asked. Yes, I have this. What's wrong? Xiao Chun looked at Sumuyu in confusion. Xiao Chun can ignore this idiot in other matters, but she is still professional when it comes to academic matters. It's like this. The investor behind me has temporarily added an experimental data that requires the use of an ultralight guide instrument. Xiao Wei has already sent me the requirements. Sumuyu said, Can you lend me your equipment for a few days? Xiao Wei understands all this. Xiao Chun immediately became alert. Their company has a professional team. She is only responsible for connecting with me. The data are all calculated by the team. Sumuyu looked at Xiao Chun with an expectant expression. Borrowing things was secondary. The main reason was that she wanted to take this opportunity to get closer to Xiao Chun. After all, she and Xiao Chun had a very unpleasant argument over the project investment. But deep down in her heart, she longed to get closer to Xiao Chun. First of all, the data on my super light guide has been adjusted. If I lend it to you now, the data will be leaked. Xiao Chun glanced at Sumuyu. If the data is erased, then the previous debugging will be completely in vain. You can wait for me to borrow it again in a month. Xiao Chun, my experiment is quite demanding. Shiawi urged me several times yesterday. Sumuyu frowned, and this equipment is extremely difficult to apply for. You can lend it to me for a few days. We will add a new compiled data and will not touch your initial data. I've made it very clear. Xiao Chun said, if you insist on borrowing it, come back to me in a month. Now, I'm sorry. You don't believe me? Sumuyu's tone was a little sad. Are you still angry with me? Her eyes were slightly red and sadness was written on her pretty face. Sumuyu, why do you think you are so important to my heart? Xiao Chun looked back at her with some impatience. Our relationship is just average. If we talk about being familiar, you and Xiao Ming are the most familiar. There's actually no difference between us and just casual acquaintances. How come you make me feel like you've been abandoned by me? Is that fun? Xiao Chun. Sumuyu raised her head resolutely. Do you dare to swear to heaven that you have never liked me? Xiao Chun was stunned for a moment. Then he stretched out his hand. I, Xiao Chun, swear to heaven that I have never had any feelings for you, Sumuyu, in this life. If I tell even a single lie, I will be struck by lightning. The reason why Xiao Chun dared to swear like this was because he really had no feelings for Sumuyu in this life. That's from my last life. In this life? Xiao Chun felt that she was no better than a stranger. But when you encouraged Shanzi to look for me, you told him my preferences and taught him how to please me. Sumuyu was stunned. Xiao Chun actually swore. She had never expected that. Moreover, the oath Xiao Chun made did not seem to be false, which made her feel a little unconfident for a moment. Was she overthinking it? As she spoke, she regained a bit of confidence. If you didn't like me, would you do this? Shanzi is very simple. Xiao Chun said casually. He just wants to be friends with you. And I misunderstood that he liked you. So I found out what you liked and taught him how to please you. If this action caused you to misunderstand, then I can only say sorry for causing you to misunderstand. Xiao Chun, whether he likes me or not has anything to do with you. Is it necessary for you to care so much? Sumuyu is a little angry and embarrassed. What does this have to do with you? It has nothing to do with me. Look, there's so many boys chasing you in school, but I didn't care, right? Xiao Chun looked innocent. But Shanzi is different. He is my friend. He is your friend? Sumuyu laughed out of anger. He is a fool with an IQ of only 8 years old. With your intelligence, would you be friends with him? Excuse me, if it weren't for the Shun family, you wouldn't have paid any attention to him. So what do you want to say? That I'm hypocritical? Xiao Chun stared at Sumuyu. Isn't it? Sumuyu bit her lip lightly. You saved me and encouraged me when I was facing life and death. I used to regard this piece not as my spiritual sustenance. Sumuyu cried and raised the piece not in her hand. But why is the real you like this? Sumuyu. Xiao Chun smiled. I have a good relationship with Shanzi, not because of the Shun family. Since I arrived in Yanjing, I have never received a penny of benefit from the Shun family. I made friends with Shanzi because I wanted to establish a good relationship with him. Why would you want to be friends with a fool? Sumuyu wotangri. Xiao Chun looked at her as if she were a mentally retarded person. He is a genius. He is good at math and his logical thinking is very rigorous. His IQ is only at the level of an 8-year-old, but he's not a fool, so please don't insult my friend anymore. Besides, Shanzi is a very nice person. If you dislike him, please don't go to the Shun family with that face to ask for any benefits in the future, okay? Perhaps because Xiao Chen's tone was too serious, Sumuyu was stunned and didn't say anything. Xiao Chen really felt that staying with her for a moment longer would be an insult to his own intelligence. I was about to leave, but I saw Xiao Ming coming towards me from distance. Well, this woman, I'm afraid she won't be able to escape her fate in this life. He turned his head and looked at Sumuyu. Sumuyu, since we've known each other for a while, let me give you some advice. This is the first time and the last time. What? Sumuyu looked at Xiao Chun in confusion. If you want to escape your fate, you'd better open your eyes and use your brain. Can you explain it more clearly? I don't understand. Sumuyu was a little unhappy. You can figure out slowly on your own. Xiaoqin glanced at her, ignored Xiao Ming who was walking towards him, and walked away. Sister Su. Xiao Ming shouted enthusiastically from a distance. Ming, why are you here? Sumuyu asked in surprise, and quietly wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes when she turned back. I have a fan meeting nearby, so I came to see you. Xiao Ming glanced at Xiaoqin's back and asked, Brother, why are you ignoring me? Don't worry about him. Come on, I'll take you around the campus. Xiao Wei is here too. I'll ask her to have lunch together at noon. Sumuyu held Xiao Ming. Okay. Xiao Ming smiled. He turned around and glanced at Xiaoqin's back, his eyes full of resentment. Ming, let's go. Sumuyu Xiaotif. Xiao Ming's face suddenly became as bright as the sun, and he replied in a low voice, Here comes Sister Su. Chapter 278. Hey, I met a celebrity. I have to say, the speed of changing one's face is really fast. After leaving the gate of Beijing University, Song Zian sent a message. Xiao Chun, I want to eat the golden soup stinky tofu opposite the school. Okay, I'll buy it for you and bring it to you later. Xiao Chun smiled and replied to the message. There's a stinky tofu stall at the school gate, a very small stall, but it has a history of nearly 100 years. Yanjing itself is a place with a strong traditional cultural atmosphere. Moreover, the predecessor of this stinky tofu shop was also a nobleman, and it is said that they use a royal secret recipe. The fried stinky tofu is topped with secret golden soup, sprinkled with chopped green onions and special shrimp oil, which is a must-try. If you just want to eat it, you need to queue up, and they only sell 300 servings a day, and the store closes when they are sold out. When Xiao Chun ran over, the line wasn't too long, but it was close to noon, so he was afraid that it would be sold out. Fortunately, half an hour later, it was Xiao Chen's turn, and there were only 2 left. Each person was limited to purchasing 2 copies, so Xiao Chun bought both without hesitation. I hadn't walked far after packing when someone called out from behind, Hey, handsome guy in front, please wait a moment. It was a girl with a nice voice, so Xiao Chun stopped. I saw a girl wearing a mask and a hat that covered most of her face, running over. Hello, I was in a queue behind you, and you bought the last 2. The girl said a little embarrassedly. So can I. Sorry, not for sale. Xiao Chun interrupted her before she could finish. He raised the tofu in his hand and said, It's really not much for 2 people. You should come early tomorrow to queue up. Please, I've been wanting this for a long time. The girl clasped her hands together, looking pitiful. No man can resist a woman's coquettishness and cuteness. Xiao Chun is not a saint, and he is no exception. Of course, people like Xiao Wei who are too goal-oriented are exceptions. Here, this is for you. Xiao Chun took out one and gave it to her. Thank you so much. The girl took the stinky tofu and couldn't wait to open it on the table in the roadside park. Then he took off the mask, took a deep sniff, and said intoxicatedly, It's a long-lost smell. Pick up a piece with a toothpick and put it into your mouth beautifully, as if you were eating something delicious. Looking at the girl's face after she took off the mask, Xiao Chun was a little stunned. You are? He thought hard. The girl in front of him looked very similar to a very popular star recently. Sumuyu, it's you? The lead actress of Love is Deep? The singer who recently ranked in the top 3 on the internet song chart. Xiao Chun finally remembered. Shoo, keep your voice down. The girl reached out and covered Xiao Chen's mouth. Seeing that no one was around, she breathed a sigh of relief and explained in a low voice. I'm rehearsing in the theater. I especially like the stinky tofu here. But Sister Lee, my manager is afraid that I will gain weight and lose my voice due to inflammation, so he won't let me eat. Your Sister Lee is right. Not only will you get fat, but you will also get acne. Xiao Chun felt that Sumuyu was quite cute. But in the public's eyes, she is a cool goddess. But unexpectedly, she is actually a foodie. Woo, why do you say that? I like to eat it, and I like spicy food. I like hot pot, barbecue, spicy soup. Oh yes, and spicy crayfish, but I haven't eaten it for a long time. Sumuyu cried as she spoke, feeling aggrieved. She wiped her tears and then bit her teeth hard. Do you have a boxing match tomorrow? Xiao Chun suddenly remembered something. Yes, in the competition for the best singer, although I am filming, singing is my home ground. Sumuyu took advantage of him. There are many talented singers competing on the same stage. I am confident that I can win first place and become the youngest best singer in history. When it comes to singing, she is full of confidence. She does have this ability. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun remembered that in his previous life, Someone put drugs in the food he drank, and his throat was burned after the drugs took effect. From then on, he disappeared without a trace and was never seen again. A man who had hoped to leave a name for himself in the music industry fell like that. In fact, your singing skills do not require any rehearsal. I suggest you take a good rest at home, relax yourself, and then go directly to the scene tomorrow to beat your competitors. Shao Chen said. I want to, but sisterly doesn't allow it. Sumuyu said pitifully. Can I give you a suggestion? Shao Chen thought about it and realized that there was no way he could directly tell her what would happen tonight. Sure, I like listening to other people's suggestions the most. Sumuyu nodded. You can go to rehearsal today, but don't eat anything anyone hands you, especially water, Shao Chen said seriously. What? Sumuyu was slightly stunned and even paused in eating. Don't ask why, okay? Shao Chen smiled slightly. Since we can meet, it is fate. But what if I can't do it? Sumuyu asked. Then this is for you. Shao Chen hesitated for a moment, then took out a white porcelain bottle from his bag. A few dark brown Chinese medicine pills poured out from it. These pills are Bai Xiao Jiedu pills, which were given to Shao Chen by Lin Fong. They can cure hundreds of poisons. They're not sold on the market, but they can save lives at critical moments. Shao Chen didn't know what kind of medicine Sumuyu was given in her previous life, but Bai Xiao Jiedu pills had a wide range of uses and could cure hundreds of poisons. Give this to her. Maybe it can be useful at a critical moment. Although there is no guarantee that she can be saved, this is all Shao Chen can do. What is this? Sumuyu took the pill and asked curiously. A Chinese medicine practitioner friend of mine made his own detoxification pills that can cure all kinds of poisons and harmonize yin and yang. Shao Chen explained, if you feel unwell, you can take out a pill and put it under the root of your tongue to dissolve it. It can deal with the crisis. You mean someone will poison me? Sumuyu looked at Shao Chen blankly, not reacting for a moment. I didn't say that. Shao Chen shook his head, but it's better to be prepared. Take it. Your circle is quite complicated. Okay, thank you. By the way, what's your name? Sumuyu then remembered that she didn't know Shao Chen's name. Shao Chen. Shao Chen uttered 2 words. Let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll transfer the money for the stinky tofu to you. Sumuyu said with a smile. Okay. Shao Chen nodded, took out his mobile phone. The two added each other on WeChat, and then he left. Ding! Sumuyu sent a smiling face picture. Then a red envelope of 16.6 was transferred to me. It made a note, stinky tofu money. It doesn't take that much. $10 is enough. Shao Chen replied. The rest is for running errands. Sumuyu sent a cute emoticon. Shao Chen smiled, accepted the red envelope, and continued to wait for Song Zian. In less than 10 minutes, Song Zian came and killed him. Chapter 279, Shao Wanli. You owe me an explanation. Well, Shao Chen, this stinky tofu is really delicious. Song Zian picked up a piece with a fork and brought it to Shao Chen's mouth. Shao Chen ate it and nodded. It is indeed delicious. It is said that some celebrities secretly lined up here just for this bite of food. That's just a rumor. Big stars are so busy. How could they have time to come and line up? Song Zian didn't believe it. Shao Chen smiled and didn't explain. School is about to start, so you should focus on your studies. I've been concentrating on this. I haven't been so casual since I enrolled. By the way, how is your lab going? Song Zian was eating stinky tofu while walking. Professor Liang applied for a lab at Peking University for me, and the equipment has been approved. Shao Chen said, and I also installed a laboratory in the company as the future research and development room of Chunhai Group. You really want to work in science and technology? Song Zian said. You should know that this industry is the most thankless. Haha, not just technology, we'll invest in all kinds of things. Shao Chen smiled slightly, and the next step will be to explore more industries. You have great ambitions. Song Zian was stunned for a moment, then ate the stinky tofu in his hand in one gulp. I have to work hard, otherwise I will never be able to catch up with you. Come on. Shao Chen gave her a thumbs up. Come on, let's encourage each other. Song Zian also gave Shao Chen a thumbs up. The two smiled at each other, held hands, and walked into the campus together. Thousands of miles away in Shanghai, in a rehabilitation hospital ward, an old man wearing a Tang suit and holding a cane was sitting upright in the ward. On the hospital bed at one side, Wen Yi stared blankly with a pair of colorless eyes. The Wen family is considered a prominent family in Shanghai. Wen Yi's grandfather, Wen Gong, spent all his family wealth to support the front line. Later, the Wen family compound was renamed Wen Mansion and became quite famous in Shanghai. Several experts have consulted with Wani several times, and this time they invited a famous domestic ophthalmologist. The experts discussed for a moment and then reached a consensus. Mr. Win, we checked Ms. Win again, and her optic nerve is normal. A doctor said, this blindness is not an eye problem. We have contacted a neurology expert for a consultation. It is generally agreed that Ms. Win suffered temporary blindness due to excessive grief and prolonged sadness. The old man in Tang suit said in a deep voice, does that mean Shiawi's eyesight may recover? That's the theory, but this is not our hospital's expertise. The doctor replied, neurology is the specialty of the first affiliated hospital of Yanjing Medical College, so you may have to take Ms. Win to Yanjing. Mr. Win said nothing. Then he waved his hand, and all the doctors retreated. After so many twists and turns, we still have to go to Yanjing in the end. Old Win slammed his cane heavily, feeling a little angry. When he broke with the Shao family because of his grandson's matter, he once said that he would never set foot in Yanjing in his lifetime. But today, for the sake of his daughter, he must return to Yanjing. Moreover, he always felt resentful towards Shao Wanli. Dad, just send me back by myself. You don't have to make a special trip. Wani's expression was as calm as water, without any emotion on his face. His originally lively eyes now looked empty and lifeless, with no color in them at all. You're in this state now. How can I let you go to Yanjing alone? After you are cured this time, go home and don't stay in Yanjing anymore. Old Man Wen's tone was a little excited. He was very sad to see his daughter, whom he had always regarded as the apple of his eye, become like this. No, I want to go. I must see Shao Guqing. When he said calmly, I haven't divorced him. I'm still his wife, Shao Guqing. Then I have to accompany you. Elder Wen stood up slowly. It has been 18 years, and Shao Wanli has not given me an explanation, and he has even avoided you. The revival of his Shao family is important, but my grandson is not important. His youngest son is of good family background, but my son-in-law deserves to die at the border. Elder Wen's tone was chilling. If he still treats it coldly and avoids me, then I will go to the Red Wall to meet the leaders and ask them, is the bloodline of my Wen family not important at all? Dad, I'm sorry. When he covered her face with her hands, tears falling uncontrollably. It's my incompetence. You are so old, and you still have to get involved in these things. You are the apple of my eye. No one can bully you. Elder Wen hugged Wen Yi's shoulders distressfully. Your brother is watching over the Wen family. We, father and daughter, will go to Yanjing together to ask Shao Wanli for an explanation. If he still avoids us this time, then his son, Shao Yuecheng, will never achieve any political achievements in the 3 provinces surrounding Shanghai. When he shed tears and nodded heavily, she murmured, it's been 18 years, Shao Wanli. It's time for you to give us an explanation. At the rehearsal, Sumuyu took a break and took a glass of water handed to her by her assistant. Her exclusive water cup has a cute little bear printed on it, and the pink cup is very girly. After taking a few sips of water, she put the cup aside casually, picked up her phone, and continued reading the unfinished novel. Well, this kind of novel about a mentally retarded, overbearing CEO is both embarrassing and addictive to read. As she was watching with great interest, she suddenly felt her neck tighten. She frowned, pressed her throat, picked up the water beside her, and wanted to take a sip. But there was no water in the cup, so she wanted to ask her assistant to help her pour a glass of water. But when she opened her mouth, she was horrified to find that she had lost her voice. She stood up suddenly, pressed her throat in panic, and then felt a pain in her throat like a knife cutting it. As a singer, if she loses her voice or has any problem with her throat, it would be a fatal blow to her career. She tried her best to make her throat make a sound, but her usually sweet voice came out hoarse and exhausted. The staff at the scene were all shocked. They stopped what they were doing and looked at Sumuyu in surprise. Mayor, what's wrong with you? Manager Sisterly walked in hurriedly. She gestured desperately, pointing at her throat, tears streaming down her face. You lost your voice? Oh my God, the competition is tomorrow, and you lost your voice at this time? Sister Lee's face changed drastically. She pulled Sumuyu along and said, let's go to the hospital. Sumuyu's tears fell like beads from a broken string as she followed Sister Lee into the car. Sister Lee was the one who brought her into the industry. She was very kind to her and was also her mentor. She could trust Sister Lee unconditionally. On the way, Sister Lee kept comforting her, saying that it was just a temporary loss of voice and it was not a big problem. Chapter 280, the one who hurts you is often the one closest to you. Sumuyu calmed down a little. She sat in the car in a daze. She suddenly remembered Shao Chun, whom she met today. He told her not to drink anything handed to her by others. Only then did she realize that she had been drugged. The circle she is in is relatively chaotic. There were also seniors with good singing skills who lost their voice before becoming famous. There were even cases where the vocal tract was destroyed by drugs given to them directly. She never imagined that one day she would encounter such a thing. At the same time, she remembered the medicine Xiao Chan gave her and wanted to take it out, but she suddenly realized that the driving direction was not towards the hospital. Instead, it drove towards the north of the city, which was neither the hospital she often went to nor where she lived. Sister Lee, who was usually strict with her, did not question her today whether she had eaten the wrong food or not. Instead, she comforted her in an unusually gentle manner. Sister Lee is trying to calm herself down. She must have some ulterior motive. Sumeyer's face turned pale instantly. It was Sister Lee, her predecessor, teacher, and the person she trusted the most, who harmed her. As if seeing Sue Mayer's confusion, Sister Lee said, "Don't be afraid, Mayer. I know a very good doctor who lives in the north of the city. Let's go to his house now. You're going to compete tomorrow, so you must find the best doctor." Sue Mayer tried hard to calm herself down and nodded heavily. Suddenly, she pressed her throat in pain. Her body curled up into a ball, and her expression was painful. "Mayer, what's wrong with you, Mayer?" Sister Lee was surprised. Sue Mayer's performance reached its peak at this time. Her hands and feet were twitching, and her face even turned a little blue. "Stop the car, turn around, and go to the hospital." Sister Lee was anxious. "Sister Lee, we have already agreed to take her to the north of the city." The driver was indifferent. "Besides, I only listened to Master Sunday." "Shut up. I only promised to prevent her from participating in the competition, but I won't kill her." Sister Lee angrily said, "If someone dies, you can't escape responsibility. You just paid for the job. There's no need to get yourself involved." There was a hint of struggle in the driver's eyes. "If no one is killed, it's fine. But if someone is killed and the person behind the scenes can get away with it, then he will go to jail." He gritted his teeth, stopped the car, got out, opened the door, and planned to check on Sue Mayer's condition. However, at the moment the car door opened, Sue Mayer suddenly grabbed the door and slammed it hard at the driver outside. Bang! The driver outside the door covered his forehead and screamed. Sue Mayer desperately seized this opportunity and escaped. This scene happened so quickly that Sister Lee didn't have time to react. "Hurry! Catch her and let her come back." Sister Lee stamped her feet anxiously and ran out of the car to chase her. But it was nighttime, and this place was relatively remote. So Sue Mayer had already disappeared into a forest. Xiao Chan read a book for a while in the evening and was about to go to bed. But the video on the phone suddenly popped up. He picked up the phone and was slightly stunned. The video was sent by Sue Mayer. Why did she send a video at this time? After just a moment of confusion, Xiao Chun immediately realized that something must have happened to her. In her previous life, Sue Mayer was murdered the night before she was to participate in a competition. He quickly answered the phone and asked, "What's wrong?" The other end of the video was pitch black, with no sound except for the shaking camera and the sound of running and panting. On the other side, Sue Mayer was running and gesturing anxiously towards the camera. She was very scared, but after getting rid of Sister Lee, her first reaction was to call Xiao Chun. But she couldn't speak at all now, and it was pitch black around her, so Xiao Chun couldn't see her gestures at all. "Are you unable to speak now? Stop, calm down, and listen to me." Xiao Chun realized that there was something wrong with her throat. Sue Mayer, who was originally anxious, felt much calmer after hearing Xiao Chen's voice, and she quickly stopped. Seeing that the camera on the other side of the phone was no longer shaking, Xiao Chun said in a deep voice, "Now listen to me. If you are out of danger, find a place to hide immediately and don't let anyone find you. If you can't make any sound from your throat, take the medicine I gave you immediately. Send your location, call the police, and I will rush to your place as quickly as possible. Before I arrive, don't trust anyone except the police. Understand?" The communication was interrupted, and then the other party sent 2 words. "Clear." The next location was a location. Xiao Chun took a look at it, and fortunately, it was not far from him. He quickly dialed the police number, briefly explained the situation, and informed the operator of his location. Then he called Su Xan and took a few trusted brothers with him. And after they reunited, they rushed north. Su Mayer hid in a forest, not daring to breathe. After taking the Bai Shao detoxification pills given by Xiao Chun, the feeling of a knife cutting in her throat finally disappeared. But it was pitch black all around, and she still felt very scared. She didn't know how long it had been before several figures appeared in front of her. At the same time, a familiar voice rang out. Look at the location she sent. It's right here. Everyone look for it nearby. Several figures dispersed, and one familiar figure rushed towards her direction. Xiao-chun. Sumayer finally spoke, although her throat didn't hurt as much as before. But his voice was still a little hoarse when he spoke. Sumayer, is that you? Xiao-chun raised his head and looked in the direction where the voice came from. After confirming that the person was Xiao-chun, Sumayer suddenly stood up and rushed toward Xiao-chun, then grabbed Xiao-chun's hand tightly, with tears falling down her face. It's okay, I'm here. Xiao-chun hurriedly comforted her. A moment later in Xiao-chun's car, Xiao-chun checked on her condition. You are not injured, are you? Besides the hoarseness, do you have any other symptoms now? No, my throat just feels a little uncomfortable. Sumayer shook her head. My throat felt like it was being cut by a knife before, but I feel much better after taking the medicine you gave me. But my voice is a little hoarse now. As she spoke, she became anxious again. What should I do? I have a competition tomorrow. If my voice keeps sounding like this, it will definitely not work tomorrow. Don't worry, I've already arranged a hotel for you. My friend is a medical student and he will be here soon. Xiao-chun thought for a moment and said, Do you know who hurt you? I don't know, but it has something to do with sisterly. Sumayer's tears couldn't stop falling again. She wailed, I don't know why she did this to me. He is the person closest to me and my senior teacher. I will check this matter for you. Now you just need to prepare for tomorrow's game and don't worry about anything else. Xiao-chun comforted. Chapter 281, He is a Capitalist. Sumai not that Hen Li. She didn't know why, but she felt much more at ease with Xiao-chun around. Lin Fong was called to the hotel by Xiao-chun in the middle of the night. He went to bed on time and seldom stayed up late. His sleep was interrupted by Xiao-chun several times in a row, and he seemed a little resentful. Xiao-chun, is there anything you can't talk about during the day? Do you have to torment me in the middle of the night? Lin Fong said as he pushed the door open and walked in. You'd better really have something important to talk to me about, otherwise I'm not done with you today. He was stunned before he finished speaking, and then pointed at Sumayer in front of him with an excited look. You are not that, Su. Sumayer. Sumayer finished his words for him. Yes, Sumayer, I really love listening to your songs. Lin Fong slapped his thigh. He said excitedly, I didn't expect to see the real person today. Are you still blaming me for waking you up in the middle of the night? Xiao-chun asked. No, I don't blame you. Thank you, Xiao-chun, for letting me get close to my idol for the first time. Lin Fong looked excited. Xiao-chun couldn't help but roll his eyes. This kid changes his expression so quickly. But you are in the hotel so late at night. Lin Fong looked at Xiao-chun with a puzzled look. When you were talking to Miss Su just now, didn't you feel that there was something wrong with her voice? Xiao-chun asked. Sound? Lin Fong slapped his forehead and said, I was just happy just now. He raised his head and said seriously, Miss Su, I heard your voice was hoarse just now. This is a sign of vocal cord damage. And seeing that your face is slightly yellow, you must have been poisoned by something like mute poison. Dumb poison. This was the first time Sumayer heard this word. That's right. Lin Fong nodded gently. This kind of dumb poison is made from several kinds of poisonous insects. It's harmless to other organs in the body, but it will damage the vocal cords. Although this poison is easy to remove, if you remove it too late, your vocal cord will be burned and your voice will be completely hoarse in the future. The other party is really vicious, but it's okay. You should have taken the antidote before. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Miss Su has a competition tomorrow. Can you help her voice return to normal as quickly as possible? This little thing can't stump me. Lin Fong chuckled. He is not as good as Xiao-chun in other aspects, but he is far better than Xiao-chun in other aspects. Therefore, only at this time can he show his strength a little bit. The silver needles were taken out and used to expel the poison, and then several medicines were used to strengthen the body and eliminate evil. Finally, after more than an hour, Sumayer's voice returned to normal. He cleared his throat, said a few words, then tried to sing a song and hit a high note. In the end, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her voice was really completely healed. It's okay, it's fine. The poison has been completely eliminated. Lin Fong then put away his medicine box. But in the next few days, don't overuse your voice and eat light food. Okay, I know. Thank you so much. Sumayer looked at Lin Fong and Xiao-chun with gratitude. Okay, go to bed early. I'll pick you up tomorrow morning. Xiao-chun said, the room was open with my ID card, so you don't have to worry about those people finding you. As long as today passes and you get a rank, they won't dare to act rashly. Okay, I know. Thank you very much. Sumuyu thanked Xiao Chen again. But there is one thing you need to make clear. Who is targeting you? Xiao Chen said after thinking for a while. Your circle is not very friendly to begin with, and all kinds of tricks will emerge one after another. I don't know. I only know that a new person came to the company, and he has a strong background. Sumuyu thought for a while. My boss approached me several times, suggesting that I withdraw from the competition, but I loved singing, so I refused. Okay, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded thoughtfully. After this matter is over, I suggest you go out and work on your own. With your ability, instead of being constrained by others in an entertainment company, you might as well start your own entertainment company. But I don't have the capital. Sumuyu was stunned. It's not that she hasn't thought about it, but the entertainment industry is too complicated and full of good and bad people. If she doesn't have sufficient backing, she probably won't be able to make any waves. With Xiao Chun here, are you still worried about not having capital? Lin Fong knew Xiao Chun well enough. Since he said that, he wants to invest in you. You? Invest for me? Sumuyu was surprised. No matter how she looked at him, Xiao Chun looked like a student. A student can invest in an entertainment company and also snatch the meat from the mouths of the big bosses. You must not treat him as an ordinary student. His net worth is probably tens of billions. Lin Fong said these words with a bit of sourness. We are all young people. Why is there such a big difference? Can you please stop bragging? Xiao Chen glared at him. Okay, I was wrong. 10 billion was too conservative. Lin Fong walked out with a medicine box in a somewhat mean manner. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. When you've made up your mind, call me. I'm counting on you. As he spoke, he took out a business card and handed it to Sumuyu. Sumuyu held the business card and said nothing for a long time. Xiao Chen, you have invested money in Yishin, and now the store is almost ready for renovation. Lin Fong complained. It's a big store of 3,000 square meters, and you haven't even visited it for a day. Watch over the decoration. I don't know anything about it. Just ask Yongyuan. He is better at it than me. Xiao Chun said with a smile. Okay, you're really good at being a hands-off boss. Lin Fong said helplessly. Then he slapped his thigh and said, It's over. What's over? Xiao Chun turned his head and looked at him in confusion. When I met Sumuyu just now, I actually forgot to ask for an autograph. You're familiar with her, and you are her savior, so you must ask for one for me. Lin Fong said belatedly. Don't worry, there will be plenty of opportunities to meet each other in the future. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. The next day, Xiao Chen first went to the laboratory to check the progress. Then he went downstairs and planned to have breakfast in the cafeteria. The cafeteria at Kyoto University is the best among all higher education institutions, and the prices are very affordable, so I can always feel satisfied with my meals. Hi, Xiao Chun, nice to see you again. As soon as I went downstairs, Xiao Wei came again. She was wearing a sporty light pink top and a pleated white skirt, wearing a white hat and a pair of white sneakers. With a badminton racket on her back, she looked sunny and charming. I feel like we see each other too often. Xiao Chen glanced at her and then looked away. Have you had breakfast? I'm going there right away. Let's go together. Xiao Wei smiled. Eva Ethan. Xiao Chen felt he had no appetite. Or maybe he subconsciously intended to stay away from this woman, because this woman approached him definitely with a purpose. Chapter 282. This woman is not simple. Xiao Chen, I heard that you're setting up a laboratory in your own company, and is going to be used as a research and development center in the future. Xiao Wei smiled slightly. How do you know? Xiao Chen glanced at her. This woman was quite well informed. Isn't it normal to pay more attention to the people you care about? The dimples on Xiao Wei's lips looked very charming. So what? Xiao Chen asked. Many of the equipment in your laboratory are not available in China, such as magnetic cloud machine, electrostatic induction generator, particle sliding wire instrument, etc. Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. Although these devices are common, they're difficult to buy without an intermediary. Do you have a channel? Xiao Chen quickly grasped the meaning of Xiao Wei's words. Yes, I have a channel. I know a German supplier manager. Their company produces high-precision instruments and equipment. When Xiao Wei saw Xiao Chen's expression, she knew that she had taken the initiative this time. We can talk about these things while we eat. Seeing hesitation on Xiao Chen's face, Xiao Wei smiled. She understood that Xiao Chen was moved. As long as you take the first step, everything else will fall into place. My supplier friend is the original supplier of German high-precision equipment. If you want to make the laboratory more fully equipped, no one else can do it except him. Okay, let's go have breakfast together. It's my treat. Xiao Chen thought about it for a moment, then nodded slightly. Xiao Wei smiled slightly and went to the restaurant with Xiao Chun. In a secluded place, she ordered some local specialties. Are you from Yanjing? Looking at the local specialties she ordered, Xiao Chun immediately understood. How do you know? Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. Small pot rice noodles, fried cakes, and rice dumplings. These are the specialties of Yanjing for breakfast. Xiao Chun looked at Xiao Wei deeply. You're a very careful observer. Yes, my hometown is Jian City. Xiao Wei ate the rice noodles in small bites. I haven't been home for many years. I didn't expect that the cafeteria at Kyoto University would have the characteristics of my hometown. I remember you said that your family background was not that good. Xiao Chun picked up the chopsticks and paid attention to her expression intentionally or unintentionally. There was no change on Xiao Wei's face. She still smiled and said, let's not talk about the past. What about your friend? When can you introduce him to me? After Xiao Chun confirmed some ideas in his mind, he changed the subject. He is originally from Japan, and his name is Matsutato Tiani. Xiao Wei rolled her eyes at Xiao Chun and said angrily, you are having dinner with me, and you only care about these things? I'm more concerned about when my research center can be completed. Xiao Chun spread his hands. So, beauties and such are not important anymore, right? Xiao Wei leaned close to Xiao Chun and said with a smile. She was so close to Xiao Chun that he could even smell her fragrance. This woman is very good at teasing people. With her skills, ordinary college students really can't resist her. Important. Xiao Chun nodded. But after we finish talking about the main business, we can talk about other things. Okay. Xiao Wei smiled, took out her cell phone, dialed a number, and then communicated with the other party in Japanese. Xiao Chun couldn't help but frown. The woman in front of him spoke Japanese too fluently. If he didn't know her identity, Xiao Chun would even think she was a native of the East. Okay, I've made an appointment with him, and we can meet in the evening. Xiao Wei said after hanging up the phone. You speak Japanese well. Have you ever been to Japan? Xiao Chun asked while eating rice noodles. I stayed there for a while, and I also studied Japanese seriously for a while. Xiao Wei said calmly. Many people say that my Japanese is very good, just like a native Japanese person. That's very well said. If I didn't know who you were, I would have thought you were Japanese. Xiao Chun nodded. What do you think of Japanese people? Xiao Wei asked. Like most Chinese people, they are not very good. I feel they are despicable, shameless, and hypocritical. Xiao Chun spread his hands. Xiao Wei frowned, seeming not to like what Xiao Chun said. But she concealed it well, and then smiled and said, those things in history are already in the past. Now the two sides are communicating well. I don't think it's acceptable. Xiao Chun shook his head. Maybe one day, we can send a Dongfeng Express to them. Seeing that Xiao Wei's smile was forced, Xiao Chun changed the subject. Miss Xiao, do you often feel dizzy and nauseous? And do you sweat a lot and have a lot of dreams when you sleep? Do you have unbearable abdominal pain every month when your period comes? How did you know? Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. I know a little bit of Chinese medicine. I can check your pulse and find out what's wrong with your body. Xiao Chun said with a smile. That's great. Xiao Wei stretched out her hand and placed it on the table. Can you check my pulse now? And on her hand, there was a mark that was exactly the same as the one on Linhao's wrist. Looking at the mark on her wrist, Xiao Chun suddenly understood. Tong Xingwei, as expected, there is something wrong with this woman. Is there some ulterior motive behind her repeatedly flirting with me and getting close to me? Xiao Chun then calmly checked her pulse, and after a moment he switched to his other hand. How is it? Do you see any problems? Xiao Wei asked. Gong Han. Xiao Chun let go of her hand. Have you ever been married? No, why do you ask? Xiao Wei looked at Xiao Chun in confusion. If you haven't been married, that means you have had children. Xiao Chun said seriously. Xiao Wei's expression changed slightly, and then she said with a smile, don't joke with me. I've been single for more than 20 years. How can I have a child? A person's pulse is like the growth rings of a tree. Any illness you have had will be reflected in your pulse. Xiao Chun smiled. He let go of his hand and said, it's just that I'm not very skilled. Maybe I saw it wrong. You must have seen it wrong, but I have all the symptoms you mentioned. Xiao Wei asked in confusion, what is uterine cold? This is not my specialty. Let me introduce you to a friend. He is the heir of a traditional Chinese medicine family and is known as the Little Medicine King. Xiao Chun gave her Lin Fang's contact information. Go find him. I guarantee he can make your body great. Okay, thank you. We will meet Mr. Matsuda in the evening. I will ask you out then. Xiao Wei smiled slightly. After finishing breakfast, she left contentedly, and the smile on Xiao Chen's face slowly disappeared. He picked up his phone and called Lin Fang. Lin Fang, Help me do something. After explaining everything to Lin Fong, Xiao Chun planned to leave. Just at this moment, Sumuyu came in with a tray with some breakfast on it. She was still concentrating on looking at a document. It was obvious that her project experiment had reached the most critical moment. Chapter 283, Are You Still So Teasing? She was delighted when she met Xiao Chun coming over. She put down the information and tray in her hand and said, Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded at her and left as usual. Xiao Chun, my experiment has made a breakthrough. Sumuyu called him excitedly. The progress of the experiment is almost complete. All experimental data has been documented and sealed. As long as we verify the last 6 items, this project will be considered a success. Congratulations. Xiao Qin nodded and habitually reminded, be careful at the last minute. Be careful? What do you mean? Sumuyu was stunned. Your experiment is related to the cornerstone of the country's quantum communication technology. It is inevitable that some people will covet it. It's the last moment, so be careful. Xiao Qin reminded. Are you trying to remind me that there is something wrong with Xiao Ming? Sumuyu's expression suddenly turned ugly. Xiao Chun, why do you think so badly of Xiao Ming? There must be a misunderstanding between you brothers. Don't you want to clear it up? I didn't mention Xiao Ming's name. You're just too sensitive. Xiao Chun spread his hands and said, it's not that I think he is that bad. It's just that he is born a bad guy. Sumuyu, you like Xiao Ming. If you think he's good, then just stay with him. Don't force others to accept him, okay? Xiao Chun, I think we need to have a good talk. You have too big a prejudice against Xiao Ming. Sumuyu said, if it weren't for him this time, my experimental project would have been shelved. If it weren't for him, your project would have been acquired by a shameless person like me and become a tool for a capitalist like me to make money, right? Sumuyu didn't say anything, but just looked at Xiao Chun with an angry look. She had already tacitly acknowledged her inner thoughts. Yes, that was how she viewed Xiao Chun. In that case, why are you still talking to me? Can't you just treat me as a stranger from now on? Xiao Chun asked. You are my savior. Sumuyu choked. Don't think too much. You're not the only one I've saved. Xiao Chun said, in the situation at that time, let alone a living person, even if it was a kitten or a puppy that was hit, I would still save it. So Sumuyu, please don't feel that you owe me anything and want to make up for it. I don't need it. Xiao Chun, can you please speak properly? Sumuyu took a deep breath and said, I was very happy today. So, I've affected your mood? Xiao Chun said, then I can just leave. When you see me in the future, just pretend you don't know me, right? That's so-called life-saving grace. Why don't you just regard it as something done by Xiao Ming? Are you still blaming me? Sumuyu asked in a daze. Why should I blame you? We don't know each other well. Xiao Chun glanced at her. To be honest, after living this life over again, he found it increasingly difficult to understand Sumuyu. What kind of mentality does she have deep down in her heart? Sister Su, I heard that your experiment has reached the final stage. Congratulations. As Xiao Ming's voice came, Xiao Ming, wearing a white sportswear, walked over. His clothes were clean and white, and he looked sunny and handsome. Xiao Ming is now quite famous after being hyped from all sides. When he walked into the cafeteria, people were already pointing at him. When he saw Xiao Chun, his originally joyful expression suddenly froze, and then he forced a smile and said, Brother, you are here too. Xiao Chun ignored Xiao Ming and was about to leave alone. Xiao Chun. Sumuyu called him. Ming Ming, I and a few classmates will hold a celebration party tonight. Will you come along then? She looked at Xiao Chun with anticipation, hoping that he would agree. What does your celebration party have to do with me? Xiao Chun glanced at her. Brother, Sister Su, and you know each other after all. She wants to share her inner joy with you. Is there anything wrong with that? Xiao Ming spoke. He was speaking up for Sumuyu. Sister Su rarely invites people on her own initiative. She rarely invites people on her own initiative. So, since she invites me, I have to give her face? Xiao Chun sneered, why? Brother, Xiao Ming's voice suddenly weakened. I know you don't like me, but Sister Su really wants to share her joy with you. If you really don't want to see me, then I won't go tonight. Ming Ming, you don't have to speak to him so humbly. Let's go. Sumuyu looked at Xiao Ming with heartache, feeling a surge of resentment towards Xiao Chun in her heart. She ignored Xiao Chun and left with Xiao Ming. Xiao Chun didn't care and turned away. Old Master Jeang is currently in the Yanjing sanatorium. Xiao Chun found him and handed him a piece of paper. On this piece of paper was the mark drawn by Xiao Chun that he had seen several times. What do you mean? The old man looked at Xiao Chun in surprise. I have seen this mark several times, and this mark also appears on my body after I am injured. So I would like to ask, old man, What does this mean? Xiao Chun asked directly to the point. He asked Su Xian to find out, and he only found out that the mark was the mark of the Tongshang Society, but he couldn't find out more information. Moreover, whether in his previous life or this life, he had never heard of anything about the Tongshang Society. Even on the internet, he couldn't find any clues, so he had no choice but to come to the old man. He vaguely felt that this mark represented a certain religion. When the old man was young, he suppressed bandits, and he also destroyed many evil cults in the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. So he believed that the old man must know something about this mark. Looking at this familiar mark, the old man gently picked up the paper with a hint of complexity in his eyes. This mark is called Tong Shengwen, and it was once the totem of a cult. The name of this cult was called Tong Shengui. The lines of symbiosis. Xiao Chun stroked his arm. This pattern appeared several times on his body, which made him doubt his relationship with the Tongsheng Society. Or, has he ever been cursed by this organization called Tong Sikai? That's right, the Tongsheng Society has been destroyed for many years, and its leader died on the spot. The old man nodded slowly. Only a few remnants managed to escape. It has been nearly 20 years since it disappeared. I didn't expect it to revive and appear in Yanjing now. Has the old man noticed this organization? Xiao Chen looked up in surprise. I was the one who wiped out this organization back then. Now that it has reappeared, I will naturally take notice. Chapter 284, The Strange Old Taoist Priest. Putting the paper in his hand on the table, the old man looked a little serious. Why do you suddenly ask this? Because I found several people around me who are members of the Tongshang Society. Xiao Chan said. They all have this green mark on their arms. I don't know why they approached me, but for self-protection, I asked someone to secretly investigate these matters. But what I have found out is limited, so I came to ask the old man for advice. Are there members of the Tong Shengui organization around you? The old man frowned slightly. Yes, there is more than one. Xiao Chen nodded. Please give me a copy of these people's identity information and ignore everything else, said the old man. It's ready. Xiao Chen took out a document. The old man took the information, took a look at it, and then handed it to the guard beside him. You don't have to feel too much psychological pressure. There's a reason why there are members of the Tongsheng Society around you. The old man comforted. What's the reason? Xiao Chen was stunned and asked in confusion. When we were clearing out the headquarters of the Tongsheng Society, a key figure escaped. The old man said, and this key figure is related to you. Who? Xiao Chen was surprised. Qin Yoshin. Qin Yoshin? She is Qin Yuan's sister. Didn't she pass away a long time ago? Xiao Chen's pupils shrank slightly. The news of her passing is just fake news. The old man shook his head gently and said, she has been hiding her real name and changing her identity many times over the years. The purpose of contacting foreign forces is to regroup. Your adoptive mother, Qin Yuan, is her only biological sister, so it's normal for her to pay attention to you. So that's how it is. Xiao Chun suddenly realized. He lowered his head and thought, pondering over some things. Okay, leave these things to me. You don't need to do anything. The Taoist priest turned around and said, just do your job well, and you may have to come to my place again in the next few days. Okay, old master, if you have anything, just come to me anytime. Xiao Chen nodded, and then he asked doubtfully, old master, if you have anything to say, why not tell me in advance, so that I could be prepared? You're just meeting two people. What are you preparing for? The old man glared at Xiao Chun. Okay, sister, old man, you are busy. I will leave first. Xiao Chun chuckled, turned around, and left. I drove out of the nursing home and just stepped on the accelerator to speed up. Suddenly, a figure flashed in front of me, and an old Taoist in purple blocked my way. He appeared so suddenly that Xiao Chun was startled and subconsciously slammed on the brakes. Squeak! The tires were smoking from braking on the ground, and the car finally stopped, narrowly sticking to the old road. Xiao Chun was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing the old Taoist in front of the car looking at the inside of the car with a half smile on his face, he became extremely angry. Damn it, if you can't get over it, just go and commit suicide. What harm do you do to me? After turning off the engine and getting out of the car, Xiao Chun walked out angrily. He was going to talk reason with the old Taoist. Did your Sanshin teach you to be like this? What are you doing? Is it dangerous on the road? Xiao Chun's tone weakened after getting out of the car. Because of his master, he had a sense of awe towards Taoist priests, because you never knew how strong a skinny old Taoist priest really was. Moreover, the man in front of him was wearing a purple robe, which was a Taoist high-ranking robe. No matter from which angle you look at it, the Taoist priest in front of you doesn't look easy to mess with. Donor, but your name is Shao Chun? The purple-robed old Taoist asked with a smile. Yes, I'm Shao Chun. Are you looking for me? Shao Chun asked in confusion. Then, you found the right person. I'm Tianshi Fu Xianqing. Today I'm looking for a donor for my disciple. The old Taoist bowed slightly. He was none other than the Taoist Xianqing who saved Sumuyu when she was about to jump into the lake driven by her inner demons. Who is your apprentice? What do you want from me? Shao Chun was puzzled. My disciple has been contaminated by some karma, and only you can save her. Xianqing said. So who is she? Shao Chun asked. Sumuyu. Xianqing uttered 3 words. She? Shao Chun's eyes froze. He had never expected this. Sumuyu actually found such a powerful backer? But her mind is so unclear that even if the high-level Taoist priests from the Taoist temple come, they may not be able to save her. Yes, benefactor, can you come with me? Xianqing asked with a smile. Sorry, I don't have time. Shao Chun shook his head, turned around, and was about to get in the car. He didn't want to touch anything that had anything to do with Sumuyu. Moreover, this Taoist priest must have realized that he was extraordinary and wanted to use himself to resolve Sumuyu's cause and effect. But judging from the current signs, Sumuyu can't escape the fate. He is doomed, and no one can save him. In fact, judging from her situation, the incident of jumping off the building in her previous life might have happened earlier. Shao Chun didn't want to get involved in her karma, so she should end it with Xiao Ming as soon as possible and stop harming others. Donor. Xianqing stretched out the whisk in his hand and stopped Shao Chun. Anything else? Shao Chun asked. When I asked you to come with me just now, it wasn't a request, but a notification. Xianqing smiled slightly. What? Do you still want to use violence? Shao Chun looked at Xianqing warily. It's inevitable. I'm sorry. Xianqing bowed lightly. When he said the 3 words, offended, Shao Chun took a few steps back vigilantly. After training in the military base for so long, his physical fitness is comparable to that of a special forces soldier. Logically speaking, the thin Taoist priest in front of him was no match for him. But as Xianqing swept the whisk in his hand, Shao Chun heard a buzzing sound, and everything in front of him suddenly changed. The scenery on both sides of the road was receding at a very fast speed, and then a vast ocean appeared in front of him. In the distance of the ocean, the water and the sky are one color. There is nothing around and no sound at all. The water under my feet is above my instep. In this place, there is no sound, no color, and even no time. Illusion. This was Shao Chun's first reaction. The Taoist scriptures I read from my master mentioned that this is spiritual suppression. This damn Taoist priest is not a simple person. He closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and tried to calm himself down. It was unknown how long it had been, but Shao Chun suddenly opened his eyes, and what came into view was a Taoist temple. In front of the altar stands a statue of the 9 heavens demon-slaying Patriarch. Xianqing, who brought Shao Chun with him, sat cross-legged on a cushion with his eyes half closed. Noticing that Shao Chun was awake, he couldn't help but open his eyes. Awake? Chapter 285. The old Taoist priest is very strong. What do you want to do? Where is this? Shao Chun quickly got up and looked around vigilantly. Don't worry. This is Qingyi Temple in the south of the city. Xianqing smiled slightly. He raised his eyes to look at Shao Chun. His eyes were somewhat complicated. Young man, you are really not simple. Just now, I used the art of dream walking to let you enter the illusion and try to spy on the cause and effect of your life. But no matter how hard I try to concentrate my thoughts, I still can't see through your cause and effect. Everything is like looking through fire. It's hard to see clearly. Xianqing's brows slightly furrowed, and I sensed a familiar aura on you. This aura is from the same source as the technique I practiced. Don't talk nonsense to me. Is being a Taoist so great? You are kidnapping me. Shao Chun's brain was working rapidly, thinking about how to get out of the situation. The Taoist priest in front of him turned out to be Sumuyu's master. How lucky is this woman to have such a powerful person as her master? From what he said, he wanted me to break the predetermined cause and effect in Sumuyu's fate. Why? Wasn't it exhausting enough for me to lick her in my last life? Do you still need me to save her life in this life? Is it okay not to save her? Why are you so awesome? Kidnapping. The old Taoist priest laughed dryly and said, That doesn't exist. I think the donor has a special bone structure and is destined to be with my Taoist sect. So, I invite you to the Taoist temple to listen to the scriptures and discuss the Tao. It's useless even if you call the police. If you don't believe me, please do as you please. Xiao Chan took out his cell phone and was about to call the police, but when he thought about what the old Taoist said, it seemed to make some sense. He is wearing a purple robe, so even if someone from the religious association comes, they have to give him face. Especially seeing that he is not an ordinary person, he should be related to some departments with extremely high confidentiality levels. Even if the police came, wouldn't he just send them away, casually? Thinking of this, Xiao Chan was no longer panicked. He sat down on the ground and said, "Just tell me what you want. My purpose has been made clear. You and my disciple Sumuyu have a past karma, and she is destined to have a catastrophe of death. Even if I calculate all the causes and effects, I cannot help her escape this catastrophe. But you can. Can I?" Xiao Chen looked at the old Taoist priest and laughed dryly. "You found the wrong person. You should find someone called Xiaoming. He is Sumuyu's white moonlight, and Sumuyu also listens to him very much. I can't. She always contradicts me no matter what I say, so I really can't help you with this matter." "No." Xianqing shook his head slowly. "Some things are destined. This matter must be done by you. What if I don't come?" Xiao Chun tilted his head and looked at Xianqing. "Then I can only keep you in the Taoist temple temporarily." Xianqing smiled slightly, and his smile was somewhat unfathomable. Although the Taoist life is a little poor, but there is no shortage of food, clothing, and daily necessities. The donor just needs to tell the people around him and not let them worry. "How long do you plan to keep me locked up?" Xiao Chen looked at the old Taoist priest warily. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen such a shameless person. Until the donor changes his mind. "If I don't change my mind, are you going to lock me up for life?" Xiao Chen was angry. A lifetime may seem very long, but it is actually not short at all. "Don't worry, benefactor. Food, clothing, and other daily necessities are all available here." Xianqing said with a smile. "Dream on and on about your life. I'm leaving. Let's see who can keep me here." Xiao Chun refused to do this. He just didn't believe it. Could this old Taoist priest really keep him? However, this guy had white hair and beard and was wearing a purple robe. He looked like a sage who was not easy to mess with. But he didn't believe that this old Taoist priest was really unreasonable. If he was really unreasonable, Xiao Chan would really fight him. Even though he may not be able to win, this old Taoist priest can't just rely on his strength to bully others, right? Xiao Chen walked out of the hall. Seeing a big door in front of him, he pushed it open and walked out. The old Taoist priest did not stop him, nor was he in a hurry. He just watched Xiao Chan leave with a smile. Xiao Chan walked along the road in front of him for a while and walked around a green-tiled and white-walled area. He thought he had walked out of the Taoist temple. But after pushing open a vermilion door and stepping in, his eyes went dark and he was back in the hall. Xianqing was still sitting in front of the altar, looking at Xiao Chan with a smile. "Hey, why are you back again? Are you reluctant to part with me?" "Damn it, the yin-yang formation." Xiao Chen cursed. "I have read about this formation in classic books with my master. It is based on the 5 elements and 2 principles, and is divided into 8 different directions. Unless you find a way to escape, no matter where you go, you will eventually return to the starting point." Xiao Chan had only read the description of this formation and did not know how to break it. But he didn't believe it, so he turned around and pushed the door open and walked out. This time he took a different route and walked for most of the day. However, when he stepped into a bamboo forest, his vision went dark. It was still the main hall, and the old Taoist priest was still looking at him with a smile. "Donor, have you figured it out?" Xiao Chun retreated as if he had seen a ghost, and then changed direction. This time the walk took long enough and the detour was far enough. But when he saw a path that seemed to lead down the mountain, he stepped into it and returned to the hall. "Donor, although the Liangyi formation is a basic small formation in the Taoist scriptures, it is not something that ordinary people can break." Xianqing laughed and said, "So you can just stay in the Taoist temple and take care of your food, clothing, and other expenses." "Fuck you." Xiao Chun was furious. He moved closer to Xianqing and punched him unexpectedly. The training in the military base was not in vain. He threw a punch, and before the fist landed, he threw an elbow with his backhand. The elbow was hit with great force. Even a big man would have had 2 broken ribs. It's not that he doesn't respect the elderly and love the young, but because the old Taoist priest's strength is ominous. If he doesn't try his best to fight for a chance of survival, he will have no chance when the old Taoist priest takes action. However, the old Taoist priest easily blocked his powerful attack by simply extending 2 fingers. A sneak attack? That's a bit unethical of the donor. Xianqing said with a smile. Then he lightly flicked 2 fingers of his right hand on Xiao Chen's arm. Buzz. Xiao Chen only felt an extremely strong force coming from his arm. His body shook and fell back several meters. It's over, it's too hard. Xiao Chen struggled to stand up. The old Taoist priest just hit him with a casual blow, and he felt as if all the bones in his body were falling apart. Moreover, the arm that was hit was so sore and weak that it couldn't be lifted at all. Xiao Chen looked at the old Taoist priest in shock and felt unwell. Chapter 286. We are one. The opponent just made a slight attack, and he was beaten without any defense. How could he continue to play like this? What is your relationship with Sumuyu? Why did you accept her as your disciple? Xiao Chen was helpless. Since he couldn't beat him, he could only talk things over with the old Taoist priest. Because I have something to do, and I see an opportunity in her, Yanjing said with a smile. So I can only ask you to stay with me for a while. When the donor changes his mind, I will let you go. Okay, I agree. I will help you when I get back. Xiao Chen nodded. If the hard way doesn't work, try the soft way. Anyway, he needs to get away first. How do you plan to help me, benefactor? Yanjing was not someone who could be easily fooled. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Chen. Tell Sumuyu that you will die if you don't listen to me. Is that okay? Xiao Chen said. I'm afraid it won't work. So, please write me a written agreement, and I promise I can help Sumuyu. Yanjing said, I will burn this written document in front of the 3 pure ones and announce it to the 9 heavens. If the donor promises me but fails to do it, then the donor's fate will probably change. Xiao Chen was stunned again. Is this old Taoist priest so sinister? Light incense and burn it to announce it to the 9 heavens. This is equivalent to him making a vow, and the 3 pure ones are witnesses. If Xiao Chen can't do it, he will be struck by lightning. I won't stand, but I have promised you anyway. If you don't believe me, forget it. Xiao Chen shook his head. Are you kidding me? He got himself into this situation for no reason. He's not mentally ill. That won't work. Words alone are not enough. The old Taoist said with a smile. Are you planning to deceive me? I didn't lie to you. If you don't believe me, forget it. Xiao Chen said. Then I'll have to trouble you, benefactor, to live a poor life here with me for a few days. Yanjing sighed, his tone regretful. How can there be such a person as you? It's not good for you to do this. You are a monk. You can't force me like this. Xiao Chen was a little angry. Let me go right now, or I will be rude to you. Yanjing shook his head, turned, and walked into the hall, while the door of the hall slowly closed. Xiao Chen seized the opportunity, turned around, and rushed out from the gate. However, before he could go out, a strong wind blew up behind him, and the whisk in the old Taoist hand scattered and entangled Xiao Chen's body. With a slight pull, Xiao Chen flew up involuntarily and fell in the hall. Donor. Yanjing's tone was already murderous. Taoism emphasizes purity and naturalness, but I, an old Taoist priest, have been pure for decades, and my temper is not particularly good. If you keep doing this, don't blame me, the old Taoist priest, for being ruthless. With a slight flick of his right hand, Xiao Chen suddenly felt difficulty breathing. He opened his mouth wide and breathed desperately, but his mouth, nose, and other facial features seemed to be sealed at that moment. He was like a drowning man, struggling desperately in the water, but he could never break free from the restraints. Just when Xiao Chen was about to suffocate, an old voice came from the door. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for so many years. Your temper has worsened. Although the voice sounded old, it sounded like the sound of nature to Xiao Chen. Then a breeze blew by, and the door of the hall, which had been closed, opened by itself. At the same time, an old figure appeared at the door. He slowly stepped into the hall and looked at Yanjing. It was the master. The moment he appeared, Xiao Chen felt his whole body relax, and he regained his freedom. He collapsed on the ground, breathing in fresh air in big gulps, and uttered 2 words with difficulty. Master! And the moment the master appeared, Yanjing was completely stunned. He first showed an expression of disbelief, and then was ecstatic. He left Xiao Chen and ran towards the door, then felt his knees with a thud while Xiao Chen looked puzzled. Then he hugged his master's legs and cried loudly. Brother, you finally showed up. Brother, I have been looking for you for so many years. Brother, Xiao Chen was confused. What is this? This person is wearing a purple robe and looks like an immortal. Why did the old Taoist priest, who was so murderous, just now suddenly change his attitude and cry like a wrong child? Xianruo looked at the crying Yanjing with a charitable look on his face. Junior brother, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you are still the same as before. Brother, I have been looking for you so hard, Wu. Shao Chen rolled his eyes speechlessly. This old Taoist priest never stopped talking. The juniors are still watching. Are you sure you want to do this? Xian Ruo said helplessly. Oh, this. Xian Qing was startled and quickly stood up, wiped his tears, and sat up straight. This is the disciple I accepted. What do you think? Not bad, right? Xian Ruo pointed at Shao Chun and said with a smile. Hey, is your disciple? Xian Qing was stunned. He glanced at Shao Chun and whispered, Brother, tell me the truth. Is there a reason why you accepted him as your disciple? Xuanqing's level of Taoism was not low, so he naturally saw what made Shao Chen different. Otherwise, he wouldn't have locked Shao Chen up here. But Xianqing believed that no matter what his senior brother did, he had his reasons. Since Shao Chen is different from others in some ways, it is normal for the senior brother to accept him as his disciple. Haha, yes, I'll chat with him for a few minutes. Please wait. Xian Ruo walked to Shao Chen's side. Master, why are you here? Shao Chun asked with a smile. He had just been beaten up by Xianqing and had lost his temper, and he was even a little scared. But now that the master is here, he is really not afraid at all. That's your uncle. He wants to take me back to the Tianxia mansion. I have been hiding from him for decades, but I can't hide anymore. Xian Ruo laughed. So the master is from the Shangqing Tianxia mansion? Shao Chen was surprised. Sure enough, the master's background was not simple. It doesn't matter who I am or where I come from. Xian Ruo shook his head gently. You can leave now, but you have to think carefully about Sumuyu's matter. Master, do you mean I should help her? Shao Chen asked. We've tried our best, but if we can't help, then it can only be God's will. Xian Ruo said, You were once trapped in the abyss. Since you have the ability to help others, then give a hand to those who are struggling in the quagmire. This is also a good fate. Do you understand? Understand. Shao Chen nodded gently and bowed deeply. Disciple will remember master's words. Go. Xian Ruo waved his hand gently. Shao Chen smiled at him, then turned and left. Senior brother, your disciple really listens to you. I couldn't help but beat him up just now. Xianqing said a little embarrassedly. You can see the cause and effect of the future, but you can't say it, so you can't help but lose your temper. Xian Ruo smiled slightly. You, after decades of cultivation, are still the same. Brother, I finally found you. Please don't lecture me. Here, I still have a few jars of sweet-scented osmanthus wine that I collected many years ago. I'll have someone buy some side dishes. You and I, two senior brothers, must have a few drinks. Xianqing took Xuanruo to the back mountain to have meat today. Without Xuanqing's formation, Shao Chun was able to descend the mountain safely. The master meant that if he could help Sumuyu, he should do so. When Shao Chun went down the mountain, he made several phone calls in a row and only felt relieved after everything was arranged. In the evening, Shao Chun met Xiao Wei in a private room of tea house. There was also a Japanese guy coming with her. He was the German instrument supplier that Xiao Wei mentioned. Chapter 287, I Don't Like You. Mr. Xiao is young and promising. As expected, the people who know Miss Xiao are incomparable to ordinary people. Matsuda Daichi possesses the hypocrisy and shrewdness of most Oriental people. Moreover, he seemed to have been in China for a long time, and his speech was very smooth and tactful. Mr. Matsuda, thank you for your praise. My company has just been established, and we are short of some equipment. Shao Chun smiled and said, It's not until Miss Xiao introduced us that we have the opportunity to sit down and chat. Mr. Matsuda, Shao Chun is my best friend. Xiao Wei smiled and said, Your company has all the equipment he needs, so you must supply him at the most favorable price, otherwise I will be angry. Miss Xiao's friend is my friend. Mr. Xiao, come. Let's have a drink first. Matsuda Tianyi said as he raised his glass. Shao Chun thought about it, then raised his glass and clinked it with Matsudota's. Xiao Wei put down the red wine glass in her hand. She smiled and said, Shao Chun, make a list of the instruments your laboratory needs and give it to Mr. Matsuda. You guys should have a lot to talk about, and those conversations should contain a lot of business secrets, so I won't sit in on it. I'm going to go shopping in the mall across the street. Just call me when you're almost done. Okay, Miss Xiao, please make yourself at ease. Matsudato Tianyi bowed slightly. Xiao Wei confessed her crime and left. Mr. Matsudo, since you are all Miss Xiao's friends, I will get straight to the point. Shao Chun took out a list and handed it to Matsudato Tianyi. These are some high-precision instruments I need for research and development and experiments. I wonder if your company can provide it? I need to take a look before I can give Xiao Jun an answer. Like most Japanese people, Matsuda Daichi is very polite. Even when he took the list from Xiao Chun, he bent over and took it with both hands. But Xiao Chun did not have a good impression of him. Firstly, because of ethnic hatred. Secondly, this guy has the commercialism and shrewdness of a businessman. His politeness was all fake. After taking the list, the guy took a look at it, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Then he slowly put the list in his hand on the table and looked at Xiao Chun with a smile. Xiao Jun, you need a lot of things. It's a bit too much. I wonder if Mr. Matsudo can provide some? Xiao Chun asked. Yes, I can provide everything, including some instruments that are restricted for export to your country. I have channels to provide them. Matsudoda smiled slightly. Really? Xiao Chen's pupils shrank slightly. That would be great if this were true. Some instruments are restricted from export by Western countries. Not to mention ordinary businessmen, even a country would find it difficult to get it. Because as long as we have the parameters of an instrument, these things will be transparent in our country in the future, can be copied unlimitedly, and have higher accuracy and better parameters. This is also why European and American countries restrict the flow of many scientific and technological instruments and technologies to my country. But looking at Matsuda Tiani's appearance, he seems to have channels. Although they're not necessarily formal channels, for Xiao Chun, as long as he can get the things, it's fine. As for whether it was on the right track or not, that was not something Xiao Chun should worry about. Of course it's real, and don't worry about the price, Mr. Shao. The price I give is guaranteed to be the best price on the market. Matsudoda said with a smile. That's great. It's not in vain that I made friends with Mr. Matsuda. Xiao Chun said with a smile. I wonder if Mr. Matsuda can give me a price? I'll go back and think about it. Please rest assured, Mr. Shao, I only want the normal market price. For example, this nanometer electrical measuring instrument has a market value of 30 million. I only want 30 million. Whether this price is fair or not, you can find out for yourself. 30 million? Mr. Matsuda should have other requirements, right? Xiao Chen's expression paused slightly. This device involves some block technologies and is normally prohibited from sale in the country. Can it be bought at the market price? He didn't dare to think so. How could Matsuda Daichi be so straightforward? There are only two possibilities. First, he's a liar. Second, he had other requirements. Of course, this kind of equipment is subject to sanctions from Western countries, so I can't get it through formal channels. Matsutada smiled and said, so I have to go through some special channels. Mr. Shao also knows that these special channels carry great risks. I understand. Just tell me what the conditions are. Xiao Chen agreed. I want to invest in your Chunhai group and have access to the core departments. Matsutada kept looking into Xiao Chen's eyes. I want to participate in all the company's decisions and exercise the same rights as the chairman, with a veto power. Xiao Chen couldn't help but look at him deeply. Are you kidding me? Xiao Jun, I never joke around. I know this is a little hard for you to accept. Matsutada smiled slightly and said, but you also know that the risk I take is huge. So, this is my only request. Of course, you can spend 10 times the price, and I can still provide such equipment. Matsutada was very calm when he said these words, because he was sure that Xiao Chun would agree. After all, these devices are not something that ordinary people can get. He also believed that Xiao Chun was different and that his investment vision had never been wrong. Then there's nothing to talk about. Xiao Chun sighed and raised his glass. He gestured to Matsutada Ichi from a distance and said, our discussion today ends here. Thank you, Mr. Matsutada Ichi, for taking the time out of your busy schedule. We will talk next time. Are you kidding? Matsuda Daichi is a Japanese, and his wolfish ambitions have always been there. He wanted to interfere in his own Chunhai group? No way. Moreover, this kind of equipment is not what Xiao Chen needs. And it won't be long before the country breaks the monopoly on more than a dozen technical patents on this equipment. Agree to his terms at this time? Xiao Chun is not crazy yet. Seeing Xiao Chun drink the wine in the glass in one gulp, stand up and leave, Matsutada Ichi couldn't help but be stunned. He quickly called out, Xiao Jun, are you leaving? What else? Stay for dinner. Xiao Chun sneered. Since there's nothing to talk about, then there's no need to talk. Haha, Mr. Xiao, I know about your past. Matsudoda smiled. He stood up and walked to Xiao Chen's side. You are excellent and have outstanding abilities. But I have to say that you are still too young. Business is about negotiation. You need to be patient. I think business depends on honesty. Xiao Chun turned his head and glanced at him. Mr. Matsuda is not sincere in talking, so there is no need to talk anymore. You know, except for me, no one else can provide such equipment. Matsudoda smiled proudly and said, besides me, You can't find any other supplier who can provide the same equipment. So, Mr. Shao, we can talk again, but if you leave now, then I can only express my regret. Your laboratory and equipment will never be fully equipped. Matsuda Tiani, to be honest, I don't really want to do business with you. Xiaochen smiled. Why? Matsudato Tian was slightly stunned and looked at Xiaochen with some confusion. Because you are Japanese? Even if you change a nationality, you can't change the bad nature of your nation. You always think you are in control of everything, but you ignore your own weaknesses. So let's not talk about this business. I see, Mr. Shao has a prejudice against my people. Matsutada showed a look of sudden enlightenment and nodded slightly. Mr. Shao is a patriotic person. It is normal for him to have prejudice against me. But Mr. Shao is also a businessman. As a businessman, profit comes first. Other things are not that important. How about this? I'll give you the equipment for free, and it will be considered as my investment in your Chenhai group. Matsutada changed his tone. But my requirement is that I must have the decision-making power. Do I need a small fortune for your equipment? Xiao Chen sneered. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. You own a Jingcheng investment company. We specialize in investing in small and medium-sized enterprises. As long as a company has potential, you will invest. The only requirement is that you have the money to make decisions. Matsudato Tiani's expression changed slightly, and he said coldly, Mr. Shao, you know too much. Before coming to see you, I had someone investigate. Over the years, you have invested in no less than 10 companies. Most of these are early-stage companies. Some of their patents have been transferred overseas due to your obstruction. What is lost is China's strength. If you really think of me as one of those small startup companies, then you are wrong. I can do without these equipment, but you don't even think about getting your hands on my company. After Xiao Chun finished speaking, he turned around and left. Matsutada Ichi stayed there, his face gradually becoming hideous and distorted. Baga. Finally, he threw the cup in his hand heavily to the ground. As soon as Xiao Chun went out, he ran into Xiao Wei, who had just returned from shopping. She had changed her clothes and was carrying a few bags, which seemed to be gifts from Matsuda Tayanakai. Hey, Xiao Chun, you're out? Did you finish talking with Matsuda so quickly? How did the talk go? Xiao Wei asked. Not very good. Xiao Chun shook his head. We cannot work together if we do not share the same ideals. Thank you for introducing the supplier to me today. I will treat you to a meal some other day. What happened? Xiao Wei was stunned. Mr. Matsuda is quite easy to talk to. Why did the talk break down? He was able to provide the equipment I needed, but he came with other purposes. Xiao Chun explained. So, there is nothing to talk about. There must be some misunderstanding here, right? Xiao Wei said with a smile. It's okay, Xiao Chun, you go back first. I'll talk to him. Don't worry. You will definitely get the equipment you need, and the price will not be too expensive. Xiao Chun nodded slightly at her, then asked in confusion. Where have you been? Oh, I went to the mall across the street to buy some things and bought some clothes. Xiao Wei said as she turned around in front of Xiao Chun. Does the skirt look good? It's pretty. Xiao Chun nodded calmly. Then I'll go back first. Okay, you go back first. I'll go in and take a look. Xiao Wei smiled faintly and walked in carrying her things. As soon as Xiao Chun went out, he received a call from Su Xin. Mr. Xiao, the Beijing University laboratory was robbed. Ours. Xiao Chun's expression changed slightly. No, it's the Quantum Communication Laboratory. Su Xin replied. I have someone watching our laboratory 24 hours a day, so there won't be any problems. Hey, Sumuyu's laboratory? Xiao Chun already had an idea in his mind. How much was the loss? The computer was tampered with, and some of the data was decrypted and copied. Some drawings and important documents in the safe have been rummaged through. They must have taken photos and taken away. Su Xin replied. The other party was very careful, and the surveillance camera was destroyed, so we didn't capture any of the other party's figure at all. Okay, I understand. Xiao Chen nodded. What did Professor Liang say? Professor Liang has arrived at the scene, but the person in charge of the laboratory is Sumuyu, but we can't contact her no matter what. So Professor Liang wants me to ask you if you have any way to contact her. I'll try, but I may not be able to get through. Xiao Chen hung up the phone. Then I called Sumuyu, but the phone on the other end said it was turned off. Xiao Chen remembered that she was going to hold a celebration banquet tonight to celebrate the milestone progress made in her quantum communication technology. But only a few people were invited, and none of my colleagues in the laboratory went. She is probably with Xiao Ming now, and is probably having a great time. Since he can't get in touch with her, Xiao Chun can't help her. But thinking about his master's advice, he still thought of some strategies to deal with it. He would wait until tomorrow morning to see what Sumuyu's expression would be. After thinking for a moment, he sent a message to Su Xian, asking him to take special care of Xiao Wei. Xiao Chen's intuition told him that there must be something wrong with this woman, and it was a big problem. Just as I was about to take a taxi back, I suddenly saw a familiar figure in an alley on the side of the road. Shanzi. She was carrying a bag with some cat food in it. In front of her, a group of stray cats surrounded her, meowing constantly and rubbing their bodies against her. Xiaowa, did you fight with someone again? Look, you're injured. Shunzi stroked a tabby cat and said, when will you behave yourself? Do you always pick fights with people? The tabby cat meowed a few times and then rubbed its head against her body. She touched the kitten's head, then opened the cat food in her hand and poured it into small bowls on the ground. A group of kittens ran over and ate the cat food in big mouthfuls. Shunzi stroked the kitten beside her, lost in thought. She murmured, when do you think you will remember me? Miss Shun. Xiao Chun walked over. Ah, Xiao Chun. Shunzi stood up in surprise and looked at him with surprise and joy. Why are you here? Xiao Chun didn't dare to look in her eyes, because every time he saw me, Shunzi's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Xiao Chun couldn't understand the meaning of her eyes, but he felt that Shunzi was very familiar, but he couldn't remember who she was. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable. Chapter 289 Shao Qian is almost broken. There are a lot of stray cats around here. I come here several times a week to feed them. Seeing Xiao Chun, Shunzi seemed very happy. I didn't expect to meet you here. Xiao Chun stretched his head out and looked forward. There are indeed quite a lot of them. It seems that you do come here often. They're not afraid of you anymore. Generally speaking, cats living in the wild are not as clingy as domestic cats. They will remain extremely vigilant, especially towards people. But these stray cats relaxed all their vigilance, snuggled up to Shinzi, and ate cat food in big mouthfuls. It seems that I am quite familiar with her. Yes, I've been feeding them for more than a year. Look, this is just a big raccoon. It loves to fight. This is just a fat orange. It eats a lot. This cow cat is a small flower, very clingy, and this calico is always the last one to leave. Shinzi pointed at the kittens excitedly. She could accurately call out the name of each cat. It's great that they met you. Xiao Chen nodded gently while listening. They have met the right person. They can all meet the right person, but what about me? Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen's words seemed to have touched the secret deep in Shunzi's heart. She trembled all over and froze on the spot, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xiao Chun. Miss Shun. When Xiao Chun met her gaze, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart. Call me by my name. Shunzi bravely met her gaze and spoke word by word. My name is Shunzi. Do you remember it clearly? Remember it clearly, Shun. Xiao Chen habitually called her Miss Shun, but under her cold gaze, he had to change his words. I know what you mean. That's right. Shunzi's stern face finally melted like ice, and he smiled brightly. Xiao Chun, do you know? I often remind you, but you often call me Miss Shun. I don't know if you did it on purpose, or if you really don't have a good memory. Have we met many times before? Xiao Chun smelled something unusual from her words. Xiao Chun could sense that she had mixed emotions when she was talking to him. But the two of them had clearly no interaction before. So why did she have so many emotions towards him? Could it be the previous life? Xiao Chen's mind buzzed, as if he was trying to catch some information, but he couldn't catch any. After thinking too much, Xiao Chen got another headache and had to give up. What are you thinking about? Seeing that Xiao Chen's expression seemed to be painful and struggling, Shunzi asked softly. Nothing. Some things give me a headache just thinking about them. Xiao Chen shook his head, and he felt a little better. Oh, really? Then don't think about it. Shunzi looked a little disappointed, but her heart couldn't calm down. Xiao Chen, how much I wish you could remember me. In a last life, you gave me a second life, even though our acquaintance was only a fleeting meeting. Xiao Chen naturally couldn't hear her inner monologue. He just watched the group of stray cats silently until they were full, and then they rolled around at Shunzi's feet and acted coquettishly. She would even expose her belly for Shunzi to touch. This shows great trust in her. Do you like being with them? Xiao Chen couldn't help but ask when he saw how happy she was. Yes, I like it very much. You also know that my brother can't take over the Shun family. Shanzi gently stroked the head of a Manhwa cat and said faintly, in the future, I may have to bear great responsibilities. But the current situation of the Shun family is not very good. Sometimes I have to face many things that I don't want to face. After dealing with people for a long time and seeing too much hypocrisy and calculation, it becomes very tiring. She pointed at the cats and said, but not with them. They are easily satisfied. All they need is a bite of food, and they will trust you without reservation. These little creatures are much more reliable than humans. Shao Chun touched the head of the last calico, and it turned over. He called out to Shanzi twice, then walked away calmly with cat steps. Why? Every time I see you, I always feel that you look worried. Shao Chun raised his eyes and looked at Shanzi. His eyes were a little confused because there were some things he still wanted to figure out. Really? Shanzi smiled faintly. Maybe it's because of too much pressure. Her words were obviously perfunctory, but she didn't seem to want to reveal too much in front of Shao Chun. In that case, Shao Chun didn't ask any more questions. It's getting late. Let me take you home. Shao Chun looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Okay. Shanzi nodded gently and went home side by side with Shao Chun. Neither side spoke along the way, just looking at the night scene on the roadside and the people coming and going. However, the sound of a quarrel in a street store caught the attention of the two. She's here again. Don't let her go, call the police. Don't think we will tolerate you just because you are pregnant. You are stealing. This is a seafood restaurant. Fresh seafood is displayed at the door and is steamed upon order. I saw Shao Qian being blocked at the door with a bag in her hand. There were 2 king crabs in the bag. She was blocked at the door by the store owner and several waiters, and her face looked a little panicked. It was obvious that Shao Qian had dirty hands and was caught red-handed. Shao Chun frowned and instinctively wanted to turn around and leave, but Shao Qian had already seen him. He is my family. He is my brother. Shao Qian pointed at Shao Chun and shouted, Shao Chun is me. Stop. Are you her brother? The shop owner stopped Shao Chun and said, your sister has stolen seafood from my house several times in a row. The amount is several thousand. The last time I caught her, I saw that she was pregnant, penniless, and had no food to eat. I felt sorry for her, but I still gave her a meal. But she's coming again this time? Our store can't afford such trouble. After just a few words, Shao Chun understood the cause. Shao Qian probably had no money and was pregnant, so she had some evil thoughts. The store's seafood tank was displayed at the door, and she stole some twice. At first, the shop owner felt sorry for her and didn't bother with her, but ended up having her eyes on this shop. If the amount is large, call the police. Shao Chun said calmly. I'm not her brother. Don't listen to her nonsense. Shao Chun, please help me. Shao Qian pushed away several waiters who were blocking her and grabbed Shao Qian's clothes tightly. I really have no other choice. I could be hungry, but my baby can't be hungry. I beg you to help me for the sake of our acquaintance. Lihao's family doesn't even give you food to eat. Shao Chun frowned slightly. He didn't want to meddle in other people's business, especially since it involved Shao Qian. Chapter 290, Who is your brother? Don't claim relatives randomly. But he didn't believe that Lihao, who always wanted a son, would not even give Shao Qian food to eat. They said that too much nutrition will make you fat and weak, which is not conducive to a normal birth. Shao Qian fell to the ground weakly. That's why I can't help you. You have chosen the path yourself, so you have to keep going even if your teeth break. Shao Qian glanced at Shao Qian indifferently. You really don't care? Then I'll call the police. Seeing that Shao Chun was indifferent, the owner was going to call the police directly. I beg you not to call the police. I won't come here again. I promise. Shao Qian looked at the owner in panic and fell to her knees. Her mind was a little unclear. She knelt on the ground, muttering something, and then kowtowed to the owner again and again. Shao Chun, I feel like her mental state is a little off. Shanzi frowned on the side. She had taken psychology as an elective course, and now Shao Qian was on the verge of collapse. She was even a little unconscious. If she was stimulated any further, she would really not be able to bear it. Don't meddle in her business, otherwise she will bother you in the future. Shao Chun stopped Shanzi, who was about to step forward, and shook his head at her. Shanzi hesitated for a moment. Although they were both women, she felt sorry for Shao Qian, but she trusted Shao Chun more. Since Shao Chun didn't let her interfere in this matter, he must have his reasons. It is said that there must be something hateful about every pitiful person, and this is absolutely true. She didn't want her momentary kindness to bring disaster to her future. Amid the pushing and shoving, the police finally arrived. The owner of the seafood restaurant excitedly recounted what happened, and then pointed at Shao Chun, who was about to leave. This person is her younger brother. Him? Sir, please wait a moment. The police stepped forward and stopped Shao Chun, pointing at Shao Qian. Is this your sister? She's not my sister. I have nothing to do with her. Xiao Chan was really speechless. He just went out. How did he get into this trouble? He is my brother. He has lived in my family for a long time, and he was raised by my grandmother. Xiao Qian screamed as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Now she was really afraid that Xiao Chun would abandon her. If she were allowed to contact Lihao, she would definitely be scolded when she returned home. Although Lihao's family is ordinary, it has many rules, especially Li Jia, who is like the Empress Dowager at home. Xiao Qian only hoped that this matter could be resolved perfectly. She really didn't want to face those people. Xiao Qian, can you please have some shame? Xiao Chan was speechless. I gave you a chance at the beginning, but you didn't listen. Now that it has come to this, why are you clinging to me like a dogskin plaster? I severed ties with your family a long time ago. Have you forgotten that I sent your father to prison and your mother to a mental hospital? The patrolling policeman's CPU was so dry that it was smoking. He really couldn't figure out what kind of family this was. But seeing Xiao Qian kneeling on the ground, crying pitifully, one of the policemen tugged at Xiao Qian's clothes and said, "Friend, she is a pregnant woman. Besides, a few pieces of seafood are not worth much money. Just go to the police station and make a statement. It will be quick." Xiao Chun was speechless. Seeing that the policemen were unable to do anything to Xiao Qian, he could only nod and say, "Okay." Inside the police station, after taking a statement and recording the store owner's losses, the men met in the interrogation room. Xiao Qian was sitting at a table, eating voraciously. There was bread and milk on the table. There was a female police officer on duty. She looked too thin and seemed like she hadn't eaten for a long time. Plus, she was pregnant and I felt sorry for her, so I gave her something to eat. Xiao Qian looked at Xiao Qian and suddenly found it a little funny. People, it's better not to be too self-righteous. If she hadn't been confused at the time, these subsequent events wouldn't have happened, right? Forgiveness? Not possible. Xiao Qian inherited her mother's brain perfectly. This woman must have potential mental problems. Xiao Qian would never get involved with this person. Xiao Qian, seeing Xiao Qian coming out, Xiao Qian immediately put down what she was holding. She shrank back and trembled slightly. Lihao treated you like this. Didn't you ever think of fighting back? Xiao Qian frowned. I'm pregnant with a child. Xiao Qian stroked her belly, not knowing what to say. Or do you really think that if you give birth to a son for him, you can call the shots in their family just by virtue of your status as a mother? Xiao Qian was somewhat speechless. Xiao Qian, I'm really too lazy to persuade you. And you're not trying to persuade people. If you had a little more brains and listened to other people's opinions, you wouldn't have fallen to this point. Even if your child is born, he will only be a tool. But what can I do? What should I do? Xiao Qian finally burst into tears. I have nothing now. I don't even have the ability to survive. What can I do? You're not like this to your own family. You're quite cruel and have a bad temper. Xiao Qian said coldly. Why are you so scared when things come to Lihao? I advise you to make plans early before the baby is born. Xiao Qian said. Otherwise it will be too late to regret it then. Xiao Qian, I will listen to you. Can you forgive me? Xiao Qian raised her head and looked at Xiao Qian expectantly. No. Xiao Qian simply uttered 2 words. He said nothing more and left with Shanzi. Xiao Qian, what's wrong with her? I think she's mentally ill and could collapse at any time. After leaving, Shanzi said with some doubt. She has a latent mental illness, which was passed down from her mother. Xiao Qian said, she has done all she can to get to where she is today, so there's no need to feel sorry for her. Shanzi didn't know much about Xiao Qian's family, and these things really had nothing to do with her. She nodded and left with Xiao Qian. Miss Shao, we have notified your family, and they are here to take you home. A female police officer walked up to Xiao Qian. What? Home, family? Xiao Qian was stunned, and then her face showed horror, as if she had thought of something. No, I'm not going back. I'm not going home. As she finished her words, Li Jia and Li Ma walked in together. Li Jia's face was droopy and looked very ugly. Seeing Xiao Qian, she pointed at Xiao Qian's nose and scolded. You are really capable. You really bring honor to the Li family. You actually stole something? Do we need your food or drink? You have brought shame to the Li family. Why did my son choose someone like you? Xiao Qian was so scared that she hid behind a female police officer, not daring to breathe. Ma'am, this is a police station. Please be careful with your words. The policewoman frowned. What's wrong with the police station? Let me tell you, my family owns a law firm. You can scare ordinary people, but don't try to scare me. I'm not afraid of you. Li Jia put her hands on her hips, looking like a shrew. Chapter 291 Xiao Qian, you are so proud. This is a police station. Loud noises are not allowed. Even if your whole family are lawyers, you should abide by the rules. The policewoman said seriously. Otherwise, we still have the right to detain you for 24 hours. Li Jia also knew that what the policewoman said was true, so she did not refute it. When she saw Shao Qian cowering, she was furious. Why are you still standing there? Go home. Stealing? How shameful. I don't know what your parents taught you. If you're not pregnant with my grandson, you will never enter our Li family again. Shao Qian stood there trembling, not daring to breathe. Why aren't you coming over? Otherwise, don't go back. Li Jie became even angrier when she saw her look. Ma'am, please go back first. I'll leave you my phone number. If you have any questions at home, please call me. The female police officer felt sorry for Shao Qian, so she gave her cell phone and said, My name is Su Xin. Call me anytime. Don't be afraid. Shao Qian held on to her phone number as if she had grabbed her last straw. She nodded at Su Xin, then carefully moved her steps and walked up to Li Jie. Li Jie looked at her hatefully, then turned and left. After returning home, Li Jie took a cane and said sternly, Kneel down. Shao Qian looked at Li Jie with pleading eyes and shook her head desperately. I told you to kneel down. Li Jie whipped him hard with the cane in her hand. Ah, it hurts. A blood mark suddenly appeared on Shao Qian's arm. This rattan stick was specially made. According to Li Jie, she was hit countless times by it when she first entered the door. This is the tradition of the Li family. All women who marry into the Li family must go through this experience. When she becomes a mother-in-law, she will have made her mark. Kneel down. I'll make you steal, make your hands dirty, make you lose face. Li Jie held the cane in her hand and kept beating Shao Qian. Shao Qian tried desperately to dodge, but the vine still fell on her like raindrops. Li Jie didn't stop until she knelt on the ground and begged for mercy and trembled. She threw the cane in her hand away angrily. If it weren't for the fact that you are pregnant with my eldest grandson, I would beat you to death. As soon as my eldest grandson is born, get out of my house. I'm annoyed by the sight of you. He dropped the things in his hands and left angrily, leaving Shao Qian kneeling on the ground and trembling. In the middle of the night, she lay in the dark basement, curled up in a ball, thinking about the horrific scene in the room at the end of the stairs. She has nothing left. Shao Qian, you are right. Shao Qian's eyes gradually turned cold. It was Lihao who brought me to this point today. I must make him pay the price. I must. Now that she had made up her mind, she should take action. She fumbled for the phone number of the policewoman, namely Xin, and called her. You. Okay, I'm Shao Qian. Can you lend me some money? After returning home, Shao Qian received a call from Su Xin. Boss, this Shao Wei is really something. What did you find out? Shao Qian raised his eyebrows. There was indeed something wrong with this woman. The next day, Peking University Experimental Building. When Sumuyu woke up from his hangover and dragged his tired body to the laboratory building, he found something was wrong here. The experimental building has been placed under martial law, and the school's security department and police have cordoned off the entire building. The students who were originally going to work in the laboratory building stood aside and whispered towards the laboratory building. Especially when classmates who knew her saw her coming, they whispered and pointed at her behind her back. An ominous premonition surged in her heart, and she couldn't help but quicken her pace. Hello, you can't enter here for the time being. A policeman blocked her way. I'm Sumuyu, the person in charge of the quantum communication project on the 6th floor. Sumuyu quickly showed his ID. Excuse me, what happened here? Are you Sumuyu from the quantum laboratory? The policeman was slightly stunned. Yes, it's me. Sumuyu narit quickly. Why can't I get through to your phone? The police officer said in a serious tone. Yesterday your tutor and classmates tried to contact you, but couldn't. I drank a little too much last night, and my phone was out of battery and turned off. What happened? The feeling of uneasiness in Sumuyu's heart became even stronger. Your laboratory has been robbed, and your experimental data and results have been leaked. Your supervisor is upstairs now, so go and check it out. The policeman said and let him go. Sumuyu was struck by lightning, and she could no longer hear what the police said next. She stood up hastily and rushed to the laboratory. The laboratory had been turned into a mess. The computers had been tampered with, the data on them had been copied, and the hard drives had been formatted. The paper materials in the safe were also flipped through, important nodes were missing, and experimental progress data was missing. Muyu, why are you here just now? Professor Liang, who was talking to the police, saw her and hurried over. Why couldn't I contact you yesterday? Professor Liang, what's going on here? Sumuyu tried hard to calm himself down. Her mind was in a mess, and she couldn't even form clear words. It was stolen. All important information was lost, and our experimental data has been leaked. Professor Liang looked a little sad and angry. All our hard work is gone. Has the person been caught? Who did it? Who did it? Sumuyu grabbed Professor Liang and asked, Ms. Su, I'm Chen Huan, the person in charge of the case. A policeman showed his ID. You are the general person in charge of the experiment. So there are some things you need to know. Hello, have you caught the person? This information is very important to me. Sumuyu tried hard to stay calm. The other party used electromagnetic radar weapons to disrupt the surveillance. This is a new type of weapon commonly used by spies. Chen Huan said, We have already deployed surveillance and investigation, but the other party is obviously well prepared and has not left any clues, so you have to be mentally prepared. Sumuyu heard a buzzing sound in her mind. At that moment, she felt a tightness in her chest, and her body went limp and she collapsed. Miss Su, are you okay? Chen Huan quickly helped her and let her sit down. Muyu, things have come to this point. You should be more open-minded. Professor Liang hurried forward to counsel. You have to trust the police. They will definitely catch that person. Yes, please trust the police. Shinyan also stepped forward to persuade her. Professor Liang. Xiaochen walked in. Xiaochen, you're here. Professor Liang quickly stepped forward and held Xiaochen. He sighed and said, Is your laboratory okay? Chapter 292, something big happened. It's okay. I'll have someone keep an eye on it 24 hours a day. Xiaochen said, I have some information here that I can provide to the police. It may help you solve the case. That's great. This is the officer in charge, Officer Chen. Professor Liang was delighted. Officer Chen, I suspect someone. Xiaochen took out some information. The laboratory's investor's assistant, Shiawi. This is some information and resume I found about her. Her identity is suspected to be fake. Okay, Mr. Shao, let's talk over here. Chen Huan took the information and took Xiaochen aside. Xiaochen. Sumuyu looked up suddenly. She was shocked and angry. Do you suspect Shiawi? It's not suspicion, but it's confirmed that there's something wrong with her. Xiaochen said calmly. There was something wrong with this woman from the beginning. And your good brother, Shao Ming, approached you with a purpose. You're the only one who is stupid enough to believe him, right? You'd better be responsible for what you said. Sumuyu said angrily. I'm responsible for everything I say. Xiaochen picked up the information. Shiawi has experience living in Japan, and she speaks Japanese very well. She disappeared yesterday when she was introducing a supplier to me. I believe she took advantage of this time to come to the lab and steal. They dragged me into this just to create evidence that she was not there, and I used special channels to prove that she was a corporate spy. Bang! He threw the information in his hand to Sumuyu. Looking at the information scattered on the ground, Sumuyu was stunned. She lay on the ground, grabbed the documents in her hands, and looked at them one by one like crazy. Shiawi's background, original name, training experience in Japan, and some of the things she had done appeared briefly and clearly in the information. And the reason why she approached me was very simple, just to steal the quantum communication data. Sitting on the ground helplessly, the expression on Sumuyu's face was very interesting. Shock, anger, disbelief. She has become a close friend with Shiawi recently. She even regards her as an intimate older sister, and they can talk about anything. He told Shiawi all his troubles and worries. But she could never have imagined that Shiawi was so deliberate in approaching her. Sumuyu felt like her head exploded. She covered her head and screamed in pain. She could no longer tell whether the people in this world were human or ghost. Shao Ming, who had deceived her for several years, deliberately approached Shiawi. Even the so-called investors that Shao Ming introduced to her were wolves in human skin. She felt helpless and frightened, and she felt that the world was full of malice towards her. So, Misu. Chen Huan realized that Sumuyu was not in a right mental state. Xiaozhou, go call an ambulance. A police officer hurriedly picked up his phone and called an ambulance. Professor Liang and several students quickly helped Sumuyu up and poured her a glass of water. But now Sumuyu looked a little dazed. She felt that the world was too malicious towards her, and now she couldn't even tell whether the people around her were human or ghost. Xiaochen, you have suspected Shiawi for a long time, right? You have known for a long time that there is something wrong with my so-called capital, right? Sumuyu stared at Xiaochen. Why? Why didn't you tell me? Sumuyu, in your eyes, I am always a troublemaker. When I tell you something, your first reaction is not to think seriously, but to oppose me. Xiaochen looked at Sumuyu with a cold tone. Is it useful for me to tell you this? People like you won't turn back unless your head is broken and bleeding. Because you can't tell who among the people around you has good intentions towards you. Sumuyu was speechless after being confronted by Shao Chun. She sat silently on the chair, tightly shut her mouth, and said nothing. She really didn't know what to do. Mr. Shao, thank you for these materials. These things are very important to us. Chun Huan said seriously. Since the matter is too serious, we decided to arrest Xiao Wei immediately. The people I sent have been keeping an eye on her. She is now in a shopping mall. Xiao Chan said, because I don't know how long your police procedures will take. You are right, let's take action now. Chun Huan's face changed. In a shopping mall, Xiao Wei was shopping. She was carrying a famous brand bag and had exquisite makeup on. Such an exquisite woman is bound to be the focus no matter where she goes. But out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of several plainclothes men looking around downstairs. With her keen sense as a spy, her first reaction was that these people were police officers. That's right, several of them were indeed plainclothes officers, and the same people appeared in several corners of the mall. They evacuated the crowd while searching. She picked up her bag and quickly went into a utility room. Chun Huan and several plainclothes officers surrounded the area, but passed by a cleaner pushing a cart. Little did he know that the cleaner was Xiao Wei in disguise. After leaving the mall, Xiao Wei took off her cleaner's clothes and left quickly, while making a phone call. I seem to have been exposed. Prepare a flight ticket for me to go abroad immediately. Later, on the surveillance camera, Chun Huan saw Xiao Wei in disguise and wanted to slap himself in the face. It's not that we are incompetent, it's that the enemy is too cunning. In the hospital, Sumuyu learned from Professor Liang that Xiao Wei had escaped, and there's been no news of her yet. Moreover, from the computer found in her residence, it was learned that Xiao Wei had sent the obtained information overseas. The technology of quantum communication has been leaked, including the information about the successful experiment and all the data. It means that all her previous hard work was in vain. After receiving this news, Sumuyu felt like being struck by lightning. She was unwilling to give up and cried, Professor Liang, is there really no way to save this? There must be a way to save it, Xiao Su. You should have a good rest first. We can talk about everything after you recover. Professor Liang's tone was a little perfunctory, and it was obviously meant to comfort him. After hanging up the phone, Sumuyu could no longer control her emotions. She hugged her knees, and tears fell. She felt like a failure, and she really didn't know whether she was just unlucky or she had misjudged the right person. She silently called Xiao Ming, trying to get more information about Xiao Wei. But as soon as the call was connected, the other party hung up. She didn't give up and called again, but the other party had blocked her. She held the phone in her hand, lost in thought. No matter how stupid she was, she knew that she was being used again. Xiao Ming's sudden visit to her was a trap. But she had no evidence to prove that all this was a trap set by Xiao Ming against her. She bit her hand and pounded her head hard, but her tears couldn't stop falling. She really didn't know where her future lay, so she threw off the quilt and stumbled out. On the top floor of the hospital, Sumuyu slowly walked to the edge of the terrace. Chapter 293 Destiny. She sat on the edge of the terrace more than 10 floors up, looking at the afterglow of the setting sun in front of her. The sunset glowed on her face, which was very beautiful. She vaguely remembered that when she was very young, she once snuggled in her mother's arms and watched the sunset. The sunset that day was colorful and exceptionally beautiful. The sky was blue, and the afterglow of the setting sun shone on her face. She was very happy. In her mind, the sky was gray most of the time, but the memory of that day was full of colors. It's a pity that the gentle woman went away for more than 10 years to find her other half and her love, and there has been no news of her since then. Maybe she has a new family and new child. She thought of her father and Lydia Su again. She thought of Xiao Ming, who had deceived her time and time again, and also of Xiao Chun, who had tried many times to pull her out of the quagmire but failed. It was not until now that she realized that Xiao Chun was the best person to her in the world. Even though he showed impatience, he always tried to pull her out of the quagmire. Even this tiny bit of tenderness was particularly warm to her at this moment. She opened her arms and bathed herself in the setting sun. This would be the last time she embraced the sunset in her life. She bathed in the summer breeze and faced the sunset, and she decided to end her life. Someone is about to jump off the building. Call the police, call an ambulance.